We see in front of us a short, thin guy with dark hair who was an ordinary college student and thought that he could live his happy life with his girlfriend. His name is Edward. His dreams were shattered one day when the end of the world came. A virus appeared that began to turn people into zombies. A terrible disease came from nowhere and literally in a matter of moments took over the whole world. City streets, various administrative and entertainment buildings, nooks and crannies and shops all found themselves at the mercy of mindless creatures. The whole situation turned out to be very sad for our protagonist and his girlfriend. She, like many inhabitants of the planet, suffered the same terrible fate. She turned into a zombie due to the virus. From this moment on, he is forced to survive in this crazy world with his girlfriend, trying to protect her and, if possible, also cure her. We see one of the zombies on a chain with a backpack on his back moving towards the grocery store. Having gone inside, he begins to slowly look around and then fill his backpack with products that were able to survive. I'm about to leave for the store, and in my zombie's head I hear an order to bring several cans of soda standing at the very exit of the store. A few minutes later, we see Edward and the same zombie sitting on the roof of the building, who says that after several days of training, it became easier for him to control it. Our main character is trying once again to understand how he, as an ordinary college student, came to such a life. Half a month ago, a virus appeared that turned most people into zombies whose only concern was hunger. The survivors had to hide so as not to be eaten. Shortly after this chaos began, Edward learned that he could control zombies using his powers. After some time of training, Edward learned to establish a connection with zombies, with the help of which he can control them like puppets. At a given moment in time, our protagonist is able to control only one individual, which for now follows him wherever he goes. One sunny day, we see the main character lying on the bed whose phone receives a call. A woman's voice comes from the phone speaker, reproaching Edward for not waking up yet, after which he abruptly jumps up, realizing that it is the voice of his girlfriend. Hearing Bella's voice, a smile appears on his face. They begin to have a nice conversation, and after some time, our protagonist decides to ask him to do something for him. The girl immediately agrees, which causes a sharp surprise to appear on Edward's face because he hasn't even stated the essence of his request yet. Our main character begins to thank his girlfriend, saying how kind she is and how much she loves her, and literally a moment later, wild horror appears on his face from Bella's screams. Edward jumps up, and cold sweat breaks out on his face. He realizes that all this was just another of the nightmares that never ceased to torment his soul and mind. Having recovered from his fright, he leaves his shelter outside of which sits a chained zombie, over whom he still loses control as soon as he lets down his guard. By closing his eyes and using his powers, he again establishes a mental connection and control over the body of the walking corpse. Edward's main goal at this moment is to get to Bella's house, which is located at the end of the street, and is completely infested with a huge horde of brain-eaters. In one of the buildings nearby, a loud crash is heard, causing all the zombies in the area to immediately begin to chase towards its source. Our protagonist understands that this is his chance to get to his girlfriend's apartment. He immediately decides to waste time and, together with his puppet, rush in the opposite direction. Looking out the window and trying to understand what exactly caused that noise, he sees two survivors calling for help, screaming in pain and suffering while they are being eaten alive. To Edward's surprise, he realizes that he doesn't feel anything, looking at these two men being eaten by zombies as if he was absolutely indifferent. Our main character says that no matter what, his main goal is to find Bella and orders the zombies to go outside and inspect his girlfriend's house. She must be somewhere nearby. Through the eyes of the puppet, Edward sees a car accident, wondering if there are living people in the cars, ordering the zombies to move on. Noticing a red bus involved in an accident, he remembers that it was Bella who was riding on it and decides to check for the presence of her body inside the bus. He sees in front of him a tall, slender girl standing in a bloody dress and holding a zombie's head in her right hand. A girl with glowing red eyes immediately notices someone behind her and rushes to attack him. Without having time to react, the girl in an instant with a lightning strike pierces through the puppet controlled by Edward. Our protagonist cannot believe his eyes. The feelings inside him tell him that Bella standing in front of him is also infected with the virus. Edward understands that he cannot allow the girl to kill his puppet, because in this case, she will simply run away, and decides to take control of it using his power. The imaginary spirit of the main character, which comes from his body, begins to move towards the soul of his girlfriend. Bella's soul looks incredibly defenseless and at the same time tender, being in the absolute emptiness that surrounds it on all sides. Trying to take control of her, a loud explosion of energy is heard, pushing Edward away and preventing him from carrying out his plan. In real time, the girl begins to be filled with rage, and with all her strength she throws the zombie onto the ground of which she has been holding in her hands all this time. Our protagonist understands that she is resisting. If he fails to take control of her mind, she will remain like this forever. Having gained determination, he is not going to retreat, because saving Bella is one of his main tasks in the chaos that has surrounded him for a long time. Making another attempt to take Bella under control, the subtle emanation from his soul nevertheless touches the consciousness of the fragile, defenseless girl. In real time, the girl's body calms down, and our main character, sitting in a building nearby, exhales because his attempts were crowned with success. Edward orders her to move towards him, ignoring his request. She freezes for a while, and then takes out an incomprehensible red crystal from the back of the zombie's head. "You don't understand what's happening." Our main character sees his girlfriend putting this crystal in her mouth. The body of our protagonist is overcome by an incomprehensible and strange sensation by which he understands that this thing restores the strength and health of his girlfriend. Having finally reached Edward, Bella stands opposite him and without moving looks him straight in the eyes, to which he notices that she smells nice. The protagonist presses his forehead to his girlfriend, promising and hoping that he will definitely find a way to fix everything, when suddenly the connection with her is interrupted. Edward does not have time to understand why exactly the connection was broken, and at that very second Bella throws him to the ground. Due to the fact that the spiritual connection has weakened, the girl rushes at the victim in front of her with a wild desire to kill her. At the last moment, moments before the impact, our protagonist manages to regain control of his girlfriend's body and says that they should go to a safer place and clean her up. After some time, they find themselves not far from a clothing store surrounded by a crowd of zombies, while Edward, using his abilities, senses Bella's desire to kill the walking dead. He remembers the same red crystal that is in the back of the heads of the brain eaters and decides to help his girlfriend get a couple more on the way to the store. Without even having time to think about giving an order, Bella, in the blink of an eye, rushes at one of the standing zombies and smashes him onto the asphalt with a powerful blow. Edward realizes that if he doesn't intervene as soon as possible, his girlfriend could get out of control, and he should find an antidote for her as soon as possible. Our main character, with frantic zeal and despair, rushes into battle with the zombies, helping Bella. The two of them merge in an elegant bloody dance in a matter of minutes, dealing with a huge number of corpse eaters on their way. Our main character exhales, wiping the sweat from his forehead after the battle and allowing his girlfriend to collect as many crystals as possible and absorb them. Edward manages to notice that when his girlfriend eats this thing, his physical strength increases, and most importantly, that Bella's anger gives him more strength. Having entered our clothing store, the protagonist begins to rummage through things and select an outfit for his girlfriend, while grinning and thinking about all sorts of vulgarities. After which they go to the bathroom to wash away traces of blood and dirt from Bella, and also throw out her old torn dress. Edward begins to slowly, and with his usual caution, remove things from her fragile, delicate, and elegant body. Having finished all the preparations by washing and changing Bella, they sit down together in a chair to take a breath and think about what to do next. While braiding his girlfriend's hair, Edward hears the rumbling in her stomach and understands that she also needs constant support from her body in the form of those very red crystals. Without thinking twice, he decides to go hunting with Bella in order to satisfy her hunger and also at the same time practice maintaining a connection with her. After some time, for some reason he faints, so our main character has to use a neighboring house as a refuge. The next morning, the girl comes to her senses and she is met by Edward, who has been on guard all this time and guarded her while she slept. Looking at his girlfriend, he notices that her eyes have changed slightly and look more energetic. Perhaps this is due to the fact that by eating her own kind, she evolves over time. Edward realizes that his original plan to hide with Bella in the hills has a lot of drawbacks, and most likely he could get hurt if she gets hungry. Therefore, they will have to settle in the city. Looking at his dull kitchen knife, he remembers that somewhere nearby there should be a family store of Anna's handmade swords, which was very popular. Looking at Bella, he understands that he must try to protect her with all his might, and having collected all the essentials, they move to the store to get a good weapon. Meanwhile, that same Anna is sitting on a chair with her feet on the table, and next to her some guy is watching what is happening with binoculars. This guy calls out to Anna, saying that he noticed two people approaching her store. Looking at what is happening, the guy says that they should warn them, and the zombies in the store, if they don't do this, they will take her swords, to which Anna replies that screaming will only attract zombies. Meanwhile, Edward and Bella penetrate deep into the store, coming close to the door on which the workshop is written, and trying to open it. Suddenly, there is a loud crash and an angry zombie attacks them from behind the door. Our protagonist manages to react and jump back, covering his beloved with himself and trying to analyze and predict how he should fight. When the corpse eater decides to carry out another attack, Edward manages to dodge to the side and, with a deft movement of his hand, uses his kitchen knife to cut off his hand, after which he decides to counterattack and perform a roundhouse kick that sends the zombie flying towards the nearest wall. Making a lightning-fast dash towards the zombie lying on the floor, he jumps on him, puts the knife behind his head, and is about to plunge it into the very heart of the corpse eater. Suddenly, the mutant manages to twist his leg and kick Edward away from him in the other direction. I watch everything that happens, and seeing that Edward fails, Bella in an instant finds herself behind the zombie's back and with a powerful blow pierces his body right through. This zombie clearly turns out to be stronger than ordinary soldiers, and even after receiving serious damage, it manages to react and tries to counterattack, but misses. Having a numerical advantage and realizing that now is the moment to deliver the decisive blow, our main character tries to stab an unsuspecting zombie in the back, after which, with a very strong swing and as far as possible, he sticks a kitchen knife right into the head of the mutant zombie, causing him to fall to the ground with a furious roar. Edward looks around, realizing that this enhanced zombie managed to kill a huge number of people. For a second, the thought flashes through his head that if there are individuals like him, then perhaps there are creatures much more terrible and dangerous. He hears Bella's footsteps behind him and turns around to make sure that everything is okay with her and that she was not injured after the battle. The girl pulls the crystal out of the zombie's head and is about to swallow it, but Edward manages to stop her. The protagonist begins to examine this time the green crystal, suggesting that its color and carrier may indicate a higher concentration of the virus. He understands that he needs to find a place to rest because the situation may repeat itself, and they will both lose consciousness after he gives Bella the crystal. Having come to his senses why they came here, he decides to find a suitable weapon among the many swords. He looks at the display cases and realizes that Anna's sword store lives up to its reputation because the quality and price of the weapons are simply divine. Walking through the hall, Edward is alarmed by a dull sound coming from under one tile on the floor, under which there may be a hiding place. Lifting one section, he sees in front of him a box with unique things inside. Having picked up the dagger lying in our box, the hero decides that he has found something amazing since it was hidden on purpose, and decides to take it for himself as a weapon. With a smile on their faces, they both leave the store, glad that they were both unharmed and were able to get such a catch. Anna is watching all this through binoculars, who is horrified that they were able to defeat that zombie and take her dagger. She's angry and furious because she's been here all this time, waiting to sneak in and take her favorite dagger. Anna's acquaintance tries to stop her, saying that they are clearly unusual people because they were able to kill a mutant zombie, but the girl is still going to catch up with them and take him away. The guy suggests abandoning this idea and going to a familiar blacksmith to see if there are any other survivors there. Anna agrees, saying that her cousin also inherited something from her grandfather. Her skill may not be so bad and they should go there. Finally, she shows an obscene gesture with her right hand, saying that she curses the one who dared to take her favorite dagger. Meanwhile, our main character sits and thinks about the fact that now he and Bella need to be careful more than ever, because the situation in which they find themselves still remains shrouded in mysteries. Having reached the intended hiding place, he begins to treat the front door with a disinfectant to get rid of the smell and not attract other zombies. Having processed the door, he locks it with a bolt. They say that this method of conspiracy is effective only in places where the number of zombies is small. You understand that now they are at least somewhat safe. He decides to give away the same green crystal that they were able to extract from the body of a mutant zombie. After he puts a mysterious green crystal in Bella's mouth, without thinking twice, she immediately swallows it without the slightest doubt. At that same second, a very strong pain arises in Edward's chest, so sharp and unexpected that it plunges him into shock. From such a surprise, he immediately falls to his knees, realizing that in a moment he will lose consciousness. According to first impressions, at least more than 20 hours have passed since our heroes lost consciousness. Our main character finds the strength to at least sit down and lean on the real chest of drawers behind him, not understanding what happened to him and how long he was passed out. He looks around the room he is in and realizes that Bella is not around, and most likely she is out of control. Deciding to test his superpowers, he feels that the connection between him and Bella is still active and leads somewhere outside. Using his power, he moves on, using the connection with his girlfriend, and sees her going down the stairs, not understanding how she moves on her own without his order. He decides to follow her down to that very place and sees Bella standing in front of him at the window, her face illuminated by the rays of the bright and warming sun. Edward looks at his girlfriend with incredible delight, and in his eyes there is a slight hope that she has finally recovered. He runs up to her and hugs her tightly behind her back, saying that he is immensely glad that her condition is gradually getting better. He realizes that the slight shock of the situation made him wonder if his girlfriend had regained her memory. He looks into her eyes, holding her tender neck with his hands, saying that everything will be fine because at least now she has some emotional expression on her face and she can move on her own. He orders her to follow him because she will probably be able to return to normal life if they continue to evolve and feed her crystals. The two of them set out on the streets of the city, infested with a huge number of zombies. And Edward also notices that Bella has evolved very much and has become much stronger. While the girl alone deals with hordes of zombies, he sees that in her eyes they are like inferior creatures who do not deserve the slightest right to life. Also looking at his girlfriend, Edward wonders how she will react when they have to face other survivors. He wipes the dirt and bruises from her face, knowing that he will do his best to prevent her from attacking other people using his control abilities. At the same moment, he hears loud noises and screams behind him, suggesting that it could be other survivors. He looks around and sees in the distance a guy and a girl, surrounded by a huge number of corpse eaters walking straight towards them. He notices how a girl armed with a beautiful and graceful katana, in the blink of an eye, deals with the nearest zombie trying to attack her. This girl with long black hair and a red headband with white flowers on her head turns to her friend and says that they should go back to the store. They change the course of their movement, turn towards the building standing behind them, and begin to make their way deeper into the store. Edward, observing the whole situation that is happening from afar, remaining unnoticed, understands that this girl is clearly unusual, and there is something about her that is. Not only is she skilled in combat, but she is also not afraid of zombies. A certain confidence emanates from her body, and if she were an ordinary girl, she would have already turned pale and trembled with fear. He looks at Bella and suggests that she may also be a person with unusual abilities, and now is not the right time to meet her. Edward turns around, deciding to leave and not get involved in conflicts because it could harm him and his girlfriend. A green-haired guy who is clearly a friend of the girl with a katana notices our main characters and decides to call out to them asking for help. Edward is clearly unhappy with the current situation because his screams attracted the attention of nearby zombies. He decides that there is no way out anyway, and he needs to help these two because if this girl is really a person with abilities, she can find out Bella's true essence. He snatches from its sheath the same dagger that they recently got from the sword store and intends to defend themselves from the zombies attacking them. Meanwhile, the girl with the katana tells her friend not to scream because by doing this he attracts even more hordes of corpse eaters. The guy with green hair points out that he noticed other survivors and they might help them. A girl with black hair and a red headband turns around and looks outside the store of our protagonist, who is dealing with corpse eaters. Edward manages to fight with ease because after Bella's evolution, his abilities also improved, and now he can control 3 zombies at the same time. He uses his powers to take control of nearby zombies and order them to simply step on him without attempting to attack, and treats them like pathetic dolls. A guy with green hair sees our main character fighting coolly and tells the girl with a katana, whose name is Shanna, to pay attention to this. A beautiful and slender girl with a katana, whose name is Shanna, says that this does not concern her at all. The green-haired guy and his girlfriend are running towards our protagonist, hoping that he will help them get rid of the crowd of zombies that is chasing them. As he runs past them, he grabs Edward's hand, telling him to follow them, and he will lead them to safety. Together, they manage to break away from the mindless creatures pursuing them and take refuge in a nearby quiet alley. Shanna tries to calmly analyze the situation by saying that they only got rid of them for a while. Her friend with green hair tries to catch his breath and through sighs says a big thank you to our hero for not leaving them to die. He looks at Bella, saying that they are very cool together because they fought so bravely and ran well and apparently have the same good stamina as his Shanna. The girl with the katana immediately decides to object to her friend, telling him not to address her as if she belonged to him, saying that they were just classmates. The green-haired guy once again thanks our heroes for their help, inviting them to come to their shelter to rest because they have plenty of beer. Edward thanks them but decides to refuse in his head, realizing that although his girlfriend looks like a normal person, it would be better to reduce contact with other survivors to a minimum. He once again tries to persuade Edward to go with them, to which Shanna replies that if they don't want to go, there is no need to force them. A moment later, the girl manages to notice Edward's dagger sticking out and unsheathed and tries to snatch it, but misses as he manages to react and return it. Shanna falls face down on the ground, and her friend, confused, asks what came over her and why she behaves this way in front of other people. Dissatisfaction is clearly visible on the face of the girl with the katana. She asks where our protagonist managed to get this dagger, to which she receives the answer that it does not concern her. She continues to insist on her opinion, without such wild aggression on her face. She once again asks where he got this weapon, asking him to tell him everything in detail. Edward replies that he took it from a sword store, which causes Shanna wild surprise and misunderstanding. Sitting on her knees, the girl examines the protagonist's dagger, asking whether any of the survivors inside the store survived or whether they are all long dead. Edward looks away, asking Shanna to get up from her knees and stop staring at him from the waist down. She immediately turns her gaze to Bella, saying that he has nothing to worry about because his girlfriend doesn't mind at all. Shanna immediately runs up to Bella, hugging her hand and pressing her whole body against her, saying that such a beautiful girl obviously won't be jealous. At this second, the thought of tearing the victim standing next to her into pieces flashes through Bella's head, but Edward manages to order her not to move, using his strength. Edward warns that his girlfriend cannot speak, to which Shanna expresses regret that such a beauty turned out to be completely not mine and asks for forgiveness. She holds Bella's hand, apologizing once again, saying that she doesn't look very good and she should rest in their hideout. She also looks at Edward, saying that she liked him too and should follow her and have a good rest, and also drink some beer. But they don't grab their hands and the forces begin to drag them along, saying that they haven't seen the survivors for a long time and they have something to chat about. After some time, they find themselves in one of the apartments of a multi-story building somewhere not far from their meeting place. The green-haired guy says that the place is small and they will have to make room a little, but it is clean and safe. The door to the apartment is opened by a young girl dressed exactly like Shanna and happy that they returned unharmed. This girl manages to notice Bella and Edward, asking how they managed to meet 2 more survivors. They go inside the apartment, in which there are several more people, and the guy with green hair begins to tell what things they managed to bring after today's hunt. Edward manages to assess the situation and notice a huge number of people in their apartment, and that this is clearly not without reason. The green-haired guy remembers his new acquaintances and introduces Edward and Bella to everyone in the apartment. He grabs our protagonist by the shoulder, saying that even though they have known each other for so long, he still doesn't know his name, to which he receives the answer that his name is Edward and his girlfriend is Bella. He also asks not to ask her too many questions since she doesn't know how to talk, after which he points his hand at her. The green-haired guy decides to notify everyone that Edward helped them out a lot, so they decided to invite him here and have lunch together. One of the guys lying on the sofa notices that how could he help them? After all, Shanna can handle it very well herself. One of the girls asks the guy lying on the couch, whose name is Jacob, not to be so rude, and he, in turn, makes the situation seem like they just want to eat for free, and she shouldn't shield them. The green-haired guy also decides to stand up for Edward, saying that they know practically nothing about him, and he helped them out a lot. Jacob tells his friend Emmett not to be so kind, because there is only enough food and water, and they have nothing to feed strangers. Emmett turns towards Shanna, asking her to support him in any way and prove him wrong. Our main character assumes that they just want to laugh at him, and he is not too interested in quarreling with such petty people who like to drive strangers away. He waves his hand, turns around, and is about to leave, saying that he doesn't want to become a parasite and it's better for him to leave. Jacob immediately jumps up, saying that he will not be able to feed his girlfriend, and this is just window dressing. In order to present himself as a real man, he should not behave so arrogantly. At the same second, Edward makes a sharp jerk towards the offender, since he clearly did not like what he said. He grabs Jacob by the clothes, lifting him up above him and pinning him against the wall. Jacob immediately decides to issue another insult towards his girlfriend, for which Edward instantly slaps him in the face with his right hand. Our main character points his finger at him, saying that this is called a well-deserved slap in the face, and if he says one more word about his girlfriend, he will give him another one. Jacob immediately tries to find help in the eyes of Shauna, who asks Edward to let him go, saying that he already hit him and there is no need to quarrel. The offender clearly does not want to apologize and admit his responsibility for the words spoken, so he receives another slap in the face with the left side of his palm. Shauna orders her friend to apologize, saying that his dirty mouth is to blame and he should think better about what he says. Jacob forcefully asks for forgiveness, thinking only that he did all this in order to save food, which they already have little of, considering they're friends. Emmett immediately runs up to our main character, also asking him for forgiveness because he did not imagine that something like this could happen. Edward decides to clarify who all these people are and why they count so much on the fact that Emmett and Shanna will get food for them, in return receiving that they are all classmates from the same boarding school. Emmett tries to explain that Jacob has a very rich family, which is why he has such a bad temper, to which Edward waves his hand and says that he wants nothing to do with him. Shauna decides to stop them, saying that the speed is getting dark and they better stay here for the night because zombies are much more dangerous at night. She grabs his hand at the last moment, squeezing it tightly and with the last of her strength praying that they stay and not leave. She looks into Edward's eyes, saying that he is very strong and experienced in fighting the infected, and they need his help. He turns to her and with an arrogant look on his face says that he refuses such an offer. Shanna is not going to let Edward go just like that and continues to hold his hand despite his displeasure. The girl looks at the main character with a pitiful look, saying that they are all survivors and they need to stick together and help each other. Our protagonist once again expresses his dissatisfaction while looking at Jacob and says that he will never help in his life if it has to do with this person. He glances at Shauna's classmates present in the room, saying that feeding these mediocrities is her personal choice and he is not going to help her with this. The girl tries to catch him, saying that he will agree to help them if it is not connected with Jacob, and smiles maliciously. Shauna says that they are students from the 3rd high school, to which Edward replies that this is a very prestigious boarding school, and of course he has heard about it. The girl explains that when they left their school, some of their classmates remained there and asks our protagonist to help them get there. Edward looks at them with a straight face, asking what he will get for his help, causing complete bewilderment in the eyes of those around him. Emmett is immediately disappointed in people, saying that, in his opinion, in case of disaster, people should have helped each other, but the world still remained incredible. Shauna says that his demands are very reasonable, but it seems to her that he has already received payment since he took the dagger forged by her cousin Anna. Edward looks at his dagger, wondering how a small and fragile girl, being Shauna's cousin, could forge such an amazing weapon. She explains that it was their grandfather who taught them blacksmithing, and although her skills are not that good, this dagger is still very good. After which she grabs Bella by the shoulders, suggesting that they have agreed on this, which means they should stay overnight with them and they won't have to worry about anything. Edward explains that he would never leave his girlfriend alone in the world, knowing deep down that if he leaves her with defenseless people, he will only see mountains of corpses when he returns. Shauna notes that he is a worthy man since he protects his girlfriend so carefully. When the conversations and debates end, Emmett decides to please his classmates by telling them that their new acquaintance has agreed to go to school with them. A girl with long yellow hair objects that they really should go to help them because they have been dead for a long time. Shauna sharply objects, saying that they must do this because she promised to return and save them. She also notes that if it weren't for their classmates and teachers who covered their backs, they would already be in the stomachs of zombies. The guy with glasses decides to agree with Shauna's decision, saying that if they leave them there and don't come back, it will be very selfish. He also decides to begin dictating his terms and making plans for the further development of affairs, to which Edward immediately objects. He explains that all those present have no combat skills. In addition, most of them will play into the hands of the enemy because they will become an easy target. Shauna explains to him that he doesn't have to worry about their safety because all he has to do is help them get to the school building. A slight panic and uncertainty about what awaits them begins to spread among all the classmates present. The guy with glasses decides to speak out again, saying that if they have a weapon, in theory they will be able to protect themselves. Edward orders everyone to go to bed and rest because tomorrow morning they will have a difficult test. Shauna manages to warn him that she will not let him spend the night with other guys and his girlfriend should stay with other classmates. Edward clearly has time to think of something, so he agrees with an arrogant smile and wishes them a good rest. Walking out the door, he realizes that he cannot leave his girlfriend alone and must always keep her under control. He uses his superpowers to control Bella and see everything that happens through her eyes. Shauna drags Bella by the hand, saying that today she will sleep in the same bed with her because there are no more places. Chance looks at Bella, asking why she doesn't undress before going to bed, wondering if she sleeps with her clothes on all the time. I assume that she is shy. Shauna offers to undress her himself while jumping on top of her and pressing his body against hers. She offers to undress if she is shy, providing her body for undressing and puts Bella's hand on her chest. Meanwhile, Edward, being in the boys' bedroom and lying on the bed, wonders why Shauna suddenly got this into her head. I understand that now it is he who controls his girlfriend's body and decides to agree with the request of his new friend. He takes control of Bella's body and throws Shauna onto the bed, standing on top of her, which makes her suddenly surprised, not understanding what is happening. She begins to slowly undress Shauna, causing slight embarrassment to appear on her face, as well as embarrassment from everything that is happening. Thoughts flash through her head that even though a girl is undressing her, for some reason she feels as if a guy is looking at her and she is incredibly ashamed. The level of awkwardness begins to go off scale, and Shatter decides to end this performance as soon as possible by saying that they need to go to bed to rest. Edward is clearly not going to stop and then suddenly grabs her shirt, tearing it off and contemplating Shanna's naked and tender body. In his thoughts, our protagonist grins at Ashana at this time and promises that he will no longer misbehave, looking at the imperturbable Bella, after which Edward orders Bella to go to bed and breaks off the connection with her, ceasing to control her body. Shani, at that moment, covers herself with some of the clothes remaining on her, and dissatisfied, shouts at her classmates so that you too can quickly go to bed. Before going to bed, she also states that it would be very becoming for Bella to smile more often because her beauty deserves it. Shanna also expresses her thoughts that she initially imagined Edward as an abuser who forced a defenseless girl to follow him. But after I heard from him that you couldn't speak, I realized that he was not a scumbag at all. The next morning, all classmates, including our heroes, gather on the street near the shelter and plan their hike. They discuss a plan for further action and also distribute supplies of water and food to everyone. Meanwhile, Jacob and the guy with glasses watch all this from the side, judging Edward for taking their supplies. He is clearly still unhappy about the situation where he received several slaps and wants revenge on our main character. Edward decides to clarify what weapons they have for primary self-defense, with the exception of the katana that Shanna wields. You understand that the only weapon of self-defense is a kitchen knife. They distribute everything they have to each of their classmates. Sometime later, they begin to move towards the school, simultaneously dealing with obstacles in the form of zombies. Edward understands that Shanna and Emmett work well together, and it would be much better and easier for the two of them to survive in this chaos. Analyzing his connection with Bella, Edward realizes that the crystals of ordinary zombies are no longer suitable for her evolution. He understands that, given the course of things, he needs more mutated or much stronger infected. Analyzing everything that happened, he understands that mutated zombies can be found in closed spaces such as hospitals, schools, and shops. While Edward was in thought, one of his classmates was grabbed by a zombie through the window of a street store. He manages to break the window and through a hole in the glass, drags him inside the building, plunging everyone nearby into shock. Our protagonist instantly understands that he needs to save the poor fellow as soon as possible. He breaks into the store through a hole in the glass and sees how that same guy is devoured by a zombie and manages to take control of it. After which, with a cool and imperturbable face, in an instant he cuts the insidious corpse eater into pieces. After which, Shauna immediately runs into the store trying to figure out why everyone is panicking and what happened. Our protagonist explains that their classmate can no longer be helped and they need to move on because he is dead. After the incident, all the untempered classmates crowd around the mirror display and discuss what happened. Jana understands that she must not give in and, using her leadership qualities, orders everyone to move on. Edward notes that no matter how stupid this girl is, at critical moments she is actually quite decisive. Jacob, standing nearby at this moment, looks at our main character, blaming him for everything that happened. The guy with glasses grabs him by the hand and drags him along, saying that they need to go because, without their help, they will simply be eaten. While Jacob blames Edward for everything, the guy with glasses explains that without his and Shanna's help, they will be easy prey. He also notices that Edward is much more stern and cold-blooded than Shanna and can force her to obey, leaving them completely alone. Jacob complains that it's all Edward's fault, who dared to hit him, and he simply cares about his survival and the survival of his friends. His friend adjusts his glasses, asking him if it seems that the fewer people there are, the more advantage they will have. He explains that now he depends on Shanna, and in his place he would be smarter because he will never win her love. He also warns Jacob against making rash decisions, saying that Edward is much stronger than him. The guy who received several slaps in the face from our main character bares his teeth, calling his classmate a traitor. Meanwhile, the whole group of people moves on, stumbling upon another crowd of zombies and deciding what to do. Shanna realizes that fighting such a huge pile of zombies is impractical and offers to distract them. Edward immediately decides not to send weaklings forward and offers himself as a distraction. He explains that everyone present should find a place to hide, and when the zombies start chasing him, they should immediately run away. Emmett, with tears in his eyes, puts his hand on the main character's shoulder, thanking him and saying that he is a real man. Edward understands perfectly well that he is the only suitable candidate because if Shanna goes to distract the zombies, the chance of her returning is not great. The girl thanks our protagonist for such dedication, warning him and asking him to be careful. Having ordered the entire group of people to look for a place to hide, he, accompanied by Bella, goes to an electronics store. Having opened the door, zombies immediately begin to attack him from all sides with the desire to tear him into pieces. Using his improved abilities, he immediately manages to take control of all the zombies. Having ordered the zombies under control not to move, he begins to move along the display cases, collecting mobile phones from the shelves. After some time, he constructs a necklace from telephones and hangs one on each of the zombies that he has taken control of. He checks whether the phones work as he intended and also sets the maximum volume on each one, preparing his insidious plan. He opens the door of the store and orders the zombies to run as fast as they can in the opposite direction from the shelter where their friends are located. As soon as the zombies start running, he uses his mobile phone to play one of his favorite songs at full volume. The sound and volume of several dozen telephones begin to attract a huge crowd of corpse eaters that follows the three puppets. At this time, all present survivors in the shelter also hear the sounds of music emanating nearby. I watch everything that happens. Shanna accuses the main character of acting like a complete fool, and his plan is no worse than the idea of a 5-year-old child. You understand that this is the very moment he was talking about. She immediately orders everyone to immediately get down and run. All odnoklasniki begin to leave the walls of the shelter in formation and move in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, a crowd of zombies still continues to chase the Three Stooges to explore the sound of music. While the zombies are distracted, the survivors manage to catch up with Edward and Bella, saying that they have little time left and should hurry. Unexpectedly for everyone, someone's corpse falls from the roof of a multi-story building to which zombies were attracted. At this moment, the entire crowd of corpse eaters is sharply distracted by the sound of the fall and turns their attention to our heroes. Edward realizes that they have very little time left, grabs the girls by the hands and rushes away, saving them. Our heroes are trying with all their might to escape from the horde of crazed zombies pursuing them. Our protagonist is trying his best to convince those present to find cover because they will not be able to fight these creatures in the open. Nearby, they notice a multi-story building and run inside a store with screw-type doors. The crowd of zombies pursuing them begins to slowly make their way through small cracks in buildings and doors, pursuing our main characters. Edward realizes that they are in a rather hopeless situation and orders everyone to take up defensive positions, destroying the mindless creatures one by one. Our main characters begin to defend themselves slowly, dealing with zombies springing from every corner. Meanwhile, nearby classmates, led by Jacob, do not understand what to do in this situation. The guy with glasses supports him, saying that he doesn't know what to do, just like him, because there were no orders from Shanna. At this moment, zombies also begin to descend the stairs from the upper floors of the building to the sounds of battle, from which our heroes find themselves clamped in a vice. One of his classmates is about to scream about the approaching danger when suddenly someone pushes him in the back. He turns around and sees guys in glasses in front of him asking him, "Michael, why are you doing this?" He falls to the ground and immediately begins to be eaten by a crowd of zombies, from which he can only scream and scream for help. One of the classmates standing nearby is also attacked by another zombie, who with his mouth open is about to bite off a tasty piece of meat from her. At the same second, I manage to save Bella, who with lightning speed manages to repel the attack of the attacking corpse eater. The frightened girl looks at our heroine, thanking her from the bottom of her heart, saying that now she owes her her life. Meanwhile, Edward, using his ability to control zombies, continues to deal with the crowd from the street. He understands that his strength is almost running out because so much use of force exhausts his body. Our main character orders everyone to immediately retreat to slow down, because if they continue, none of them will survive. Sounds and cries for help are heard from the upper floors, and Edward orders them not to stop and to think about their own survival first. Using his powers, he orders Bella to protect any classmates who are in danger. She manages to grab the kitchen knife of one of the defenders, and with its help, begins to chop up the approaching danger. After some time, he manages to fight off such a significant horde of zombies, leaving only mountains of corpses on the floor. Emmett falls to the floor from exhaustion, wiping sweat from his forehead and saying that they were so close to death, and he already saw the light at the end of the tunnel. After all the commotion is over, Shauna notices that two of their classmates have disappeared somewhere. Emmett remembers what he noticed during the battle and saw how two guys climbed the stairs to the upper floors of the building. Shauna holds a katana in her hand, saying that she still has strength left and they need to rise and check if they are alive. Edward explains that this is not necessary and they are most likely already dead, because if there are zombies on the first floor, then there are them on the rest. They look at the cracked walls and the ceiling from which loud screams and screams can be heard. A slight desperation clearly begins to appear in Sean's eyes. She leans on her katana and thinks that 4 people have already died through her fault. Our main character tries to calm the girl down by saying that if it weren't for her help, all her classmates would have been dead a long time ago. At the same moment, a fit of rage of one of his classmates takes over, and he, grabbing the guy with glasses, begins to say that it is all his fault. Grabbing a kitchen knife that was lying nearby, he puts it behind his back and is about to stab. At that very second, lightning-fast reflexes and reaction allow Shauna to knock the knife out of his hands and prevent the murder. Emmett also decides not to stand aside and at the same second hits his classmate in the face, asking if he is crazy. There is obvious dissatisfaction on the face of the guy with glasses, and given his actions, this is clearly not the last meanness he will commit. Image, in turn, tries to explain to his friend that the weapon is intended for self-defense and not to point it at people. A classmate tries to stop the emerging conflict by saying that everything is fine, and considering that he was not hurt, they should not quarrel. Edward examines all the survivors present, realizing that the losses will not end there, and not everyone will reach the final goal of their journey. The guy with glasses is worried whether Edward saw how he set up his classmate and decides to find out why he is looking at him so intently. Our protagonist replies that he was just thinking and they shouldn't hesitate and move on. Meanwhile, the path of our heroes lies through an underground supermarket, at the entrance of which there is a crowd of corpse eaters. In one of the rooms of this underground supermarket, there is a strange, huge, and at the same time ominous silhouette. This turns out to be an even larger and clearly much stronger zombie than the ones our heroes met. Having reached this very descent underground, our heroes begin to descend down in a slender and well-calibrated column. Emmett tries to assess the situation. They say that, judging by the silence of the local premises, there is no one here. Shauna suggests exploring this place and breaking up into small groups to help each other if something happens. Edward invites Shauna to stay with everyone else, while he, accompanied by Bella, looks at the inside of the store. Making his way deeper into the store, Edward notices that after the last battle, his psyche has improved significantly, and his visual acuity has also increased. Our main character always thinks that someone is watching him since they entered the underground supermarket. The protagonist notices that his girlfriend's innate reflexes are beginning to squeal very loudly, and most likely there is a very strong mutant nearby. Screams begin to be heard from the depths of the store, and our heroes immediately begin to follow the sounds to check what is happening there. Turning the corner, they see one of their classmates being eaten by the same mutated zombie, and Jacob just watches all this. The guy who is being eaten by a zombie screams in unbearable pain, asking his friends to help him and save him. A moment later, Zombie decides to switch from one victim to the second, rushing after Jacob standing next to him. He notices Edward and Bella running towards him, asking them to help him. Edward takes out his dagger, realizing that in front of him is a very strong and formidable enemy, and he needs to be extremely careful. Although the mutant zombie has enormous dimensions, it is still incredibly fast and agile and almost manages to catch up with Jacob. Having overtaken him, he makes a sharp wave of his hand, causing him to quickly fly into the nearby shelves. Absolutely without losing concentration with his second free hand, he swings in the hope of smearing our main character across the floor. Edward's reflexes allow him to react and dodge an attack that is much stronger and faster than that of ordinary zombies. The main character understands that he cannot hesitate, and he must deal with him as soon as possible before Shanna arrives. He uses his powers to loosen his control over Bella, giving her complete freedom of action and the ability to fight at full strength. At the same moment, as if by magic, she appears behind the zombie's back and makes a powerful blow along the entire length of his body. Edward decides to use attack tactics from several sides, and while the zombie is distracted by his girlfriend, tries to strike again. Together with his girlfriend, they manage to inflict several targeted piercing and cutting blows on him, causing the zombies to bleed. Having received a sufficiently large amount of damage, the mutant continues to resist. Edward understands that he must find his weak point. Using his abilities, which have recently undergone slight improvements, he tries to take control of such a massive and formidable enemy. I'm trying to simultaneously keep the Bella of another mutant zombie under control. His nose begins to bleed, and he spends too much energy. Well, still, overcoming the pain and gathering all his strength, he manages to make the mutant zombie not move for a few seconds. These couple of seconds are enough for Bella to pierce through the giant's skull with a lightning strike and destroy him. Also, in parallel with the blow, she manages to remove a bright green crystal from the corpse eater's head, which clearly has incredible power. Towards the very end of the battle, Shanna and Emmett come running to the sounds of screams of blows, clearly rushing to help. The girl's face clearly shows incredible shock from what she saw, because she had never seen anything like this in her life. Edward and Bella are standing near the lifeless body of a mutant zombie, who appears to be several times larger than both of them. Wiping the blood from his face, the protagonist answers Shauna's question that he is fine, and there is nothing to worry about. Analyzing the battle, Edward realizes that his psyche has become much stronger, and perhaps he will be able to control two strong zombies at once. At this time, Emmett notices Jacob lying in the chest of the wreckage asking for help. The wounded victim looks at Edward, cursing him for the fact that he had time to save him, but did not do it. The same classmate who was originally eaten by a zombie is on the verge of life and death and asks Shanna to help him. With tears in her eyes, the girl picks up a katana and says that she cannot do otherwise, after which she ends the torment of her friend. She explains that she could not do otherwise in this situation because they cannot help him in any way, but only prolong his suffering. Shauna is also trying to clarify whether everything is okay with our heroes because they very quickly manage to cope with a huge mutated corpse eater. Hearing from Edward that everything is fine and she shouldn't worry, she thinks about the fact that this guy is clearly hiding something from her. The sign that has been helping and bandaging Jacob all this time tells our heroes that, in his opinion, he will not be able to go further. He says that the color of his wounds is the same as the zombies, and that he might transform if they leave him like that. Offering various options for solving the problem, Shauna immediately refuses the option of taking him with her. In such a situation, they should not risk taking him as ballast because the rest of his classmates are already turning away from him. Edward decides not to take part in this conversation, saying that these are their personal problems and he is responsible for people he does not know. Shauna offers to leave Jacob here for a while, and if they return and see that everything is fine with him, they will take him back. Hearing all this, Edward realizes that he may not appreciate it at all, and the food and water will be wasted. They take Jacob to a safe room, leaving him some food and water, and telling him to come back when they leave school and check on him. Dissatisfaction with everything that is happening is clearly visible on his face, but understanding the position he is in, he has no choice but to agree. Turning around at the end, Edward looks at Jacob, realizing that he deserved this state of affairs with his behavior and attitude towards other people. After some time, our heroes find themselves near the building of the third high school, to which their path lay. Our protagonist notes that the situation looks too suspicious, and Emmett reports that all the zombies are most likely inside the school. In such closed places, there should be many zombies without food. They will mercilessly devour each other, and then it won't take long for them to mutate. Based on Bella's gut feelings, he realizes that she has smelled several mutants inside the building. I'm about to move forward. Edward stops Shanna, saying that at this point their paths diverge and he will go on his way. The girl smiles sweetly at him and says that in any case, she is grateful to both of them for their help and hopes that they can meet again. Emmett finally offers to give them a small part of his provisions, to which he receives a polite refusal and gratitude. Our protagonist finally says that he still has some business to do at this school, and they may well see each other again. After some time, moving along the deserted floors of the school building, the eyes begin to turn red again, foreshadowing the appearance of a mutated one. At the end of the corridor, they notice an elevator shaft, which, judging by the indications on the buttons, is still working. Bella immediately tries to react and start moving towards the elevator, but Edward manages to stop her with his strength. Without making hasty decisions, he decides to first check the elevator car by throwing an eraser lying nearby in his direction. Once on the desired floor, an incredibly loud growl and scream begins to be heard from the elevator car. In an instant, the elevator car opens and an angry zombie with glowing red eyes rushes at our heroes. Our protagonist manages to repel the attack using his weapon and stopping both of the attacker's hands. Using her favorite tactic, Bella tries to stab her in the back, but the speed and reflexes of this mutant are clearly superior to the previous ones, and he manages to dodge. The reflexes and speed of this mutant clearly surpass those of humans, and after a successful goal, he immediately tries to make a counterattack. Trying to defend himself, Edward loses his grip, causing the zombie to knock the weapon out of his hands. Without being confused and maintaining concentration, our main character manages to use his powers to take control of the corpse eater for a second. Bella, without losing the slightest chance, manages to deliver a sharp blow to the back, causing the zombie to lose his right arm. The attacker clearly does not like this state of affairs, and he, holding the rest of his hand, begins to frantically scream at our heroes. Edward manages to pick up a dagger lying nearby that he dropped. They say that now that he has lost his arm, he will become less dangerous. This time, together with his girlfriend, they decide not to distract the zombies from each other, and the two of them go into a frontal attack. Having received serious damage, the mutant can no longer defend himself so well and begins to receive even more injuries. A guy and a girl in love decide not to leave the enemy the slightest chance to escape or counterattack, continuing to advance and crush him with a series of blows. Edward manages to take control of the mutated zombie for another moment, giving Bella a chance to finish him off with one blow. Using her mutated body, the girl manages to slam the zombie into the floor with incredible force. Having collapsed to the ground, Our heroes manage to catch their breath, realizing that the battle has been won, and they have won. Edward takes the crystal out of the zombie's head, realizing that it looks completely different from the previous ones because its owner is much stronger. Bella immediately opens her mouth, asking Edward to absorb the prey he found, to which she refuses. He puts the crystal in his jacket pocket, saying that I will do it later in a safer place. Together with his girlfriend, our main character begins to make his way through the floors of the building, simultaneously clearing out all the zombies in their way. After some time, the two of them manage to collect a fairly large number of both weak and stronger crystals. Looking at his girlfriend, Edward realizes that the more crystals she can absorb, the sooner, in his opinion, she will be able to return to her human form. All these battles, according to our protagonist, improve both his physical skills and his spiritual connection with Bella. Edward asks his girlfriend to help him get up because he is too tired from fighting so much. At this moment, an item of clothing in the form of a garter falls from Bella's body right in front of his face. Raising his head, our main character sees his girlfriend's huge breasts in front of him and feels slightly awkward. He picks up the garter from the floor and returns it to its rightful place, tying it to his lover's collar, after which our heroes continue to move further along the floors of the building in search of the infected. At the same moment, using Bella's instincts, Edward realizes that there are still zombies in the school building, although, in his opinion, they killed everyone. He understands that Shanna most likely does not have the strength to deal with the mutant zombie alone, and decides to find him on her own as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the schoolyard, we see a wounded and disgusting-looking silhouette of a man. It turns out that half of Jacob has already mutated and turned into something vile and incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Shauna, accompanied by her classmates, is already very close to the place where their friends are hiding. Some of the classmates are talking about how their friends were without food or water all this time, and most likely they are no longer alive. The girl explains that she is quite ready for such an outcome of events, and holding her katana at the ready, says that they must fulfill their promise and check. They get to the very school office in which apparently the remaining survivors should be. They try to knock on the door, asking if there is anyone inside, to which they hear joyful exclamations from their friends in response. The door opens and they see the teacher's bloody, stained face in front of them, which plunges them into shock. Shauna claims that when they left there were more than 20 students and teachers here, and where did some of them disappear to? The girl pushes the teacher aside, saying that she herself wants to see what happened while they were not around. Shauna's face freezes from the horror she sees, which cannot be compared in abomination to any zombie virus. They see before them the gnawed bones of their friends, as well as a handful of survivors eating the last pieces of human flesh. Emmett tries to hold back the urge to vomit, saying that it's just disgusting to eat your own kind. The teacher standing next to the girl begins to rejoice, saying that they will no longer have to live like this, and they will be able to get them out of here. Fury fills Shauna, after which she strikes with a lightning-quick kick right in the teacher's face. The man does not understand what is happening. He tries to get up to recover after the blow, asking what she is doing. Shauna covers her face with her hand, saying that Edward was right, and all these people are just a bunch of worthless parasites. She explains that they could provide for themselves, but instead of searching for food, they chose to eat their comrades alive. Shauna says that the weak cannot be blamed for seeking protection, but if their weakness wants to justify eating their friends, then they are much worse than zombies. The girl turns around and leaves, saying that she is not going to help such scum, and now they are on their own. All the survivors present begin to blame Shanna for this state of affairs and, screaming, rush at her with the desire to kill her. Without the slightest shadow of doubt, the girl swings her katana, cutting off the head of one of the attackers. Meanwhile, Edward and Bella continue to explore the school premises in search of a mutated zombie. They stumble upon another classroom littered with mountains of corpses, finding no signs of mutated ones. Trying to verify his assumptions, Edward pays attention to Bella's reflexes, which do not foretell any danger. Finding no evidence of danger, they decide to go to other buildings of the school and check the location of the mutant zombie. Meanwhile, the headless body of one of the attackers falls to the ground with a roar, shocking the cannibals. Shauna turns to the offender, and on her face there is rage and a desire to tear these non-entities into small pieces. All those survivors whom our heroes came to save immediately begin to run away in the opposite direction. Shauna is not going to let any of them go because she has finally decided to put an end to these vile creatures. One of the teachers bows, begging for mercy and asking not to kill him because he will do whatever she wants. The girl does not agree, suggesting that, apparently, he heard the same thing from those people whom they killed and ate. The teacher raises his head, trying to justify his actions, and at that very second, Shauna's katana cuts off his head. At this moment, the girl is caught up by her classmates, who have accompanied her all this time. They see Shanna's imperturbable figure in front of them, as well as her clothes completely bloodied on her face and a katana in her hand. Emmett runs up to her, trying to bring her to her senses, realizing that the girl is in an unconscious position. At the same moment, one of the mutated zombies appears behind them and manages to kill one of their classmates. Everyone present begins to run away in panic, trying to save their lives. Trying to catch up and tear apart one of the children, the zombie decides to attack the backs of the defenseless and motionless Shauna. The guy with glasses manages to notice this and understands that they can't survive without her, and decides to commit another vile act. He grabs one of his classmates and pushes him towards the zombies again, drawing attention away from Shauna. The mutant is distracted by the body of an innocent guy and begins to gnaw his neck, causing drops of blood to fall on Shauna's face. This brings the girl to her senses, and she manages to react and pierce the zombie with her katana. Everyone present stands around the body of their dead classmate, deciding what to do next. The girl, who has experienced incredible stress after everything that happened, says that they cannot hesitate and need to move forward. All this time, they were watched from afar by Jacob, who is clearly here to take revenge. He decides to attack on the sly and grab Shanna, to which she manages to react, but is unable to defend herself. Jacob's physical abilities have clearly increased after the mutation, and he manages to make a powerful blow that opens the girl's body. He stands in front of the girl, who is trying to catch her breath and gather her strength, saying that they have met again. Jacob takes Shanna on his shoulder and tries to take her with him, but Emmett decides to stop him by stabbing him in the back. He manages to hit the green-haired guy in the chest, causing him to fall to his knees in pain. He turns around and tells him to tell Edward to come to the boys' dorm or Shanna won't live long. Emmett starts shouting after him, but the guy with glasses tries to stop him, saying that this will attract more zombies. The guy gets up from his knees and says that they need to escape as soon as possible and find Edward. Trying to find shelter from zombies, they run into one of the empty classrooms of the school, closing the door and trying to barricade it. The guy with glasses starts shaking Emmett. They say that he doesn't know what to do next and death awaits them all. He explains to his friend that they don't have many options for further action, and they need to somehow get out and find Edward. Their safety is compromised as zombies begin to break through the windows right in the room. Emmett grabs one of the desks nearby, telling his friend that they will need to run on his signal. He shouts that they need to run, throwing the desk in his hands towards the crowd of infected. They begin to clear away the rubble to open the door, but stumble upon an even larger crowd of zombies. One of the corpse eaters rushes towards Emmett with the desire to tear him into pieces, and he, in turn, thinks that this is the last moment of his life. At the same second, several lightning-fast swings of the dagger occur, and all the zombies find themselves lying on the ground. In front of them is Edward standing with a calm expression, holding his dagger in his hand. Emmett is immensely happy at the appearance of the main character, thanking him for saving his life and the life of the guy with glasses. Our protagonist tries to analyze the situation by looking around the room and asking why they were left alone and where Shanna is now. Edward stands and listens to Emmett's hysterical chatter, trying to figure out and compare what happened. He once again explains to him how they met their classmates and teachers, and also that Jacob kidnapped Shanna. Standing in a panic, he also says that he should definitely come because otherwise he promised to kill her. It is also reported that Jacob managed to mutate, and only Edward is strong enough to compete with him. Our protagonist understands that the situation turned out exactly as he expected when they left him in that very supermarket. He looks at Bella and understands that zombies can still have their own consciousness and character, therefore he needs to continue to evolve. Having collected my thoughts, thinking about a plan for further action, he wonders where Jacob went with Shanna. Emmett, with lingering panic, replies that he will be in the boys' dormitory and offers to take them there. He tries to hurry everyone present and suggests going faster while Shanna is still safe. Everyone present, without wasting any time, goes towards the men's dormitory and tells Michael not to lag behind them. Going outside, our heroes notice a crowd of zombies eating the body of another unfortunate victim. Michael is afraid to go straight through the crowd of zombies. A among which there is a mutated one, and suggests taking a detour. Edward notes that zombies can evolve by eating the bodies of people or zombies, which means that over time there will only be more of them. While our heroes are in thought, one of the corpse eaters notices them, and the entire crowd rushes into a fight with the survivors. Edward looks at Bella, nodding approvingly in her direction, realizing that they can easily deal with this bunch of zombies. Michael, meanwhile, squats down and shakes with fear, repeating the same phrase that it was better for them to take a detour. Meanwhile, our main character, gracefully wielding his dagger with the help of Bella, deals with his enemies. Emmett rejoices and turns out to be very inspired, realizing that everything will be fine with them. In a panic, Michael manages to notice that he does not see a mutant zombie who has disappeared somewhere. Everyone present, including Edward, froze in absolute silence, awaiting the attack of the mutated one. From the side of a nearby tree, a mutant zombie makes a sharp jerk towards our main character. His attempts to attack using the effect of surprise are broken by a powerful blow from Bella, who slams his head into a tree trunk. Watching everything that happens, Emmett thinks to himself that Jacob will pay for everything he has done. Having reached the men's dormitory building, Edward examines the fresh blood on the floor and walls. Emmett reports that this is definitely Jacob's blood because he was smeared with it from head to toe. Our heroes see a trail of blood going up the stairs, saying they can easily find them by going in that direction. Edward and his girlfriend move ahead, and Emmett tries to hurry up the lagging and out-of-breath Michael. Ultimately, following the bloody stains on the floor, they find themselves on one of the floors of the men's dormitory. At the end of the corridor, they see the silhouette of a man with shiny red eyes who says that he has been waiting for them for a long time. The main character understands that standing in front of him is none other than Jacob, whose appearance makes it clear that he is no longer human. The mutant's face clearly shows a nasty grin and complete self-confidence that he will get the drivers out of this situation. Jacob scratches his festering and bleeding wounds, blaming Edward for the fact that it is his fault that he became this way. Meanwhile, Emmett manages to catch up with our protagonist while running, wondering where Jacob is. A moment later, he notices the disfigured face and body of his classmate with horror, not understanding what happened to him. The mutated one tears his skin from which pus begins to come out, once again accusing his friends that they are to blame for what happened. He points his finger at Edward and says that if they hadn't let this man in, they would have just returned to school, and he wouldn't have turned into a zombie. Our main character analyzes that ordinary people turn into zombies after infection, but something strange happens to Jacob, and he is clearly different from them. It seems that his body cannot withstand the defeat of a pure virus from a mutated zombie and begins to rot. Jacob points to his hand, saying that it was all Edward's fault, and he could have helped him, but didn't. Our protagonist, with obvious dissatisfaction and anger, does not understand why he got the idea that everyone should take care of him and help him. He does not want to conduct a dialogue asking the only question that interests him, where Shanna is now and in what condition she is. The mutated one immediately begins to scream at the top of his voice, saying that Edward left him to die, but now he can take revenge. Jacob replies that if he so badly wants to know where Shanna is now, then he should cut off the hand with which he hit him. Our main character looks at him with an arrogant gaze, realizing that his mutation has clouded Jacob's mind. Emmett immediately grabs a kitchen knife, offering to cut off his own hand in exchange for Shauna's life. Closing his eyes without the slightest hesitation, he swings the knife, intending to cut off his own hand in one motion. Edward manages to stop the boy, takes the knife from him and tells him to stay away because he can handle everything himself. He asks his friend to calm down because the mutated one does not pose any threat to him because he is just a pathetic worm. Literally in 1 second, having made a sharp jerk towards Jacob, he finds himself behind his back, causing him to not feign surprise. After which he, using his dagger, inflicts a destructive and at the same time lightning-fast blow on the offender. Early turns out to be non-lethal, causing Jacob to grab his neck, not understanding why his opponent is so strong. Edward juggles a dagger. I note that I didn't expect that he would be able to dodge, and apparently the virus did not slightly increase his agility. He looks at him with an arrogant grin, realizing that the outcome of this battle was predetermined even before it began. After which, before Jacob's eyes, he seems to disappear, but in fact he moves at superhuman speed. Jacob immediately begins to look around and spin around in place, trying to catch our main character's gaze. A second later, Edward is right in front of the mutant's face and looks him straight in the eyes. Emmett, watching the battle from the side, cannot believe his eyes, amazed at the speed with which our protagonist moves. Jacob's eyes begin to glow red, and his face literally begins to exude hatred and rage. He tries to make a blow while speaking so that Edward does not dare look down on him. At the same second, our main character, with a slight movement of his hand, manages to cut off the attacker's hand. He turns towards Jacob and says for the last time he asks where Shanna is now. Jacob continues to smirk, saying that although his opponent is strong, he will only find Shanna through his corpse. He begins to once again describe the situation in which he was left alone to rot in the basement of the store, describing his emotions. I don't want to listen to the ravings of an offended boy. Our main character cuts off his head in one motion, after which he turns towards Emmett and Michael, saying that Shanna needs to be found as soon as possible. While searching the offices on this floor, they come across a bound and chained Shanna. Without thinking twice, Edward hurries to help the poor girl and knocks down the door to the office where she is located. They pull the gag out of her mouth, trying to calm her down and telling her that everything is over and they will help her. Emmett begins to untie his friend while trying to find out if she is injured and if everything is okay with her. A tortured Shanna tries her best to say that they shouldn't try to help her. Our main character understands what happened and begins to bare his teeth, wondering how Jacob could do this. Shanna grabs her hand, pointing out the injury she received, and informs her that she is infected and will soon turn into a zombie. Everyone present looks at the poor girl, trying to understand what is happening and find a way out of the current situation. Emmett looks at Edward in hysterics, asking that this is just a prank and Shanna is just joking. Being hysterical, he begins to scream in horror, saying that this is impossible and she cannot be infected. Our protagonist decides to bring the green-haired guy to his senses by slapping him in the face and ordering him to calm down. Shanna sees a kitchen knife not far from her, and a very rash and thoughtless decision appears in her head. Edward understands that the concentration of the virus in Shanna's blood is much lower than Jacob's, and apparently she can still be saved. Well, all this will be possible only if Shanna turns out to be the same as Bella, because if her body rots, then she will no longer be saved. Edward understands that he cannot hesitate in the current situation and asks for help, namely to take Shanna to a safe place. At that moment, he extended his hand to the girl, trying to help her get up from her knees and follow them. Tears begin to appear on Shanna's face, and she asks to leave her because attempts to provide help will not be successful. She grabs the knife next to her, imagining it to her neck, and says that she would rather die than become a zombie. I'm about to cut my artery. Bella manages to stop her by grabbing the knife blade with her bare hands. Then I throw it to the side and randomly hit the wall right next to Michael's head. Shanna begins to scream hysterically, asking why Bella stopped her and didn't give her the opportunity to die with honor. She looks at Edward standing next to her, fearing that she might infect both him and her friends. Shanna feels that she is slowly but surely beginning to turn into a zombie and experience severe pain, asking to be left alone. Emmett tries to get closer to his classmate by approaching her and asking what's going on. Edward manages to react, but there is not enough time just to tell him not to approach Shanna. A red glow begins to appear in the girl's eyes, and she immediately lunges towards her classmate. With a powerful blow of her hand, she sends Emmett flying, causing him to hit the nearest wall. The main character manages to notice that she has become much stronger and is most likely in the process of transformation. With the last of her strength, Shanna asks everyone present to leave because she is losing control over herself and her consciousness. After these last words, she falls to the ground unconscious, leaving everyone present in complete bewilderment. Emmett wonders what will happen next to his friend, whether she will transform like Jacob and whether she can be saved. He notices that Shanna is still alive and tries to approach her, but Edward manages to stop him, telling him not to approach her. The girl gets to her feet with a calm face, and an ominous energy begins to be felt from her body. On her last legs of consciousness, she approaches our protagonist and asks him to hand them over. At that same second, he managed to react and knock Shanna onto her shoulder blades, pressing her to the ground. She sits on top of her, not giving her the opportunity to get up, and Edward asks not to harm her. Shanna continues to look towards our main character, trying to reach him with her hands, and once again asking him to give her something. I understand what they are most likely talking about. Edward takes out a bag of crystals from his pocket, asking if Shanna is talking about them. Seeing the contents of the package, the girl begins to try even harder to break free, begging him to give them to her. Edward notes that most likely her instincts tell her how to resist the transformation. Shauna grabs her head screaming in pain and is told that her head is going to explode. Realizing that there is no time to hesitate, the main character says that she can still be saved and asks Michael and Emmett to leave the room. Realizing that there is no time to hesitate, Michael grabs his friend's hand, leaving our trio alone and closing the door behind him. With the hope that this might have a positive effect, Edward takes out one of the crystals and puts it into Shauna's mouth. The girl's pain is clearly becoming less, and she grabs the main character's clothes, trying to tell him something. Shanna, with incredible lust on her face, extends her hand in his direction and asks him to give her more. Edward realizes that the crystals contain a pure virus and is perplexed as to how her body is still holding up. He looks at the girl writhing in pain, wondering if she can evolve like Bella. The main character decides to feed the girl another of the crystals he obtained, saying that there is no turning back and hopes that it will work. Having swallowed another crystal, Shanna immediately faints, but Bella manages to catch her and gently put her on the floor. At the same second, Michael bursts into the office and reports that a bunch of zombies are moving in their direction. The protagonist takes the situation into his own hands, saying that they are leaving now. They should pack their things and get out of here as soon as possible. They begin to make their way through the remaining corpse eaters in the school building and move towards the exit. She carries Shanna in her arms, and Edward gives orders and directs the group's further actions. I turn my attention to Michael. He is amazed that in the face of a threat, his body was able to release its full potential, and he keeps up with them. At the same moment, Emmett catches up with them, trying to catch his breath and holding Shauna's katana in his hand, which he could not leave here. There is a smile on his face, and he says that Shanna values her very much, and it will be a shame to leave her there. Edward notices that Emmett is trying very hard for the sake of his classmate, and he, in turn, begins to make excuses and say that this is not connected with any feelings. The green-haired guy rubs his face with his hands, explaining that he simply values his friends very much, and without her help, he would have long ago turned into a zombie. The main character decides to support him, saying that he understands him perfectly, but now is not the time for chatting. They should leave. After some time, our heroes find themselves in one of the apartments of a multi-story building, not far from the school they had just been to. Emmett, experiencing anxiety, once again asks if everything will be okay with his classmate. He looks at Shanna lying on Bella's lap and notices that she has been sleeping for quite some time. At the same moment, the girl regains consciousness and throws Bella away from her with a powerful blow. She stands tall with glowing red eyes, and a truly unimaginable aura emanates from her body. Edward covers the two defenseless guys with his body and tells them to leave immediately. He orders them to close the door and guard it from the outside and not to go inside under any circumstances. In the middle of a gloomy room stands Shanna, surrounded on both sides by Edward and his girlfriend. Saying her name, Edward notices that she reacts to him, which means she was able to retain part of her consciousness. I try to say her name one more time, and she immediately rushes towards him with furious rage on her face. At the last moment, our protagonist's reflexes allow him to dodge and avoid a powerful blow to the face. He considers a plan for further action and orders her to be pacified as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Emmett and Michael, standing outside the door, hear the sounds of blows and scuffles, wondering what is happening there. After the sounds fade away, Emmett decides to check what is happening there, but at the last moment, Michael manages to stop him. He approaches the door and through it asks Edward if everything is okay. Hearing in response that everything is under control, they should not go inside. Meanwhile, Bella holds Shauna pinned to the floor, waiting to see what her boyfriend will do next. The protagonist understands that if nothing is done, then eventually they will all suffer, and they need to try to establish a spiritual connection. Having touched the girl with his power, the rage in her eyes cools down for a while. Shauna looks around and asks what is going on here, not understanding how she ended up here. Edward is immediately surprised and incomprehensible as to how Shanna can speak. He comes closer to the girl, saying that Shanna is her name, while also wondering if she remembers anything. I'm trying to remember what happened to her the day before. Her head immediately begins to split with pain. The main character immediately orders his girlfriend to hold Shauna again, not allowing her to escape while at the same time trying to take control of her. A moment later, he is transported to the world of spirits and sees with his own eyes what state the girl's soul is in now. He sees Shanna, next to whom there is a huge amount of energy particles hovering, and her soul is in a disordered state. He suggests that this is due to the merging of two personalities, which in theory can contact inside her body. Gathering all his strength, he tries to break through the disordered state of her soul and establish a connection with her. He makes a huge number of attempts to reach Shanna's original consciousness, experiencing a huge number of failures. Ultimately, his attempts were successful, and he managed to create a spiritual connection between himself and the girl. Having finished this procedure, he leans back on the bed and looks out that night has already fallen outside the window. Then they look at the two girls, realizing that he managed to take control of two mutated zombies at once. At that moment, Emmett bursts into the room and could no longer stand outside the door and just wait. He immediately runs up to Shanna, grabbing her by the shoulders and rejoicing that she didn't turn into one of the zombies. At the same second, the girl throws him to the side, swinging her hand and intending to finish him off. At the last moment, Edward manages to prevent an accident and orders the girl not to move. Stunned and not understanding what is happening, Emmett wonders what happened to his friend and why she behaves this way. The main character replies that this is a complication after infection within himself, realizing that his spiritual strength is only enough to control one of the girls. He also reports that it is better not to touch her for a while, or she will fall into madness. Edward decides to reassure Emmett by saying that at least she is not dead and has not become like Jacob. Looking at the main girl's face, the hero understands that if he did not have the ability to control zombies, she would have finished him off a long time ago. Without losing hope, Edward tries to talk to Shanna again, asking him if she recognizes him. Saying her name, Edward realizes that she is still reacting to him, and therefore some memories still remain in her head. Also, looking at Bella standing next to him, he realizes that they both retained pieces of their consciousness, and there is a chance to return them. After some time, Edward turns his attention to Shanna's katana, hoping that such a personal item could awaken some memories in her. The girl immediately snatches the katana from the hands of the main character, holding it tightly to herself. Convinced of her reaction, Edward tries to return the katana by taking it from the girl's hands. Shanna immediately crawls back, not giving our protagonist the opportunity to pick her up. I don't understand why this katana gave in to her so much. He tries to take it away again, but the girl manages to stop him with her foot, burying it in the face of our main character. The guy wipes the blood coming from his nose, agreeing that it's better to believe in something than to be a crazy walking dead man. After such a hard and eventful day, he only has enough strength to reach the wall, and together with Bella, leaning on each other, fall asleep like a baby. The next morning, our protagonist will be Michael, knocking on the door and saying that he has urgent news. Opening the door, he decides to listen to what happened and hears news from Michael that there are other survivors on the street. Deciding to check, he looks out the window and sees a group of people defending themselves from a horde of zombies coming at them. One of the red-haired survivors gives commands to the first and second groups, ordering their further actions. Meanwhile, all the survivors follow his instructions and use improvised means to defend themselves from the walking dead. The commander himself also does not stand aside and, in parallel with managing a group of people, also fights off zombies. Edward, watching everything that happens, understands that this is a real team of survivors who act harmoniously and cover each other from the flanks. One of the people manages to make a hole in the bars, and the red-haired guy gives the order to immediately retreat. Our heroes, meanwhile, realize that a crowd of zombies is moving in their direction, as is a group of survivors. A horde of zombies chases people on the floors of the building, moving higher and higher up the stairs and trying to overtake their victims. The commander of the survivors decides to hide in one of the rooms and barricade himself. He understands that his people, including himself, have spent a lot of effort, and they won't be able to fight the corpse eaters endlessly. Edward assumes that these people want to rest for some time in this house and escape from the other side. He explains to Emmett how the buildings are located and where there are possible escape routes. I also inform him that he chose this house as a refuge for a reason, because from here it is easiest to get out. There is a loud cry outside the door asking for help, and Emmett asks Edward if they will stay to help the survivors. The protagonist reports that if they try to open the door, they will encounter several dozen infected people and will not be able to help them. They decide to get out of here as quickly as possible, and he takes a rope out of his backpack, saying that the window is the only way out. Before this, he orders Shauna and Bella to go forward and clear the way for them. At that very second, they rush out the window, and Emmett, stunned, manages to finally say that they are on the 4th floor. Without experiencing any difficulties, the girls descend to the ground using street air conditioners as support. Once on the ground, they both begin to deal with the zombies with unshakable confidence. Ordinary walking dead do not pose any threat or resistance to them, and they instantly deal with them. Meanwhile, Edward begins to slowly climb down, using a rope that turns out to be slightly shorter than necessary. He tells Emmett that whether or not to jump is their decision, and he will only wait for them for 2 minutes. Meanwhile, the door of the room in which they had been all this time is destroyed, and the infected begin to break into it. Michael, who has already begun to descend the rope, hurries Emmett, who clearly does not want to become lunch for them. Using all the accumulated adrenaline in his blood, the green-haired guy finally makes up his mind and jumps out of the window. Having successfully landed on our land, the protagonist orders everyone to immediately get up and get out of here because they don't have much time. Meanwhile, from the window of the very room from which they had just escaped, the corpses of the infected begin to fall. Edward manages to notice the rage in Shauna's eyes and realizes that she is once again getting out of control. He understands that now is not the right time for this, and decides to strengthen control over the girl by bringing her to her senses, after which our heroes immediately begin to run away in the opposite direction from the crowd of infected. Moving towards the exit, Emmett manages to notice and points to those very survivors who are fighting the crowd of zombies. Edward sees the same group of survivors moving forward quite quickly. Our main character decides not to get involved in other conflicts and take a detour without participating in the fight. I'm trying to make my way through the alley and they come across another crowd of the walking dead. Without thinking twice, you realize that they need to break forward. He and the 2 girls begin to fight. Meanwhile, a group of survivors led by a red-haired captain finishes dealing with the remnants of the zombies. One of the survivors tells the captain that he saw someone fighting nearby. At this moment, our heroes continue to fight off countless corpse eaters. The captain of the group of survivors notices that our heroes are fighting quite well and decides to help them. Emmett notices survivors moving towards them, and Edward orders him not to be distracted. Through joint efforts, people quickly fight back against all those infected in the area. The red-haired guy notices that Edward is very strong and killed so many zombies without even being out of breath. He apologizes because he thinks that our heroes lived in this house, and they, along with their group, caused them so many problems. After which, the captain invites Edward and his friends to proceed to their camp, which is located nearby. The main character understands that since Bella and Shauna became zombies, Emmett and Michael are a burden to him. Weighing the pros and cons, he realizes that the best decision would be to leave these 2 in the camp and continue on his way without them. The red-haired captain continues to insist that they go to their camp and meet their boss. Edward agrees, but before leaving, he takes a beret from his pocket and places it on Shanna's head. He explains this by saying that although she is now in a stable condition, it is better to disguise her. After some time, they reach the survivors' camp on the ground floor of which there is a stronghold. The captain explains that they go on forays in shifts, and there are people in the camp who work and monitor the situation. Our heroes begin to move to the 2nd floor, explaining that if something happens, they will be able to remove the stairs, and the zombies will not get them. Having gone upstairs, they see in front of them a stately girl in a suit and glasses, who is making some notes regarding the return of the 2nd group. When Edward asks who this girl is, the red-haired guy replies that she records all the losses and gains associated with their teams. The girl continues to take notes, listing various essentials, food supplies, and additional supplies. The protagonist likes the atmosphere in this camp, and he admits that it is very good, like the person who was able to build it so quickly. Moving further and further along the floors of the building, they reach the office, the boss, who runs the camp. Entering the office, they see a man in a hood licking Chupa Chups who greets Captain Peter. Also, the person sitting in the chair reports that it took Peter 3 days to gather supplies, and she thought that he had already hung up his skates. The red-haired captain tries to make excuses, asking not to be angry with him and wanting to introduce his new acquaintances. The person in the chair turns out to be Anna, who is the manager of their camp. Anna and Peter begin to talk to each other about why the captain brought strangers to their camp. Decide to look at everyone Peter brought. A little girl in a green hood notices our main character and points her finger at him. Peter is surprised and asks Edward how Anna knows him, to which Edward replies that he has never seen her. Anna also notices Shanna standing nearby, who is her sister. Edward turns out to be very confused and hopes that the girl will remain calm and not get out of his control. After turning into a zombie, Jana still cannot speak, which in turn causes great aggression on Anna's part. Even though the girls are not on the warmest terms, Anna is slightly upset that her sister is not entirely happy to see her. The protagonist notices that the girl looks angry, but at the same time sad, and perhaps she is upset by Shanna's indifference. After her thoughts, Anna points in the direction of Bella and her boyfriend, asking who they are and why they came here. The girl looks at Edward very closely, wondering if they have met before. Our main character recalls his school days, suggesting that he was very ordinary and did not stand out much from the crowd. A moment later, continuing to examine Edward, Anna notices a dagger sticking out from behind his back. She points her finger at him and says that she remembered how this same guy stole her dagger from her store. The girl immediately begins to demand that the dagger be returned to her, to which Peter, standing nearby, also asks our hero to give it back. Edward is not going to give it up, which causes a storm of emotions on Anna's part. The main character explains that humanity has become the end, and anyone could enter the store and take it, especially since he risked his life and killed a bunch of mutated zombies to take it. The girl says that she doesn't care, and this is her first dagger, and let him immediately return it to her, to which in turn she receives another refusal. At that same second, a tall, white-haired and menacing man appears behind Peter and asks who Anna is quarreling with again. Edward notices that even though Anna looks angry on the outside, she is actually very kind and even personally went in search of Shauna. This white-haired man turns out to be the captain of the camp, who is very happy to see Edward, saying that he saw him kill mutated zombies. He is very happy about the coincidence that there was a guy in his camp, and even with Anna's sister, and also accompanied by another beauty. The man extends his hand with a smile, saying that he is always glad to see new survivors and asking them to call him Charlie. Edward shakes his hand, introducing himself to who he is and how he ended up in their camp. In his head, he wonders who Shanna is to him, now that he has her under control, who they are to each other. Edward says that Bella is his girlfriend and Shanna are just friends, and the two guys behind him are her classmates. Anna immediately intervenes in their conversation, once again in hysterics, asking for her dagger to be returned to her. The protagonist explains that he is not going to give it up because he risked his life, and Charlie is trying to resolve the growing conflict. The camp captain orders Anna to calm down, saying that she should be happy to meet her sister, and they all need to talk in a calm atmosphere. They all sit down at the table in order to discuss further actions and not take the conversation into an aggressive direction. Edward begins to imitate the actor, saying that they were just living peacefully in their shelter, but because of Peter's command, they had to leave it. Meanwhile, Emmett, standing behind him, tries to argue that everything was different, but Michael manages to stop him. Charlie apologizes, saying that they will definitely do whatever Edward asks them to do. He explains that there are a lot of people in their camp with supplies. He does not need material compensation, but only this dagger. Charlie immediately joyfully says that he should keep it, which causes a stormy stream of aggression from Anna. In his head, the camp captain understands that giving a dagger to a person capable of single-handedly killing a mutated zombie is worth much more. After a few seconds, Anna decides to take the dagger from the main character on her own and tries to hit Edward, but gets hit in the hand. The protagonist looks at the girl menacingly, warning that he will not stand on ceremony with her despite his relationship with Shanna, and this is the last warning. Anna tells him not to stress over such a trifle, after which she decides that she needs to clear her head and goes for a walk. Charlie once again apologizes that it was their fault that they lost shelter and supplies and invites them to join their camp. Edward thanks for the offer, saying that he and the girls have a couple of unfinished matters and they will not be able to join them now, after which he reports that his friends Emmett and Michael will be happy to help and are ready to stay here. Michael immediately agrees to join the camp, realizing that he can no longer tag along with Edward, who is completely indifferent to him. Charlie is very happy with this pressure. They say that now he is one of us, and he will treat him like a member of the family. Emmett is clearly saddened by this outcome of events, but deep down he understands that he is a burden to Edward. But still he also decides to agree to the captain's proposal, which brings a wide smile to his face. After resolving the issue with his classmates, Edward says that they will not be able to stay in the camp even for one night because they have urgent matters. Charlie agrees not to force them to stay and expresses his hope that they will meet again. Edward takes Bella with him, and Shanna tries to leave the camp as quickly as possible and also says his final goodbyes. Moving along the exit, Emmett manages to catch up with him, shouting after him that he wants to say something. Edward turns around and asks what exactly he wanted in response to receiving a request from Emmett to take care of Shanna. He looks at the girl, saying that even though she is now a zombie, she is unlikely to harm him, and he really hopes that Edward can bring her back to life. The main character puts his hand on the worried guy's shoulder, saying that he will definitely return his girlfriend to her previous state. Finally, Emmett enthusiastically promises to one day become stronger and surpass Edward. The main character agrees with this and then says goodbye, and in his head he thinks that it is better to live with hope in his heart than to be realistic and understand that they will not meet again. Anna watches them leave from the window, grinning and saying that she will return her dagger another time. Charlie tries to dissuade her from rash actions, but the girl forbids him to mind his own business. Meanwhile, our heroes set out on the city streets where a huge number of zombies are roaming. Bella, using her superhuman powers, literally tears apart infected people with her bare hands. Standing around the corner, Edward and Shanna understand that his girlfriend can handle such a small thing alone, since Shanna is very unstable. The protagonist is very afraid that he will once again lose control, and the girl will fly into a rage. While he was in thought, he managed to gracefully and very elegantly kill all the zombies in the area. After some time, our heroes rise to one of the upper floors of a multi-story building. Edward looks at Bella's sweet face, realizing that she can hardly contain herself anymore. He locks the door, saying that they haven't eaten for several days and it's time for them to feast on it. After making sure that they are safe, he begins to take zombie crystals out of his pocket, and someone's eyes sparkle behind him. It turns out that it rushes at Edward, knocking him to the floor and trying to take away all the crystals. He tries to calm the girls down by saying that they have killed enough zombies with food, enough for everyone. Opening the package, he sees in front of him a large forked crystal, which slowly begins to absorb each other. Taking it in his hands, he suggests that stronger crystals can absorb weaker ones and then increase in size. The main character is overcome by severe pain and notices Shanna standing nearby with glowing red eyes. Shanna goes into a rage, trying to break free of control in order to get the crystal. Since the crystals did not have time to merge into one, he manages to tear them in half, realizing that he has no choice left. He puts one half into Shanna's mouth, who immediately swallows it without the slightest hesitation. The girl is in severe pain and immediately begins to writhe and grabs her neck. Edward runs up to the girl, wondering if everything is okay with her and trying to find out what state she is in now. A blush is clearly visible on Shanna's face, and her eyes stop emitting hatred and aggression. After just a few seconds, the spiritual connection between Edward and Shanna begins to radiate into his body with strong streams of energy. The protagonist understands that it is necessary to calm her down as soon as possible and that she cannot be allowed to free herself from control. Grabbing Shanna's hand, he realizes that her skin is absolutely cold and has a red tint. After the waves stop attacking Edward's spiritual connection, Shanna loses consciousness and falls into his arms. He, the main character, is very glad that everything worked out and the girl could not break out of control, after which he takes her in his arms and lays her on the nearby sofa. Looking at the sleeping Shanna, he suggests how she will be able to evolve and what will happen to her in the future. Leaving Shanna to rest, Edward gives the other half of the crystal to Bella, hoping that his spiritual connection will strengthen after their evolution. Watching Bella swallow the crystal, he hopes that he will be strong enough to withstand another stream of energy waves, since the crystals are much stronger than the previous ones. Having swallowed the crystal, the girl begins to feel hot. Sweat appears all over her body, and a slight blush appears on her face. Just a few moments later, Bella's eyes light up with a bright flame, and Edward begins to feel a strong thirst for blood. He is amazed at how hard he has to resist in order not to lose control of Bella. He looks at his hands, amazed at how much the thirst for blood and destruction has grown inside his girlfriend's soul. The protagonist's body experiences incredible pain, and the feeling he experiences begins to slowly consume him. He looks into the eyes of his girlfriend, realizing that she wants to suppress him and break off the connection with him. Edward realizes that he is beginning to lose control of his body and that of his girlfriend and turn into a zombie. With the last of his strength, our main character is trying to control himself, otherwise it will be impossible to reverse the transformation. He understands that he needs to find a way out of this situation as soon as possible and somehow distract himself. Without thinking twice, he runs up to his girlfriend, hugging her and pressing her to his body. Asking forgiveness for what he is about to do, he gently lifts Bella's head and merges with her in a passionate kiss. After the kiss, he looks at the beautiful face of his girlfriend, in whose eyes a real feeling of love can be seen. Without trying to restrain himself and losing control, Edward throws Bella to the floor and continues his passionate kisses. After some time, both lovers lie on the floor looking at each other, trying to catch their breath. Looking at his girlfriend, he says that it doesn't matter how other people treat her and what they think about her, because she will forever remain the only one in his heart. At that very second, he is struck by the idea that the virus, when infected, spreads through the blood, and perhaps saliva can also turn people into zombies. Looking at his girlfriend and realizing that she had just eaten a pure crystal of the virus, he voluntarily contacted him directly. You understand that if he turns, then Bella and Shauna will get out of control, and then the chances of continuing a normal life will be zero. He hugs with Bella, realizing that the long-awaited first kiss turned out to determine his fate. Edward realizes that 10 minutes have passed, and his body temperature is very high, but he is still conscious. Jacob remembers he realizes that he and Shauna also remained in the consciousness of assuming that he would rot until his death. Lying on his girlfriend's chest, he looks at the ceiling, philosophizing that becoming a zombie is not so bad. He hugs Bella tightly and says that at least she stayed by his side instead of becoming a bloodthirsty lunatic. Looking into the eyes of his girlfriend, he hopes that if he does become a zombie, he will be able to retain at least a piece of his consciousness. The clock continues to tick, and Edward is surprised that more than 20 minutes have passed, but nothing has happened. Realizing this, he boldly makes the assumption that saliva is not infectious and does not transmit the virus. His concern changes to a smile on his face, and he says that he needs a lot more kisses to calm down. He understands that as long as he doesn't touch her blood, everything will be fine, even if they go a little further than kissing. Thinking about this, Bella puts her hand on Edward's face, causing him incredible surprise. He grabs her by the shoulders, trying to understand how this happened because he did not give the order to touch him, which means she did it of her own free will. Edward is glad that the crystals are helping to more slowly return grains of her consciousness. Edward also decides to check whether Bela has become stronger after revolution and decides what he can come up with. He picks up a coin and orders the girl to catch it as quickly as possible before it falls to the floor. Throwing a coin into the air, he managed to grab it in the blink of an eye before it had time to reach its maximum speed. The protagonist decides not to stand on ceremony and throws 4 coins into the air at once. He managed to catch 2 of them in his hands and hit the last 2 upwards with his legs. Looking at his girlfriend, he is amazed at her speed and agility, comparing her to a wild leopard. He understands that Bella's evolution is closely related to his own body, and therefore he has also evolved. With a smile on his face and incredible excitement, he decides to try it as soon as possible. Not yet accustomed to controlling his body after evolution, he stumbles from too high a speed and begins to fall. He sees the sofa in front of him, on which Shanna is lying, and tries with all his might to stay on his feet and not fly into it with all his might. Having failed, he still hits the sofa, falling to the ground and trying to get up, hoping that at least he didn't get hurt. I try to lean on the ground and get to my feet, but my hand bumps into something soft and pleasant. He looks at Shauna, rejoicing that she is a zombie, because if she were a human, she would have already cut off his hand. The girl looks away at the same time, feeling embarrassed and also calling Edward a pervert. Edward understands that he is not acting entirely correctly, but is surprised that Shanna is talking again. His thoughts are torn between the fact that he just touched the girl's breasts and the fact that she just spoke. Shanna looks at Edward with innocent eyes, trying to say some words and assuming that she knows him. Edward removes his hand from her chest, hoping that her consciousness has returned to its previous course. At that same second, Shauna's eyes light up red again, and she again begins to lose control of herself. The main character suggests that the instinct of self-defense to some extent can awaken her consciousness. Edward decides to experiment and, with a grin on his face, asks Shauna if he can touch her breasts again. The girl immediately begins to shake her head in different directions, trying to show her dissatisfaction, but there is no need for it to come out of her mouth. The protagonist decides not to slow down, hanging over her body and offering to do this 2 and maybe 3 times. Not hearing a negative response from Shauna, he begins to slowly move his hand closer to her breast. At the last moment, the girl loudly shouts stop, and her eyes light up red. Edward decides to stop his attacks, realizing that he may have gone a little too far, and this is unnecessary. After a short time, the girl's eye color becomes the same, and she slowly returns to normal. Edward understands that they managed to do quite a lot today. Both girls were able to evolve, just like himself. He thinks about how he can take a little break and celebrate this event. After some time, he decides to wash over this event and seats Bella and Shauna not far from him. He takes out some beer from his supplies and begins to empty one of the cans with incredible thirst. He decides to completely empty his reserves, saying that today he is immensely happy. He looks at the girls and they say that although their consciousness cleared up for a very short time, it was more than enough. He hopes that if things continue to progress at the same speed, they will both be fully restored soon. Although this event is a good sign, Edward is much more concerned about the fact that he has become stronger and more resilient. You understand that the alcohol has gone to his head. He decides to open the window and get some fresh air. Not far from his shelter in one of the neighboring houses, he hears strange sounds. He realizes that no one has entered the building and the sounds can only come from another person. He sees a little girl with blue hair in a maid costume in front of him and assumes that she was a survivor who turned into a zombie. Edward's face shows incredible surprise as he watches this girl begin to attack other zombies. In his head, he thinks that even zombies are sure that a dark, windy night is the best time to kill. I'm trying to analyze the situation and understand why this girl, being a zombie, attacks her relatives. He assumes that she is under someone's control. Even with a huge number of wounds on her body, the maid girl continues to fight the walking dead. Complete turmoil begins to happen around as the wounds and blood of other zombies begin to attract even more corpse eaters, turning into a real mess. Edward notices that the maid girl is much stronger than other zombies, and even with a huge number of wounds, she continues to fight back. He notices that the zombie girl practically does not hit the head, and this can be done in order to get the crystals. After some time, the maid girl is unable to continue to fight back and is attacked from behind by another zombie. She receives a mortal wound and, falling to her knees, realizes that she can no longer continue to fight. Edward watches everything that happens with a grin, trying to find human habits in the behavior of those infected with the virus. As I'm about to finish watching, he turns around and sees Shanna standing next to him behind him. He assumes that her smell of blood or this situation somehow influenced her. Using his spiritual connection, he senses an incredible lust for murder emanating from Shauna. Meanwhile, one of the surviving zombies begins to slowly evolve before our hero's eyes. After a short period of time, his body has gained a significant amount of muscle, and incredible confidence is visible on his face. Edward continues to monitor the development of the situation, realizing that the mutated zombie is beginning to attract weaker individuals. He decides to give the girl a chance to grab that zombie and drag her here for research. Looking at Shauna, he understands that she is too unstable and could very well get out of control. He orders them to go there and quickly completely sort it out and bring him the body of a mutated zombie. Meanwhile, the mutant continues to deal with the crowd of ordinary zombies attacking him. Edward manages to notice that the mutated zombie, in turn, begins to eat only those places where the crystals are located. He gives an order to Bella, and at that very second she finds herself behind the zombie, about to finish him off with one blow. Using his physical skills and with one movement of his hand, he sends a zombie into a deep knockout. Our heroes tie the mutant's body with ropes to the table, intending to begin studying it up and down. Edward takes the dagger into his hands, intending to begin an autopsy and study of what is happening with the body of the infected. The girls, under the leadership of Edward, assist him and help him hold the objects at hand. After some time during the autopsy, Edward pulls out an incomprehensible clot of green threads from the zombie's body. He concludes that similar filamentous matter has spread throughout almost the entire body of the zombie, especially in the brain. Deciding to make additional assumptions regarding the given substance, he decides to smell it and finds out that the smell is similar to a crystal. This thought leads him to a possible hypothesis regarding the structure of the zombie body, and he continues to perform an autopsy. He takes out a small crystal from the zombie's body from which threads stick out, realizing that every zombie has something similar, but the virus is so small that the crystal cannot be seen. This conclusion provides an answer to why other zombies begin to eat their relatives. They want to get even more virus and mutate. I remember the fused crystal. He understands that inside each zombie there is his own, but its parts are distributed throughout the body and gradually merge into a single whole. Looking at the girls, he suggests that one day the crystal will become so small that the zombie will be able to regain its consciousness. Shauna had little of the virus in her body, and she ate 3 crystals before it spread to her brain. The main character believes that all his conclusions are most likely correct, and that Bella will soon be able to restore her consciousness. At this moment, he turns to Shanna's voice, who asks why he is smiling. He replies that he remembered the time when he touched her breasts, and in his opinion, they are still too small. The protagonist realizes that further dissection is pointless and orders his girls to throw it away. Bella and Shauna take the bloody zombie corpse and throw it out the window. After some time realizing that they are all dirty after the latest events, they go to a clothing store. Before they can open the store door from the inside, a crowd of walking dead rushes at them. Using his power, Edward manages to take control of all the infected present, after which the girls in the blink of an eye manage to deal with all the zombies standing in their way. Edward takes Bella's hand and takes her to the locker room to help her change clothes since she can't handle it herself. A few minutes later, the girl comes out in a new, beautiful snow-white dress that emphasizes her figure. After this, the main character notices how Shanna has already begun to choose a dress for herself, and apparently, her consciousness is returning faster than he expected. He looks at the red traditional dress, sleeveless, which the girl chose. They say that it is not suitable because it is too noticeable. Imagining her in this dress, he thinks that it is not so important if she wears it when they are alone. Edward rummages through the store shelves trying to find a more suitable outfit for the girl and hands her one of the options. He also remembers that apparently, Shanna will not be able to change clothes herself and goes to help. After some time, the girl finds herself dressed in a beautiful black dress and artificial cat ears can be seen on her head. Edward smiles maliciously, admitting to himself that he has excellent taste. Just as I'm about to leave for the store, he stops abruptly and notices a group of people outside. These people turn out to be Michael, Peter, and Anna, who are closely looking at the corpse of a zombie. Looking at the captain's bloody axe, he understands that they risked themselves a lot to come here. But for what? She continues to examine the infected, trying to find traces of their murder. The girl asks Michael if Edward is really as strong as he described, receiving in response that this is the pure truth. She says that she will understand whether Michael is an enemy or not when they find the main character. Peter says that they could already leave here, to which Anna objects that she must deal with him today. The captain is cautious, suggesting that even if they find him, he is too strong for them. The girl begins to scream and orders not to whine because Edward was not able to kill them all alone. She suggests that all of Edward's strength lies in Shanna, who will leave him as soon as he sees her. Anna declares that it doesn't matter how they have to catch him today and rushes forward. I watch everything that happens from a safe place. Edward does not understand how a simple dagger could agitate the girl so much. He smirks, saying that she has set herself the impossible task of finding him in such a big city. He gives the order to use deft movements of his body to climb onto the roof of the building to inspect the area. He sees the trio of survivors heading straight towards him at very fast speed. Edward assumes that Anna knows his approximate location, but does not know where he is exactly. I'm trying to run away and somewhere to hide. He stumbles upon a computer club. Going inside, he meets a number of infected people and decides to make his way further to the upper floors. Meanwhile, Anna, accompanied by 2 guys, is already very close to his hideout. At the same second, another infected person bursts into the room in which Edward is conducting surveillance. He immediately decides to take it under his personal control, deciding to teach the persistent girl a lesson as soon as possible. He sends a zombie under control to attack Anna, but she manages to dodge at the last moment. The girl is perplexed, trying to understand how the infected man set up an ambush and managed to use a weapon. Hoping to finish off the attacker with one blow, she grabs her dagger, but while trying to strike, she misses. This causes even more shock to everyone present since ordinary zombies are not capable of moving in this way. After which the puppet tries to make another attack, which Anna manages to block, but realizes that the zombie is very strong. Peter takes out his axe and immediately rushes to help the girl, while Michael meanwhile squats and shakes with fear. While Anna and Peter are busy fighting with the puppet, another zombie's hand manages to cover Michael's mouth and grab him. Trying to combine my attacks, the girl manages to cut off 4 fingers of the infected man and knock the weapon out of his hands, giving the captain the opportunity to attack. At the last moment, Edward's puppet manages to dodge to the side and survive, after which the zombie retreats and goes into an alley, leaving Peter and Anna even more bewildered. He tries to lure them with him, which causes aggression and rage in the girl, after which they both remember that they left Michael alone, but turn around and notice that he is missing. Peter suggests that he could run away, but Anna says that most likely he could go over to Edward. These conclusions tell her that our protagonist is most likely located somewhere nearby. She remembers once again that that zombie behaved too strangely, and they don't know how many there are in total. She tells Peter that first they need to deal with the very zombie that attacked them. The guy says that she should forget about it and need to go to the camp because apparently the zombies that attacked them were intelligent and they are not ready for this. Anna says to get out of the way if he doesn't want to go with her. She will be alone and let him wait for her here. Peter bends down to tie his shoelaces, and at that moment the silhouette of another zombie appears behind him. Observing everything that is happening, Edward, who continues to control the situation, understands that he has successfully separated all the survivors, and now Anna is left alone. He understands that she will very soon be near her location and is preparing to teach her a lesson. The girl hears a noise in one of the rooms and decides to go in and check where the sounds are coming from. She gets upset that it was just the wind that knocked over the cup and leaves. A moment later, a door slams behind her, which worries her very much because ordinary zombies do not know how to close them. At this second, the same infected with whom she fought a few minutes ago jumps out from an ambush at her. He manages to attack the girl and knock her to the ground, and she prepares to finish him off with her dagger. Another zombie manages to grab her hand, leaving the defenseless girl in a hopeless situation. In her thoughts, Anna is already preparing for death, realizing that she will be eaten alive. The girl is surprised, not understanding what is happening, as one of the zombies puts her on her stomach on his knee, and the second one standing behind her begins to spank her buttocks with all his might. But she continues to not understand what is happening and frantically begins to beg for mercy. Meanwhile, the second zombie who holds her on his knee tries to kiss her. The girl begins to sob and cry, praying that she does not want to be raped. After some time, Anna loses consciousness, and Edward decides to stop bullying her. He takes her to a safe place and tries to revive her when you talk to her. Having come to her senses, Anna immediately begins to scream at the top of her voice, asking to be left alone. She notices Edward standing in front of her and asks how he ended up here and where the zombies who beat her went. She also asks if he saw anyone else from her squad and why he saved her. Edward replies that the girl screamed like crazy and he no longer had a choice, which makes her angry. When Edward asks that she doesn't even want to thank him, Anna says that as a sign of gratitude, he can keep the dagger. Edward asks that for her, her life is worth exactly the same as a piece of metal. Anna says that she has nothing more to offer in return and tries to find her own blade in her bosom. Edward takes it out of his pocket and points out that it is not up to her to decide how to dispose of his things. She starts jumping in front of Edward's face just to give her back her property. The girl also tries to appeal to her sister, asking how she allows him to treat her like this. Edward immediately stands up for Shauna, telling her not to touch her and watch her mouth because she has no right to accuse her. And she orders him not to shout at him because he has no right to do so, even taking into account that he saved her. At that very second, Edward decides to calm the hysterical girl by slapping her in the face. The main character orders her to watch her language, because if she were not Shanna's sister, he would have long ago left her to be torn to pieces by the infected. When the girl asks who gave him the right to beat her, Edward replies that the right of force gives him the opportunity to do what he wants. He explains that in their world, the stronger you are, the more power you have, and it depends on his desire whether to recognize Anna as his friend or not. He holds her face looking straight into her eyes and says that he is not a villain, but if someone is trying so hard to get to the bottom of him, he will not tolerate it. Anna says he shouldn't do things like that to her, and Edward grins and says he's not interested in punts. After this, he decides to ask the girl how she was able to find him. Edward also insists that she not try to lie about the bugs and other things, because he managed to check everything, and if she continues to hide something, he will leave her to be eaten by zombies. Anna says that he won't believe her anyway, but still decides to say that she has superpowers. Edward is surprised by the information he heard about Anna having superpowers. He comes to terms with his assumptions that he is not the only one with powers in this world. Looking at this small and defenseless girl, Edward could not even imagine that she had superpowers. The main character immediately decides to find out exactly what power Anna has, surprising her with his confidence that she has not gone crazy. He demands an answer from the girl, and Anna explains that she can connect people with herself. She is able to put a mark on any surface, and with this mark she will establish a connection, which is how she found him. Edward understands that time in the camp she hit him not just like that, but in order to put a mark. The girl manages to correct him, saying that her mark does not last too long, and she took assistance with her. She makes a pitiful face. They say that no matter how much she uses it, she does not improve. After which she asks to let her go because she told everything she knows and promises not to cause any more problems. Edward grins haughtily, trying to persuade Anna to beg him to let her go. The girl is clearly not going to bend to the main character, and she answers with aggression that she is not going to beg him. She understands that he is most likely mocking her, but at the last moment she looks at her sister and decides to succumb to the trick. Anna decides to make a cute face and says, "Forgive me, brother, for this behavior." Edward puts his hand on her shoulder and also asks for forgiveness for his behavior, saying that this is the last warning. He also adds that next time he will not be so gentle and kind and hopes that this will not happen again. As he leaves, he turns around and tells Anna to remember this moment and not to piss him off anymore, because there will be no second chance. Anna watches Edward leave in the company of girls and thinks that she can't just let him go. At the last moment, she manages to call out to her sister Shanna, asking her to stay for a few moments. She hands her something very small green. They say it is a gift from her grandfather. The main character notices this and tries to find out what she is doing. The girl hurries to leave as soon as possible and say goodbye. Edward approaches Shauna and notices that Anna has hung a small, excellent quality jade pendant around her neck. He grins, realizing that she came not only for her dagger, but was also apparently embarrassed by her true intentions, wanting to give a gift. His thoughts are interrupted by Shanna, who tugs on his jacket sleeve and asks why he wanted to kill Anna, since through their spiritual connection, she was able to sense his desire and intention. Looking at Shanna, he thinks that he really wanted to kill Anna, but at the last moment he realized that this was probably her only living relative and therefore did not do it. With his characteristic calm manner of speech, he explains that because they are sisters, he would not be able to do this. Shanna replies that she doesn't understand if he kills her, and she will be very sad because it seems so to her. Edward tries to calm her down by saying that in the end they're relatives, and they have no one else in this world. He also clarifies that she should have remembered her sister, otherwise she would not have let her get so close to her, not to mention letting her hang a pendant around her neck. Ashana holds her head, saying that she really recognized her, and that besides this, a huge number of memories are spinning in her head. Edward takes her hands, telling her not to worry about it, because soon she will remember everything and be able to become her former self. The girl thinks for a second and then tells him that she doesn't want to become the same Shanna. She adds that she and the White One are the same and they don't want to remember their past. She takes Edward by the cheek and says that he is not one of us and he is special as he should be. The main character smiles, saying that only he can pinch someone's cheeks, and next time she should show her affection differently. After which he grabs the girl by the waist, pulling her towards him and gently merges with her in a kiss. They stand absolutely still for some time, enjoying the closeness and romance of this moment. After the kiss ends, Shanna tries to describe her thoughts, saying that she finds it a little strange and finds it difficult to describe her feelings. The main character replies that he was just showing her how to do it, and next time she can take the initiative. Shanna begins to get closer to Edward again, offering to do it one more time and commit it to memory. All this is observed from the side by Bella, who watches with a straight face as Edward directs Shauna to move her tongue. A few moments later, their kiss ends, and the girl's face shows slight embarrassment. Immediately after this, Bella runs up to Edward, hugs him around the neck, and also tenderly merges with him in a kiss. At the same moment, our protagonist's heart begins to beat with incredible speed and purity. Edward grabs his chest with his hand, experiencing severe pain. realizing that this feeling is similar to when he first kissed Bella. Looking at the way Shanna wipes her lips, he assumes that her saliva has exactly the same effect. All this time, he assumed that the saliva of zombie girls was poisonous, but on the contrary, it was useful and acted as a stimulant. He hugs Bella and Shanna and smilingly says that his zombie girls are a real treasure. After this, he remembers that he left Peter tied up in one of the rooms, and after he comes to his senses, he can easily get out. Well, he's not going to just let Michael go because his assumption that he will keep a low profile has collapsed, and besides, he knows too much. He breaks the spiritual connection with the zombie who is guarding Michael, realizing that his days will be numbered. Edward understands that today he killed a person for the first time, although not with his own hands, because if he doesn't do this, Michael will cause too many problems. The main character looks at the girls and ponders his further path to the campus where they will go tomorrow. Our heroes have spent too much time and effort and decide to find a place to rest and spend the night. The protagonist, in a company of girls, sits at a table in a makeshift shelter and holds a bowl of freshly brewed noodles in his hands. He remembers, looking at her, that from the very beginning of the apocalypse he ate noodles only in dry form, and it was a luxury for him to brew them. Not intending to hesitate, he picks up his chopsticks and begins the meal with incredible pleasure and pleasure. He also remembers that before the apocalypse he didn't really need anything, but he was rarely satisfied with his life, and now only noodles are enough to be happy. In the modern world, everyone cares only about their own survival, and Edward's goal is to restore Bella and Shanna's sanity. Looking at Shanna at this moment, he notices that her combat power has increased many times, as well as her sword skills. The main character also remembers the very dagger that he took from Anna and decides to give it to Bella. He puts the blade in her tender feminine hands while hugging her from behind and asks her to try it on herself. Using her physical skills and acquired weapons, Bella destroys one of the entrance doors with several lightning-fast swings. Looking at her, Edward is even more delighted and realizes that his girlfriend's combat power has also increased significantly with the use of weapons. He hugs Bella in a very joyful and inspired mood and offers to celebrate this event, after which all our heroes go to bed in order to have a good rest and move on with new strength. The next morning, Edward wakes up to two girls staring at his sleeping body. When he asks what exactly they were doing, Shanna replies that she really wanted to bite him. She also explains that Bella also wanted to do this, but doubted her desires. The main character wipes the sweat from his forehead, glad that he woke up early enough that they didn't have time to bite him in his sleep. Having collected all his things, Edward goes to the roof of the building, saying that today they have to collect supplies. He uses his spiritual connection and takes control of several weak zombies, sending them to collect food at a nearby store. He also sends one of them to get a box of bottled water, assuming that this will be too much, but it is better to take it in reserve. Keeping Bella and Shanna under control, he realizes that 3 more weak zombies is the limit for him, and he needs to get more crystals for evolution. He also sends another infected person on reconnaissance, remembering that there should be a shopping center in that direction. His assumption is supported by dreams, and the zombie scout reaches a huge shopping center, which is clearly filled with a horde of zombies. Having collected all their supplies, they go to that same shopping center and go around it from the back entrance. Edward carefully plans all his actions, realizing that at the beginning of the epidemic, people were rushing to the exit, so most of the infected will end up on the 1st and 2nd floors. He also understands that the staff area will be much safer, but he still needs to keep his eyes open. The main character orders Bela to go forward and Shauna to cover their group from behind and be extremely careful. Our heroes begin to move and make their way inside the building, slowly but surely reaching the 3rd floor and not meeting a single infected person on their way. Edward suspects that something wrong is going on because there is not the slightest reaction from Bella and Shauna. Moving further into the building, our heroes still come across a number of infected people and decide not to attract too much attention. The main character remembers that mainly on the 3rd floor they sold clothes, and in the center there is a supermarket, and most likely there is something interesting there. Our heroes move further and further into the shopping center, hoping that they will meet mutated individuals on their way. At some point, Shauna stops and wants to ask Edward a question that worries her, because it seems to her that something is wrong. At that same second, someone suddenly grabs the girl from around the corner and drags her away with him. Edward, accompanied by Bella, immediately rushes after the attacker in order to save Shanna. Meanwhile, the girl finds herself pinned to the floor trying to defend herself with her katana. Apparently, one of the mutated zombies in the mall who attacked her is baring her teeth with the desire to tear her apart. A few moments later, the door opens and an alarmed Edward rushes into the room, running to her rescue. Taking advantage of a second of confusion, Shanna manages to throw the infected away from herself with a powerful kick. He decides not to waste the opportunity, and while the zombies are in the air, finish him off with one blow. At the last moment, while in flight, the mutated one manages to dodge and avoid inevitable death. Edward immediately notices that she is not the ordinary infected he met earlier, because none of them could dodge attacks. He immediately orders the girls to step back, realizing that they need to be as careful as possible because this zombie is the most dangerous. The three of them slowly and carefully try to drive the attacker into a corner and deal with her with minimal losses. The main character understands that she is much smarter and stronger than other mutated ones and is already an advanced zombie. The infected, realizing that they are going to drive her into a corner, begins to drink furiously, and her eyes fill with rage. Using her physical abilities, she tries to escape, realizing that the numerical advantage will not work in her favor. Shanna immediately manages to react to her attempt to escape and tries to strike with a katana, which the infected immediately manages to block. At this point, Edward tries to confuse the attacker by trying to take control of her with his spiritual power. The level of his evolution turns out to be completely insufficient for such manipulations, and the attempt is unsuccessful. The main character manages to feel his weakness with his whole body, since the rupture of spiritual energy occurs very quickly. The mutated girl clearly doesn't like this, and she immediately rushes towards Edward with the desire to tear him to pieces. Its speed clearly exceeds the reflexes of our protagonist, and without having time to react, he is pressed into the ground. The zombie reaches its mouth towards Edward's face with the desire to tear off a tasty piece of flesh from him. Trying with all my might to defend myself from the attack, the main character manages to grab the attacker by the throat, after which, with a powerful blow of his right hand, he hits her in the face, causing the mutated woman to lose several teeth. At this moment, rage takes over the zombie's mind even more, and she begins to control both of Edward's hands. In outbursts of anger, she squeezes our main character's shoulder with all her might, causing bones to crunch. Screaming in pain, the protagonist immediately orders the girls not to hesitate and to deal with the attacker as soon as possible. Bella and Shanna, at that very second, find themselves behind the zombies, about to deliver the decisive blow. In an instant, both of the mutated zombies' arms are severed and sent flying. Apparently, the infected woman did not even have time to realize what had happened and simply begins to scream in rage. At the same moment, the freed protagonist manages to throw her off with a kick. Holding his shattered shoulder with his hand, he orders her to be finished off as quickly as possible. Several lightning-fast swings of the blades leave the lifeless body of the mutated one lying on the floor. Our heroes understand that because of the noise that has arisen, a crowd of ordinary infected people is already moving in their direction. After remembering to take the crystal, they decide that now is the time to retreat and recuperate. Having got out of the building, the girls help the wounded Edward get to the nearest shelter as quickly as possible. Having reached a safe place, the main character groans in pain and asks to be more gentle with him. Realizing that Shanna is not good at bandaging wounds, he asks Bella to do this. Edward suggests that his control over her is too weak, and Shanna's bandages are too tight and may only cause more bruises. Remembering his last fight, he suggests that that girl was stronger than Bella and Shanna combined. Looking at Shanna, he thinks that if they both become advanced zombies, it will be amazing. His thoughts are interrupted by another crack of his own bones because he has weakened his control over Bella. Edward immediately manages to make a funny grimace and realizes that he cannot be distracted even for a second. Having finished binding our wounds, the heroes decide to think about a plan for their further actions. The protagonist decides that now is the right time to divide the crystal they have mined between the girls. Before dividing the crystal at the last moment, Edward decides to smell it and finds out that he thinks it tastes good. Remembering his past experiences, it seemed to him that the crystals smelled bad, and that now, in addition to the opposite, he wanted to eat them. He assumes that the girl's thoughts influenced his consciousness because for an ordinary person, such behavior is very strange. The main character breaks the resulting crystal in half and decides to give each of the girls one half. Shanna decides to give the more concentrated part of the crystal to Bella and puts it in her mouth. After absorbing the crystal, a wave of energy and pleasure begins to cover the girls. After some time, joy and pleasure are replaced by a fit of wild aggression, and their eyes light up bright red. At this moment, the protagonist realizes that they are both beginning to evolve and need to be on their guard. Using my spiritual power, he feels that this crystal is much stronger than those that were before, and that they cannot be allowed to take control. This time, the evolutionary processes took much longer than before, and at least 3 days passed. After this time, Edward calmly exhales, glad that everything happened without unnecessary complications. His joyful rejoicing is interrupted by Shanna, who suddenly says that she remembered something. What he heard evokes surprise and hope on the protagonist's face that the girl's memory has returned. Shanna points her finger at him and says that she remembered how he pestered her some time ago. She describes how he touched her breasts, took off her clothes, and groped her under the pretext of bathing. Edward, who clearly did not expect such a reaction, hoped that, having regained his sanity, the first thing he would do would be to pay and thank him for saving his life. Looking into his eyes, Shanna adds that she thinks that in the human world this is called harassment. Decide to change the topic. The main character decides to clarify whether she remembered anything else about her past life. With a saddened look, the girl replies that it seems to her that she must have a huge number of memories, but her whole mind is as if in a fog. The protagonist understands that she only remembered what happened after her infection, but does not remember everything that happened before that. Shauna tries to console Edward by saying that she is happy with everything and the state of things is not as sad as it could be. He grins, saying that her recovery is in full swing, and now she is even able to understand emotions. Having collected all their things, our heroes move on because their goal lies in the campus. After some time, our heroes find themselves in a picturesque area decorated with a huge number of neon signs. Edward realizes that the college town is located at the opposite end of the street and decides to send a small zombie to investigate. He sends the zombies forward, and he decides to explore the surroundings, amazed at the number of corpses that are located here. At this moment, Shanna interrupts him and asks why he doesn't like this smell. The main character turns around and sees sincere surprise and misunderstanding of what is happening on her face. He turns out to be quite dumbfounded by such a question, not understanding how to explain to zombies that an ordinary person cannot like the smell of rotting bodies. Jana says that she likes this smell, but if anything, she can pretend as if she doesn't like it. Edward grabs his head, asking higher powers what is going on in women's heads. The protagonist puts his hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down and telling her not to think about such complex and deep things. He also points out that it doesn't matter to him whether Shauna likes something or not. The girl thanks him for such kindness. You notice that sometimes she really wants to bite him, wondering if this is normal. Meanwhile, their conversation is interrupted by the fact that the main character feels like the connection between him and the zombie scout has been broken. Edward says that he did not break control of the zombie on his own, and therefore someone most likely killed him. Looking through the eyes of a zombie scout just a few minutes earlier, we see how he made it to the karaoke bar, after which unexpected ambushes, someone hit him on the head with a blunt, heavy object. Looking at the girls, Edward realizes that their inner instinct also did not detect anything, which means it was most likely a person. Taking out his dagger from his bosom, he decides to go to that very place as soon as possible and check what happened. Having reached that very place, he discovers the corpse of a zombie scout, realizing that his assumptions have come true. At that same second, Bella begins to feel something strange and, looking deeper into the building, realizes that something is definitely wrong here. Edward decides to use his spiritual power and take one of the zombies on the street as bait. Having taken control of one infected, he sends it as bait and decides to ambush it himself. Using his puppet, he begins to destroy and smash everything around in an attempt to attract attention. After some time of unsuccessful attempts, he realizes that the zombie has made so much noise, but no one has reacted yet, and this is even more suspicious. With all this, he looks at his girlfriend and realizes that her instincts are clearly sensing something. The main character decides to continue crumbling everything around, waiting for the moment when the stranger deigns to show up. At some point, someone attacks the bait zombie from behind, piercing its head with a huge kitchen knife. The zombie attacker turns out to be a surviving guy with yellow hair who shouts that he knows about the presence of our heroes and asks them to come out of hiding. Encouraged, Edward crawls out from behind the bar, asking how he can contact him. The mysterious guy decides not to engage in dialogue with our heroes and immediately begins to get into a fight. Attacking Edward, the stranger manages to pull out a red ball from his jacket pocket and throw it towards the main character, but he manages to cut it in flight. Having cut the ball, its contents fall into the eyes and nostrils of our protagonist, causing him to cough and cry. Taking advantage of the moment of confusion, the stranger wastes no time getting ready to finish off our main character. Shanna manages to stop him, knocking the weapon out of his hands and threatening him with her katana. Meanwhile, Edward, trying to rub his eyes and see at least something, orders the girl not to kill him. The unfamiliar guy exhales. I'm glad that he'll stay alive, because I thought that he had just a few seconds left. His joy is immediately interrupted by a sharp kick in the back, causing him to fall to the ground and begin to groan in pain. An enraged Shanna explains her actions by saying that she was ordered not to kill him, but no one forbade him to beat him. The girl takes the stranger by the collar, giving the stranger several slaps in the face and warning him not to make sudden movements. Meanwhile, Bella takes a rag and a bottle of water from her supplies and tries to wash out our protagonist's eyes. Having regained the ability to contemplate the world around him, Edward notices the weapon with which the stranger tried to hit him. He realizes that he is holding in his hands a sharpened file, covered in zombie blood and scratches that are enough to kill any survivor. A yellow-haired guy standing in the corner with a dissatisfied look asks what they are going to do with him and what they want. He tries to justify himself by saying that he simply wanted to escape from the bandits, for whom he mistook our main characters. Edward points out that the stranger is too familiar with the surroundings, therefore, he lives here. He also notices that the guy is trying to divert their attention from something important that he is trying to protect. The main character notices that the guy is starting to get nervous and tries to explain that he has nothing but a handful of supplies and he himself is starving here. The protagonist, with a menacing look, orders him to answer the question. If he does not want to give up his life, is there anyone here besides him? Plucking up courage, the guy replies that they can do whatever they want with him and his life is in his hands. Edward decides to let him go. They say that if he doesn't want to confess, he will have to search every corner here himself. He orders Bella to hold this guy tightly and comb the entire building with him. I make my way deeper into the building and inspect each room, carefully watching the reaction of the guy who attacked them, trying to see fears. At some point, they get to the utility room. Edward immediately notices that the guy has looked away, so that's where he's hiding something. The stranger tries to stop him, but the main character still knocks down the door into the room and sees in front of him a huge number of boxes and a refrigerator standing near the wall. The yellow-haired guy admits that this is his warehouse, and since he was able to find it, let him take whatever he wants. Edward senses that this is not all that the stranger who attacked them was trying to hide and decides to move the refrigerator to the side, revealing another door behind it. He immediately decides to check what is inside the next room, but before he can pull the handle, someone jumps out at him. A mysterious silhouette with a knife immediately rushes towards the main character with obvious unfriendly intentions. At the last moment, Edward manages to use his spiritual power and dodge the knife attack. A girl in a school uniform with a red bow on her hair immediately comes out from behind the door and asks to let her friend Billy go. Having almost lost his life, Edward understands that even the slightest mistake can cost him everything, and is very glad that his abilities were able to slightly shake the mind of this girl. The mysterious stranger wastes no time trying to once again attack our protagonist, screaming to let her friend go. Edward notices that she is moving too slowly, and it costs him nothing to dodge the attack. But at the last moment, the dagger suddenly accelerates. A moment before the strike, he again manages to use his abilities and shake the minds of the attacking girls, which gives him the opportunity to return. The main character assumes that the girl is seriously ill, but in any case, the speed of her reaction at key moments of the fight is amazing, and perhaps she has some kind of ability. He also notices that Bella has been acting strangely for quite a long period of time, and apparently she felt her presence. Edward decides not to waste time and think about everything that is happening a little later, but now he needs to disarm and capture this girl. Billy, watching from the sidelines, immediately begins to scream and demand to let his girlfriend go. The main character grabs a defenseless girl, threatening her with the same weapon smeared with zombie blood. At the same moment, their conversation is interrupted by Shanna, who grabs her head and tries to say that she remembered something. She says that in films such as Edward are called villains, which causes a less happy reaction on his face. Billy, meanwhile, starts screaming again, saying that no man would bully a little girl. The main character explains that she was the first to get into a fight and he was simply defending himself. When Edward asks why the two of them attacked them, the girl explains that she just wanted to save her friend. The girl offers to apologize for both of them, saying that Billy has already received enough for his impudence. The guy again intervenes in the conversation, ordering him to let his girlfriend go and don't dare touch her. The girl tries to calm him down by saying that in any case, they will not be able to cope with him, and besides, she is clearly not his type. The protagonist lets go of the girl and carefully sits her down near the wall, giving her the opportunity to clear her throat and come to her senses. After which he leans towards her and says that he is 100% sure and that she has superpowers, causing surprise in the girl herself. She also explains that during their fight, it seemed to her that he was also using some kind of force. The girl once again apologizes for her friend, saying that he is sometimes too hot-tempered and can overdo it, explaining this by saying that he would then act to protect himself and me and asks to let him go. Edward understands the situation perfectly well, but she is beyond interested in him much more than relationships. The girl explains that her ability allows her to speed up herself and her reactions as if slowing down time. The main character praises her for her honesty, hearing in response that in any case they are his hostages and there is no point in lying. Looking at her, he realizes that in their duet, she is the main one, and if she were healthy, she would be much stronger and would not be stuck here. Having finished the showdown, Edward decides to look around and study their shelter in more detail. Sitting down to rest for a while, he explains that because of the pepper bomb, they will have to stay here for a while and also discuss compensation for the damage caused. The girl points to them and says that they have already beaten him more than once and that they want more. She also points out one of Edward's companions, saying that she seems very familiar to her and suggests that she studied at the city's university. Looking at Bilo, she explains that she was the main beauty of the university and he was very lucky to have her. After which the girl decides to introduce herself. They say that her name is Nikki and she is a first-year student in the English language department, and Billy studied in the physical education department. Nike also asks not to be angry with his friend, saying that he is a very good guy, just a little nervous. Analyzing everything that happens, the protagonist understands that these two had problems because of unfriendly survivors. Looking at him, he understands that the current state of affairs does not allow him to be truly calm, and every day he has to put up with new dangers. Nikki also decides that the student is how they ended up here in the first place, assuming that, like them, they ran away from the campus. Edward replies that, on the contrary, their path lies precisely in the direction of the campus, which causes a real shock among their new acquaintances. Billy starts screaming again, saying that the three of them have gone crazy because he and Nikki barely made it out of there alive. The girl is trying to explain to the main character that it will be easier to go to the suburbs and find some kind of shelter there with food supplies and wait for help from the government. Edward understands that Nikki is a very smart girl, and if Bella and Shauna weren't with him, perhaps he would have done just that. He explains that he needs to do something there and asks to share information with him since they were there. Billy enthusiastically reports that Edward is lucky because his girlfriend was the main savior of the university team, and she knows the situation on campus well. The main character understands that although Billy is a good fighter, he is not very smart because he literally gave himself away. Nikki explains that she was not exactly a rescue team, just a few students and teachers huddled together. Edward agrees that the university is not small at all, and it is not surprising that there are similar associations there. The girl informs that initially there were 55,000 people there, and at the moment there are at least 3,000 survivors there against a huge crowd of infected. Having heard such numbers, Edward decides not to show his joy, hoping that there will be a huge number of mutants there. Nike also adds that all 3,000 survivors do not have a common command and are divided into small groups throughout the town. She also adds that in the largest team of more than 200 people, there are very few supplies there, so most are planning to escape from there. There were more than 30 people on her team, but in the end only 10 made it out. And in the end it was just the two of them. Reflecting on the further plan of action, Edward is upset that due to Nikki's health, he will not be able to show them the way. Billy again begins to object, saying that he is crazy because she is already weak and does not have to obey his every whim. The girl immediately shuts up her best friend by saying that she herself has the right to decide what to do. The guy tries to justify himself by saying that he and Nikki are one team, and he is trying his best to take care of her and protect her. Edward immediately objects to such a statement, asking why he locked her in such a place and watched her slowly die. Nikki immediately orders his friend to shut up if he doesn't want to get beaten up again. Billy falls silent and quietly grinds his teeth, thinking to himself who this guy even is that has the right to shout at him. The main character says that he doesn't want to cause her problems and asks her to just draw him a map and they will be even. Nikki immediately counters with confidence and a straight face, saying that she will go with them. Looking at the trio of our heroes, she claims that she will find the strength and courage to accompany them to the campus. Her friend immediately tries to object, trying to dissuade her from such a reckless idea, explaining that it is too dangerous there and it is not worth going there. Nikki explains that the days go by and she only gets worse and she doesn't want to die. She certainly doesn't have an illness. The girl claims that she will not become ballast and that he will help her along the way, but on the condition that he can take them to the university hospital. When Edward asks why she should go to the hospital, they will return to their rescue team. She simply smiles sweetly. The girl explains that she just wants to find some medicine in the hospital because it's better than just waiting for death. The main character understands that this arrangement is much better than going at random according to a map or information received orally. Looking at Billy, he understands that the two of them definitely won't get there, and if he were in their place, he would have done the same thing. Edward admits that this girl is very smart and knows how to make an equal exchange. These are the kind of people who fit perfectly into the world of the apocalypse. The protagonist immediately decides to set several conditions, saying that if through their fault they find themselves in danger, then his team will be a priority. Nikki asks to look at her and answer honestly whether, in his opinion, she can cause trouble. Standing next to him, Billy also agrees that everything along the way should go smoothly without any visible incidents. Edward says that it is too late to set off today, and he planned to find shelter to wait out the night. The girl invites them all to stay here because it's safe here and zombies don't come here, to which the main character happily agrees. Nikki also decides to find out how many people with superpowers exist, according to Edward. He thinks, remembering that so far he has only met Anna and Nikki herself, and each of them is useful in their own way. Shaking his head from side to side, he says that, in his opinion, there are not so many of them, and they are very rarely the exception. The girl adds that as far as she knows, there is only one other person at the university with super abilities, but he is bad, and it is better not to meet him. Edward also decides to clarify how exactly the girl received her ability in return, and she has had it since birth. Pondering the information received, the main character comes to the conclusion that his super ability is still a mystery because he still has very little information. Having finished the conversation, the main character says that they will look for another room and they will be allowed here. Billy already wants to object to why he is trying to be alone, but Nikki immediately stops him and asks him not to stick his nose where it shouldn't. Finally, Edward looks at his new acquaintances, rejoicing that they are very good people and agreed to help him, after which he, accompanied by the girls, leaves the hidden room and goes in search of the room. Nikki is glad that their new acquaintance behaved quite well with her, although it is unlikely that she would have been able to do anything if he had begun to threaten her. She also says that Billy may hate him, but he must understand that his strength clearly puts him a step above them. Meanwhile, in Edward's room, Belle and Sean are looking at a green glass bottle with childish delight. Shanna picks up the bottle and says that she remembers that if she drinks its contents, she will feel good. The girl uncorks the bottle and begins to absorb its contents at incredible speed, after which Shanna decides not to be alone and let Bella taste the contents of the bottle. Edward tries to stop her, telling her not to teach her bad things, but the girl is already starting to pour the contents directly into Bella's mouth. The main character grabs his face, saying that his dear girlfriend was desecrated by such a terrible act, after which he raises his head, says that he has a bad feeling, and sees how his companions are beaten and very drunk. A slight blush can be seen on the girls' faces, and their eyes are filled with excitement and the desire to do something crazy. The girls grab our main character by the hands, causing him to have a panic attack and not understand what they want to do with him. Shanna eagerly licks her lips, slowly bringing them to Edward's neck, who asks her to stop and not dare to do this. At the last moment, he manages to push the girl away from his neck. They say that they agreed that she would not bite him. Shanna replies that she didn't mean to bite him, but just to lightly and tenderly kiss his neck. Alarmed, Edward says that the kiss is just an excuse, and he thinks that she actually wanted to bite him. Meanwhile, Bella also begins to pull her lips towards the protagonist's neck, forcing him to fight off two girls at once. At the last moment, our main character manages to take control of them using his spiritual powers. He suggests that alcohol awakens their instincts and their consumption should be kept to a minimum in the future. A moment later, the door to the room opens sharply and Billy comes in, shouting what is happening here. He notices Edward sitting on the sofa, hugging two beautiful, sweet girls. Billy immediately apologizes and abruptly closes the door, saying that he will no longer disturb them and asks for forgiveness. Standing outside the door, he silently envies, realizing that it wasn't even dark yet, and he couldn't imagine that they were so shameless. Meanwhile, Bella and Shauna stop pestering Edward, making him happy that the girls sober up as quickly as they get drunk. Looking at them, he decides to give them a good scolding, saying that they won't get another drop of alcohol. Edward says it's a shame there's someone at the door, otherwise they could have had a lot of fun without alcohol. Shans are interested in how they could have fun in return, receiving that they could play a very interesting game. After which Edward puts his hand on the girl's head, gently stroking her and saying that she will learn about this game next time. The three of them go to bed, realizing that they need to have a good rest and get up early tomorrow and hit the road. The next morning, they knock on the door, trying to wake up our heroes, while at the same time eavesdropping and trying to understand what dirty things they are doing there. Suddenly, the door of the room opens and a dissatisfied Shanna looks at him with a threatening look. Billy understands that it's better not to anger her if he doesn't want to get hit in the face again and asks them to quickly get ready because it's already dawn. A formidable girl with a calm look, without a single muscle movement on her face, orders him to get out of here immediately. Meanwhile, inside the room, Edward says that he simply asked to be driven away, not to scare him half to death. At the same time, he tries to put boots on Bella's feet, asking her not to move around in one place. At the same time, Nikki looks into the room and asks Edward if he really loves Bella so much that he even dresses her himself. I understand that everyone has woken up a long time ago. The main character asks if they are all ready to hit the road. Having collected all their things, they begin to move towards the campus. Looking after him, Nikki wonders how great Edward's strength is if he is accompanied by such girls. After some time, our heroes find themselves very close to the campus. When Edward asks how long they have to go, Nikki replies that as soon as they leave this alley, they will run into a wall, which they will have to climb over to get inside. The girl also explains that this is how they managed to escape, and now it's probably the safest way to get inside. She also adds that in the dormitories there will be the most zombies, and it is unlikely that anywhere on the territory their number will be higher than there. Nikki asks not to worry because she is not lying to him and perfectly recognizes his strength, to which Edward grins. The girl also turns to Billy and asks him to give him his weapon, which originally belonged to her. The main character remembers that same bloody file, asking how much time it took to sharpen it like that. He throws it over himself towards the confused guy, who falls to the ground in the hope that he will be able to catch him. At that very second, Nikki, using her super abilities, manages to catch the weapon by the handle without allowing herself or her friend to get hurt. The guy looks at Edward menacingly, realizing that he did all this on purpose. The ranting of our heroes is interrupted by a bunch of zombies that suddenly appear from around the corner. Without thinking twice, the protagonist orders Bella and Shauna to deal with the crowd of infected as soon as possible. Looking at Edward, Nikki suggests that his abilities most likely allow him to influence the mind of his opponent, even if it is a zombie. In battle, any delay can be fatal, and coupled with the strength of his two companions, their team is practically invincible. Having dealt with the infected, they fought and looked at the bloody Shanna and fell into slight horror. Nike approaches our main character enthusiastically, saying that he has a very strong ability, and he in turn also praises her powers. He understands perfectly well that she is amazing. She has a strong ability, and she is not afraid of danger and is ready to fight her illness. After some time, our heroes get to the right place, and Nikki points to the fence next to them. She also adds that to get inside, you only have to climb over this wall. The girl says that, judging by the traces of blood on the wall, the zombies tore off someone's arm, and most likely he didn't last long, and the zombies ate his body. Don't waste time. Edward is already on top of the wall and asks everyone present to hurry up. Together with Bella, they climb over the wall in the blink of an eye and ask the others to follow them. Nikki smiles and asks if Shauna will go first, to which she says that she will cover them from behind. Billy immediately decides to help his friend by creating an impromptu springboard out of his hands. The girl jumps over the wall, but at the last moment she trips and begins to fall to the ground. Just before landing, Edward manages to catch her and holds the princess in his arms. Billy, who is keeping up with them, noticing this situation, immediately decides to attack the main character, asking what he allows himself. The girl asks her friend not to fool around, because they just picked her up so she wouldn't fall. Also, Shanna, standing behind him, expresses her dissatisfaction with his look and asks him not to do that. I warn you that if he looks at Edward like that again, she will hit him in the face like last time. Having climbed over the wall, our heroes begin to move deeper into the campus. The protagonist decides to ask how long they have to go through this park, and Nikki answers approximately 8 minutes. She says that this path is safer and there is no need to turn off anywhere, just go straight. You also add that when they ran away from here, they were chased by zombies. Perhaps they are still somewhere in the park and they need to be careful. Shauna immediately looks back towards Nikki, asking her not to worry because if something happens, they will be able to stand up for themselves. The girl smiles sweetly, explaining that she was just warning me because it was her responsibility. Looking at their conversation, Edward smiles, realizing that Shauna's consciousness is being restored at a fairly rapid pace. His thoughts are interrupted by a zombie suddenly jumping out of the bushes and waiting for them in ambush. He quickly gets closer to Nikki, but she manages to use her super abilities. She grabs a utility blade from her pocket and plunges it straight into the chest of the attacking infected. At the last moment, it turns out that this blow was not enough, and the zombie is still alive. The enraged infected man manages to hit the girl with his right hand, causing her to fall to the ground. At that same second, the person standing nearby manages to throw her dagger and pierce the corpse eater's head with it. Concerned, Billy helps his friend get up, asking if she's okay, saying that they need to move on. The girl thanks for her salvation, hearing in response that this was part of their deal because they promised to protect her. Before moving on, the belly begins to scream furiously, pointing at the corpse of a zombie, claiming that it is their acquaintance. An angry Edward immediately manages to slap him in the face, ordering him to shut up and not shout to the whole neighborhood. He scolds the guy, asking why he allows himself to yell, not realizing that this will attract even more infected throughout the area. Nikki also agrees with Edward, saying that she already told him not to be so reckless. All that the Beat can do in this situation is to remain silent, remembering the words spoken to him before, and bare his teeth looking at our main character. Looking at his back, he assumes that without the help of Bella and Shauna, Edward is nothing. Nike also remembers the zombie he killed, adding that his name was Chuan, and he was part of their rescue team. At that moment, they were all panicked and simply ran away, and even after hearing him being bitten, no one dared to help him. Edward agrees, saying that they did the right thing because anyone who is bitten by a zombie will become a zombie themselves, and there was nothing they could do. Nikki looks to the sky, hoping that someday everything will return to normal and the world will be the same as it was before the apocalypse. The protagonist is trying to change the topic because now it is better to deal with pressing problems than to dream about the future. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by another crowd of infected people emerging from the depths of the park. Edward decides not to hesitate there and then, rushing into battle saying that the rest of the zombies remain under their supervision. Billy doesn't understand what the rest of the phrase means when several more infected appear behind him. He turns around and begins to try to fight off the attackers, while simultaneously thinking about helping himself because there are too many of them. Meanwhile, the main character, accompanied by his girls, easily deals with the corpse eaters. Looking at him, Billy is filled with anger and misunderstanding why everything comes so easily to this gigolo. All this thinking about Edward doesn't help him concentrate enough to resist the attack. Meanwhile, our heroes manage to defeat most of the infected who attacked them. At this time, Nikki manages to help his useless friend in the battle. The girl also begins to scold him during the fight, reminding him that she has already ordered him more than once not to be distracted during the battle. She adds that Billy should not think about him because Edward's superpowers are what makes him so strong. The guy bares his teeth looking at our protagonist's back, dreaming that if he had the abilities he would be much stronger. Having finished the battle, Edward asks Nika where they should move next, because simply standing on the street is not the best idea. He suggests going to the hospital because that's where his companion wanted to go. He also smiles sweetly and says that they are all on the same team and should help each other at the same time, thinking about the fact that there must be a huge number of mutants in the hospital. Nikki says that the hospital is located in the northern part of the town, and today they will not have time to get there, and it is better to find a place to stay for the night. The girl draws a plan of all the buildings on the ground and offers to go to the Taekwondo hall and wait there. Looking at her, Edward realizes that he was very lucky to find a good guide, because without Nika's help, he would have wandered around here like a blind kitten. Nikki suggests going left because in this way the path will be longer but safer, and they will be able to avoid unnecessary battles. She also adds that if they go the other way, they will most likely stumble upon a monster living in the garden, through whose fault they have lost a huge number of people. Edward immediately decides to go towards this very monster, and the frightened Billy tries to dissuade him, explaining that they cannot cope with him. The main character explains that he is either waiting here or walking with us, and does not say too much. Nikki immediately agrees with our protagonist because, in her opinion, it is he who commands the entire operation. Billy tries to dissuade his friend by reminding her of a mutated zombie that can easily kill her. The girl explains that Edward would not take risks just like that, and without his help, she would not have been able to get to the hospital and would have died in any case. Her friend agrees to go with them, thinking over a plan in his head that if something happens, he can save Nikki and get away from there. After some time, our handful of survivors find themselves near the very place where they were attacked by a mutant zombie in the past. Billy begins to worry too much about trying to protect Nikki with his body and asks her to stay as close as possible. Meanwhile, Edward notices that Bella and Shanna sense some kind of danger using their instincts. A moment later, a rumble begins to be heard nearby, and everything around shakes and trembles. The roar begins to intensify, and from around the corner, a huge mutated girl appears holding the corpse of a student in her hands. Nikki immediately decides to warn Edward, saying that apparently this zombie prefers handsome men. Seeing our main character, the zombie throws away the pipes he is holding in his hands, and with glowing eyes he begins to move towards the protagonist. At this moment, Billy grins and says that, apparently, a new addition is planned to the harem of our main character. Hearing this, Bella and Shanna's face turns sharply red, and slight embarrassment begins to be read in their eyes. Both of them, without saying a word, but absolutely synchronously step on Edward's feet with their boots, causing him to scream sharply. Our main character immediately falls to the ground, not understanding what is happening and what is on his girls' minds now. Bella and Shanna look at Edward menacingly and, with straight faces, ask him not to act like a jerk. Alarmed, Nikki asks what they are doing there because behind them there is already a mutant zombie very close. A colossal zombie girl rushes towards our heroes like a 40-ton tank rushing at full speed. At the same second, Bella and Shanna turned around and hit the attacker on the cheeks with all their might with their palms. After which, with incredible speed, they forcefully send her flying into the sky. Everyone present, including our hero, finds themselves in complete shock as they watch the scene unfold before their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the zombie mutant is defeated, and Bella and Shanna only slightly straighten their hair. Edward orders one of the girls to take the crystals, but not to eat too many of them. Billy decides to express his surprise because it was not difficult for them to swat the mutated zombie like a bug. When Nika asks if they have met other mutated ones, Edward replies that this individual was not the strongest of those they had met. Billy, standing next to him, is in complete shock, realizing that it was the mutant who killed a bunch of their classmates, and they didn't even take a breath and dealt with her. Looking at the back of Edward and his girls, he realizes how great the difference in power is between him and Edward. Nikki notes, asking Edward that apparently they are not just lovers, but also loyal comrades. The main character agrees with this statement, realizing that it is very difficult to describe their relationship in words. Having gone further, our heroes still manage to get to the Taekwondo hall where they are going to spend the night. Nikki says that the room on the northern part of the second floor will be perfect for them because it has a good view of the street and is easy to leave if something happens. Edward is amazed at her knowledge, and the girl explains that her comrades told her about this place before the start of the apocalypse. Nike says that she is a weak girl and also sick, so she needs to make every effort to survive. The protagonist decides to cheer her up a little and expresses his hope for her high chances of getting better soon. Having reached that very room, they stand in front of the bloody doors, deciding what to do next. Edward decides to listen to what is happening inside the room and realizes that someone's voices are coming from there. At this moment, the door suddenly opens and they are greeted by a gray-haired man wearing glasses who asks what faculty they are from. The man is noticed by Billy, who enthusiastically rejoices at their meeting, wondering why the professor is here. Also, behind the professor, he sees a tall brunette whose name is Eric, and apparently they were friends at the university. The guys begin to rejoice at the meeting after a long break, and the professor finds himself upset by several more hungry mouths. Nikki invites everyone to go inside, and Edward agrees with her because at least he needs to look around. Eric asks his friend how he ended up here, and Billy replies that they fought their way out of the red light district. His friend immediately wonders how they were able to travel such a long way, and how they managed to get out of the campus. Everyone present begins to enthusiastically question Billy and admire how they managed to do it. Also, all the survivors begin to discuss Bella and Shanna and why two such beautiful girls were accompanied by their friend. Eric immediately runs up to Edward, asking who he is and what faculty he is from, because apparently they have never met before. Looking at this main guy, the hero understands that they only fought off trouble because as soon as they met, he immediately spilled all the information and now it could happen again. In his opinion, he is only getting in the way while trying to pretend to be a hero, and apparently it would be better to leave him here. He looks back at Nikki, deciding to discuss this with her since they are still on the same team. Edward raises his head in response to Eric's question that they are not from this university and were just passing by. The guy smiles and says that it doesn't matter where you are from because they are all people and fate brought them together. Looking at our heroes, Eric understands that Billy is not very respected in the team, which means the leader is someone else. Looking at Shauna, he sees a girl with a determined look who, judging by his opinion, has already killed many with the help of her katana, after which he turns his gaze to Bella, realizing that the main beauty of the campus also turned out to be quite strong. Edward immediately intervenes in his thoughts with a menacing look, hinting that he should stop staring as soon as possible. Billy immediately approaches his friend and whispers in his ear that Edward and Bella are in a relationship. Eric immediately apologizes, says that he was not in the know and asks them to go and settle down, and if necessary, they can even give them a separate room. The protagonist takes Nikki and asks her to take them to another room where they can discuss further plans. Billy immediately rushes after them, asking them to wait and not leave without him. At the last moment, his friend Eric stops him and says that he wants to ask him something. He reassures Billy and asks him not to worry because his friends won't go far, and they haven't seen each other for too long, and it would be nice to remember the old days. Eric first decides to ask who Edward is, to which Billy replies that he cannot briefly describe who he is, realizing in his head that now is not the right time to reveal all his cards. Eric smiles and asks if his friend has any food with him that he can share with them. Billy replies that Edward has all the food and supplies, but since he doesn't like him, he doesn't even share it with him. He also explains that most likely they will not stay here for long, and after waiting out the night, they will move on. And after a short dialogue, Eric, with a menacing look, asks Billy to find an opportune moment and go outside because he will be waiting for him there. He calms him down by saying that they will just discuss something because they are old friends and everything will be fine. At the last moment, Eric grins, realizing that in the hands of our heroes there is a whole backpack of food and even 3 excellent blades in addition. Returning to the room where all the survivors are, Eric immediately begins to ask how it all went and whether these strangers really came from the red light district. The girl with pink hair tries to act like a little kitten, saying that they need to ask to be taken out of here. Eric, in a fit of anger, abruptly closes the door and orders everyone present to stop whining. One of the survivors says that every time Eric goes out for supplies with someone, he always returns alone, and the food he brings is only enough for a couple of days. In his defense, he begins to scream and says that they want to blame him for the death of those people who went with him on reconnaissance, and without his help, they will end up in exactly the same way. He says that they have no right to talk to him like that because he risked his life for this food, and without his help, they would all have died long ago. Eric says that he doesn't believe that the trio came from the red light district because apparently Edward is just as weak as Billy. He suggests that their group is actually not as strong as it seems at first glance, and apparently they are planning to get out of here in the near future. One of the survivors shows his uncertainty with all his appearance. He wonders why, in this case, they lied to them. Eric screams and explains that all this was done to scare them because everyone saw his backpack, and there was definitely a lot of stuff in there. He also focuses on the 3 blades that our heroes wield because they are all of excellent quality. He says that all they have now is a broom bat and a broken game console, and if they had weapons, they wouldn't have lost only people. Eric says that it's already evening and they are all exhausted. In addition, he has a sick girl with him, and it seems to him that they are unlikely to go anywhere today. He also asks whether, in their opinion, it is easier to take food from a living person or from a zombie. All the survivors begin to talk among themselves, discussing how they can take all the supplies from our heroes and what they will lose a little if they share with them. Looking at their conversations, Eric remembers that every time he went out for food, he took one of them with him as bait, and fortunately, none of these fools had the courage to compete with him. Looking at this handful of survivors, he understands that all people are extremely selfish, and until they themselves become victims, they will not protest and will support him. The girl with pink hair asks that if his guess is to be believed, then they are planning to escape from the town and they have been trapped here all this time. She also notes that if they were able to get so much food inside the town, then how can he explain the fact that they have 3 blades, since they are forbidden to bring weapons inside? Eric tries not to split and makes an excuse by saying that they managed to smuggle them inside, especially since the ban is not so strict. Most of the survivors agree with him, arguing that everyone in the hostel has something forbidden, and they don't really want to die of hunger. Eric thinks that our heroes have good weapons, and if his people get scared, it could ruin all his plans. He looks at the pink-haired girl who tried to catch him in a lie and decides that he needs more convincing arguments. He grabs her hand and drags her closer to him, as an even more terrible and cunning plan has matured in his head. Eric drags her closer to him, grabbing the bunnies and causing horror and misunderstanding in everyone present what he is doing. Eric says that if the case works out, then in addition to food, they will also receive 2 beauties, and she herself decided to choose the difficult path. After this phrase, he immediately tears her clothes, exposing part of her torso. After tearing her clothes, he throws them on the floor, intending to give orders to the other survivors. Eric says that he is well aware that none of those present have fought anyone, and now they will train their determination. He points his hand at the girl and notes that this cutie decided to sacrifice herself in order to increase their mood and morale. He also shouts menacingly that those who are cowardly can just quietly watch this in the corner. Meanwhile, a frightened and defenseless girl hides in a corner and asks not to do anything bad to her. Under the rumble of thunder and moonlight breaking through the window, a handful of survivors begin to slowly rape the poor girl. Eric turns towards the professor, addressing him and asking his opinion about this situation. The professor looks towards the frightened and sobbing girl who asks for help and salvation, after which he joins other survivors and continues to mock the poor girl. Meanwhile, our heroes have reached a secluded place in the form of an old abandoned gym where they can rest and gain strength. Edward hands over the crystals to Shanna and asks her to be careful so that Nikki doesn't see anything or suspect anything. The girls immediately start playing and acting like little children, and the main character once again asks them to be quiet. Shanna looks at Edward, saying that if he feeds them himself, they will be much quieter. The main character sighs and understands that he has no choice and needs to indulge the whims of little girls. He takes a crystal in each hand and slowly and carefully places it in each of the girls' mouths. A moment later, he screams sharply as his bright red fingers begin to throb with pain. He stands against the backdrop of smiling girls, realizing that it was their cunning plan to bite his fingers. Nearby, Nikki sighs, wondering how they can have fun with each other after a whole day of fighting the infected. After some time, Billy returns to the room with a very dissatisfied expression on his face. Nikki immediately tries to ask her friend what they talked about with Eric, and Billy replies that they were just remembering the past. The girl tries to express her regret and experience, realizing how hard it is for Billy, and asks him not to go too far. He jumps up and, in an aggressive manner, tries to say that he might not have come here with her if it were another girl, after which he immediately asks for forgiveness for his words, saying that if it weren't for Nikki, he would have been dead a long time ago. And after some time of thinking, he turns away and goes to bed, saying that he is very tired. Finally, Nikki manages to say that if they had not met Edward and his girls, they could have lived for a maximum of a week. The girl also lies down to rest with her back to Bill, once again asking him not to go too far. Lying on his side, he was killed once again, angry at life's injustice, trying to understand why he didn't have superpowers. Meanwhile, in the room where all the survivors were, under the rumble of thunder, the tear-stained and mutilated body of a little girl lies on the floor. Standing nearby, the guys who, on Eric's orders, committed such a terrible act are holding their heads, realizing that she is dead. Eric, standing nearby, immediately kicks one of the frightened guys with his foot and orders him not to yell so as not to attract zombies in the area. He explains to everyone present that there is no turning back. They all raped her and now she is dead. Looking at the teacher sitting in the corner, he asks to look after all the survivors while Eric leaves for a while. Meanwhile, in Edward's room, they beat him and stood opposite him and the sleeping girls, intending to do something bad. Holding his file in his hands, he thinks that if he attacks right now, he could, if not kill, then at least infect Edward. In his thoughts, he hopes that after the death of the main character, Nikki will return to him without hesitation and will obey. Having plucked up courage, he already makes a swing, realizing that he cannot hesitate and time is not in his favor. At the last moment, he stops, realizing that even if he manages to kill Edward, Bell and Shanna will immediately finish him off before he can get too far. Having thought everything over again, Billy decides to finish him off after he takes them to the hospital, and the main thing is to pick the right moment. Having hidden his weapon, he decides to go meet Eric and at the same time find out what exactly he is up to. As soon as Billy leaves, Edward immediately opens his eyes because all this time he was awake and watching his actions. Meanwhile, Eric, accompanied by his friend, climbs the stairs to the roof, once again asking about the supplies they have. Eric tries to seem friendly, rejoicing that they managed to meet again despite all the nightmare happening around. At one point, he leans sharply towards Billy and tells him that, apparently, he was not having the best day. Eric tries to gain Bila's trust by asking him not to hold a grudge against Edward and tell him if he did something bad. Billy begins to suspect that his friend is clearly up to something nasty, and he wonders why he should interfere with him. Eric scratches his fists, promising to cause trouble for anyone who dares to harm his friends. He also decides not to slow down and try to find out more information regarding Edward and whether they really came from the red light district. Billy replies that they really came from there, and also says that his girlfriend is sick and they went back to the campus to get to the hospital. Eric understands that our heroes are not so simple if they were able to make their way starting from the red light district. He continues to press the people, trying to find out how strong everyone who brought him here is, arguing that they are recent friends and he is not up to anything bad. I'm trying to find the words. Billy once again remembers the words of Nikki, who asked him not to go too far. Eric tries to pressure his friend by saying that he shouldn't be afraid and stop being a coward. Billy begins to shout at his friend, explaining that he is not afraid, but simply understands that he cannot cope with him. His friend replies that he doesn't believe in this because he has a lot of medals in Chinese boxing, and he is a professional in many sports, and how can anyone be stronger than him? Billy cannot withstand such pressure and provocations from his friend, and at the last moment, he manages to catch himself and almost gives him unnecessary information. He manages to realize that Eric is provoking him and decides to ask directly what exactly he wants from him. He replies that he is only interested in profit because Edward has a lot of different food and cool weapons that you can take for yourself. What he hears shocks Billy because, in his opinion, stooping to robbery in such a difficult situation for every person is unacceptable. Eric continues to put pressure on his friend, claiming that he has suffered enough and invites him to work together and quietly finish off Edward. Billy tries his best to dissuade his friend explaining that this is a very bad idea, and Eric presses on the fact that he simply fell in love with that sick girl. He tries to bribe his friend by saying that if he follows his plan, they can capture her alive and he can do whatever he wants with her. Billy immediately begins to shout at his friend, telling him not to dare to hurt his friend under any circumstances. Eric explains that if they work together to get rid of Edward and take his food and supplies, they will be able to get out of campus alive. Billy decides not to end the dialogue and asks what Eric wants him to do, and he asks him to tell him everything he knows. Bill's patience is at its limit, and he still reveals to his friend that the main character has super abilities. He tries to describe that she is very strange, and he does not fully understand how she works, putting forward his assumption that most likely he is weak in close combat, unlike his girls. He also asks not to touch Nikki, saying that she is sick and poses absolutely no threat to them. Eric says that his friend is very caring and then puts his arm around his shoulder, saying that he wants to ask him one more thing. Taking advantage of Billy's gullibility, Eric pierces him through with a piece of iron pipe, saying that he is too cowardly and can ruin all his plans and cannot be left alive. Billy turns out to be dead, and without even having time to say anything in the end, simply falls onto the cold concrete floor. After searching his body, Eric takes away the same bloody file, saying that he just needed a convenient weapon. Having committed such a vile act, he tries to think about his further actions and develop a plan to get rid of Edward and his girls. He is also wondering how exactly he should use the cannon fodder in the form of the survivors under his command, and at this time a strange noise is heard behind him. Eric immediately gets scared with fear, turning around and looking deep into the dark corridor trying to figure out who is here. He notices Edward standing in front of him, who says that their chatter has tired him out. Eric decides not to show his fear, trying to conduct a dialogue and find out how long ago he saw and heard everything. The protagonist explains that Billy was acting suspiciously, so he followed him from the very beginning. Eric admits that he greatly underestimated our main character, but if he finishes him off now, it will be much easier. He decides to make a sharp attack towards Edward, saying that it was very stupid of him to follow him alone. Edward, without any problems, manages to use his power for a short moment, shaking the sanity of Eric, who attacks him. After which, using the second advantage, he hits his opponent with his elbow in the stomach with all his strength, causing him incredible pain. Eric is trying to get up and recover from such an unexpected blow, promising to finish Edward here and now. He tries to strike with a bloody file in his hand, but the main character easily dodges such attacks. I continue to evade. Edward understands that, although he was able to influence his mind, it took too much strength. After a whole day of fighting, the zombie and his spiritual power are almost exhausted and cannot be wasted. Eric tries to mentally suppress his opponent by grinning at him and saying that some pathetic super ability will not allow him to deal with him one-on-one. He also claims that after his victory, he will definitely take care and have a lot of fun with his girlfriend because, in his opinion, she is incredibly beautiful and appetizing. Looking at the completely motionless body of the main character, he asks why he doesn't answer anything, as if he had swallowed his tongue. Edward's eyes glow bright red, and his entire appearance speaks of overwhelming rage, and he promises that he will not let Eric die quickly. The main character in an instant lunges and ends up behind Eric, causing him an incorruptible shock. He immediately drops the file-shaped weapon to the ground, not understanding what happened, and sees a huge amount of blood flowing out of his right hand. Eric immediately begins to scream in pain. I don't understand how Edward managed to inflict such a colossal wound in 1 second. Through pain and screams, he says that Billy told him how bad he is in close combat, so why is Edward so strong? The main character explains that they were both not very smart because they made conclusions even without knowing exactly what ability he has. Edward picks up that same bloody file and throws it straight into Eric's stomach, telling him not to worry because the vital organs are not affected, and therefore he will still suffer. He also adds that there is a lot of zombie blood on this thing, and he should think about what will happen if he pierces someone with it. Primitive horror immediately begins to appear on Eric's face, and he begins to think that he does not want to become a zombie. Edward leans towards him and, looking into his eyes, says that anyone infected will become one of them, and nothing will save him. Eric begins to push with all his might, asking and begging on his knees to kill him because he doesn't want to become a zombie, while tears flow from his eyes and his tongue gets tangled in his own snot. Edward immediately silences him by punching him square in the skull with all his might and sending him flying. Eric grabs his bloodied and beaten face, not noticing that his hand has already changed the color of his skin. Our main character notices this and with a grin on his face asks that, apparently, the pain no longer bothers him. Eric looks at his wounded arm and notices that the wounds no longer bleed as much, and the skin has slowly begun to change color. In desperation, using the last remaining strength, he pulls the file out of his body, trying to deliver the final blow to our main character in the back. At the last moment before the blow, he stops, not understanding what is happening and why his body has ceased to obey his thoughts. The main character turns around and with a grin on his face says that this is his ability to control the infected. Using his spiritual power, he takes control of Eric, who is not fully turned into a zombie. Edward looks at his attacker, realizing that he is still only half a zombie, but nevertheless he is able to control him. Meanwhile, in the room where the other survivors were, the girl's body still lies on the floor, and everyone else sits quietly and peacefully in the corner. One of the guys starts talking to each other, trying to figure out why Eric still hasn't returned, because they need to put the plan into action as soon as possible. Their reasoning and conversations about the plan to rob Edward are interrupted by an unexpected knock on the door. All the survivors let Eric inside, not noticing his transformation, and immediately begin to question him as they move forward and try to find out other details of their plan. Controlling the body of the already infected Eric, Edward pierces one of the survivors with a piece of the same metal pipe that killed Billy. Not understanding what is happening, all the survivors decide that their friend simply decided to bow, not noticing that you are writhing in pain. But after a moment, they realize that Eric has just killed their friend when he decides to pull a piece of pipe from his body. All the survivors in the room realize that their friend has become a zombie, and in panic, try to escape as quickly as possible. The real Edward on the corridor near the front door is blocking it, preventing anyone from escaping, once again becoming disappointed in other people. Controlling Eric's body, he manages to notice the mutilated body of a lying dead girl, realizing how weak and worthless they are because they can only attack the weak. After which he understands that none of them should survive, and it is better for all of them to go to the next world. Using his spiritual power and controlling Eric's body, he destroys all the survivors present in this room. The resigned teacher sitting in the corner doesn't even try to resist and asks to just kill him because he deserves it. After there are no survivors left in the room, Edward uses his dagger to kill the zombie Eric. Our main character is standing in a room full of corpses, and only the rumble of thunder outside the window breaks the languid silence. At this time, in a safe place, Nikki asks Bella to let her through and give her the opportunity to talk with Billy, since she thinks she can convince him. The girl claims that her friend is a good guy and she can work things out, but for this, they should let her through. Suddenly, Edward appears from around the corner and tells the girl that her dear friend is already dead. Horror and misunderstanding immediately appear on Nikki's face from what she heard, because she cannot believe Edward's words. The protagonist says that he is not going to console her, and whether to believe him or not is her decision, but she must know that it was not he who did it. After which our heroes go to bed after such a long day full of surprises. The next day, Edward, accompanied by the girls, decides to go and examine Billy's body so that Nikki can be convinced of his death. At the same time, Bella notices our heroes' bloody fists and decides to kiss them. Having finished her thoughts, Nikki says that it is time for them to go and that they should not stay here for long. Edward notices that the girl is very depressed, and it seems that the death of her friend hit her hard. After some time, our heroes continue to move deeper into the campus, trying not to run into conflicts with other infected people. Since they are on their way to the hospital where they need to treat Nikki's wounds, Edward wonders how long it will take them to get there. The girl points to a real building nearby with a spire, saying that this is the main building of the hospital. She notices that even though it turns out that he is within walking distance, he is still far away, so they only have about half an hour to go, and the main thing is to be as careful as possible. Nike also explains that before the apocalypse, there was a laboratory in this building where classes were often held for students of different courses. Edward is very encouraged by the information that there may be a large number of zombies inside the building and orders Shauna to look after Nikki, and he and Bella will go and scout out the situation. Shanna promises that the order will be carried out exactly, after which she grabs Nikki by the shoulders and orders her not to move. She throws the defenseless girl into a nearby hedge and orders her to rest and wait for Edward's return. Meanwhile, Bella, accompanied by the main character, begins to make her way through the hordes of the infected. The protagonist, using his superpowers, takes control of a number of zombies. Then he decides to try a new technique and force them to fight among themselves without attracting too much attention to themselves. Having finished collecting the crystals, he says that he will have to be content with this. If they are kept for too long, Nikki may suspect something. Meanwhile, Shanna continues to hold the defenseless girl, not giving her the opportunity to budge. The returning main character orders Shauna to let her go, because even though both of them and the girls, their powers are clearly at different levels. Edward apologizes for the behavior of his subordinates, and Nikki says that she is absolutely sure that he is hiding something from her. The girl admits that she didn't tell everything herself, because initially she wanted to go with them to the hospital to get medicine so as not to die. But all this time, something was bothering her. Looking into the eyes of our main character, she asks why Bella, who also studied here, could not show him the way. Looking at his girlfriend, the protagonist realizes that he was too busy collecting crystals and forgot that Bella also studied here. I'm trying to come up with a cunning plan so as not to give myself away. He doesn't find anything better than to say that he lost his memory. When Nika asks how this could happen, he replies that he told her everything she needed and she shouldn't stick her nose where it shouldn't. The girl gets upset and asks for forgiveness, promising that she will no longer ask unnecessary questions and then asking to follow her. Before she can take a few steps, she falls to one knee, clutching her hand, causing surprise to everyone present. Shauna immediately manages to notice that she smells a faint smell of blood and suggests that Nikki is wounded. She continues to sniff the girl, thinking that she might be infected, and she, in turn, tries to find an excuse. Nikki takes off some of her clothes, showing her bandaged and wounded hand, saying that this is the reason why she needs to get to the hospital at any cost. She also says that a seriously wounded girl will only be a burden for them if Edward decides to leave her. She will not resist. The main character orders her to stop talking nonsense because he made a promise and intends to fulfill all its conditions. Edward says that he gave his word that he would take Nikki to the hospital, which means he will do it no matter what. Bella and Shauna help Nikki get dressed and follow Edward, who continues to move towards the hospital. At that same second, having spent a large amount of strength, Nikki falls unconscious, and Shanna, who is standing next to her, manages to catch her. Having come to his senses, the hero suspects that she most likely deteriorated early and needs to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. Ordering his girls to clear the way for him, he grabs Nikki in his arms and tries to carry her to a safe place as quickly as possible. After a short period of time, he still manages to reach the upper floors of the hospital building and lay the exhausted girl on one of the hospital beds. The main character realizes that it will be unpleasant if zombies get in here while he is providing first aid, so he instructs the girls to guard the door. Edward takes off Nikki's clothes, trying to calm her down and saying that he will take care of everything, and the girl asks if he knows how to stitch. He picks up a scalpel and says that although he has never sewn people up, he knows how to darn socks quite well. These words clearly do not have the expected effect, and Nikki begins to doubt whether she wants to trust such a professional as Edward. The main character uses a scalpel in his hands and carefully removes the bloody bandages from the poor girl's wound. He ponders the task he has set for himself to treat the area around the wound with medicine and stitch it up, assuming that with his current spiritual strength, he will definitely succeed. Nikki tries to stop him by saying that darning socks and stitching living people are two different things, and the main character replies that there is no one else to do this but him. The girl lies on her back, saying that she is very scared and asks to be as gentle as possible with her. Nikki tries to hold back her screams and moans, and the main character asks her not to hold back because no one will hear her here. The girl continues to shake and squirm in pain, asking to finish as quickly as possible because she can't stand it anymore. After some time, the same bloody bandages and a number of medical devices appear on a tray next to the bed. The girl wipes the sweat from her forehead, saying that it was damn painful, while stroking the freshly applied bandages on the stitched wound. She covers her pink face with a piece of blanket, telling Edward that he is very bad at this. Meanwhile, the main character sharply opens the front door, asking Bela and Shauna, who are eavesdropping, what they are doing. He pats himself on the shoulder, asking who they take him for and that he would never dare to harm a defenseless girl. After which Edward says that much more serious things need to be discussed because they have run out of medicine and they need to search the hospital and look for new ones. Leaving Bella as the main guard, the hero heads to the 3rd floor in order to look for the medicine they need along the way. Searching the upper floors of the hospital, he is surprised by the number of different supplies that he could find here, and together with a guide like Nikki, they will be able to collect even more. The main character also remembers that last time he spent a lot of energy taking control of Eric, and he should remember that controlling a zombie that has not fully converted is a bad idea. This process takes a lot more energy than controlling a regular zombie, and it's much easier to lose control, so it's not worth it. While searching another of the hospital rooms, he discovers something strange. In addition to other supplies, all the medicines have disappeared somewhere. While I was searching, suddenly a strange rustling sound was heard in one of the closets nearby. At that same second, 2 infected students who apparently studied inside the hospital jump out of the closet at him. The main character manages to react and sends one of the attackers flying with a powerful kick. Already intending to kill the second using his dagger, at the last moment he manages to stop Edward and asks not to kill them. In fact, both infected people turn out to be ordinary people, and one of the guys with tears in his eyes asks to be left alive because they can come to an agreement with him. The main character threatens with his dagger, ordering him not to talk nonsense and answer what they are both doing here. Through hysterics and tears, the guy tries to explain that they found this place 2 days ago and hid here. His friend, who managed to recover after the blow, interrupts him, repeating the same thing and adding that they had nowhere else to hide. Edward presses on, ordering them to get to the point quickly or their days will be numbered. The guy with black hair claims that this is all they know, and they did not suspect that someone else might show up here, and when they heard extraneous noise, they decided to hide in the closet. He also adds that they realize that zombies cannot just open doors and look for something, and therefore decided to attack him and capture him. Also, the guy with black hair adds that they wanted to ask him a few questions after they captured him, and they had no intention of killing him. The main character puts the dagger aside, releasing the second attacker, and you notice that it seems to him that this is not the first time they have done something like this. The guy with black hair smiles, saying that it was the first time and next time they will do better, causing bewilderment to his friend with such a stupid wording. Edward pats one of them on the shoulder, telling him to get lost, causing him to be surprised that he will just let him go and not interrogate him. The main character decides to ask what exactly he could interrogate them about, and one of the strangers suggests that he could be looking for medicine, and apparently could not find one in the entire hospital building. His friend immediately covers his mouth with his palm, telling him to think before he says something, looking into the eyes of a stranger. These guys immediately begin to whisper among themselves, suggesting that even though he looks like a scoundrel that all the girls are hanging on to, most likely he is kind because he let them go and did not mock them. The guy with black hair smiles, turning towards Edward and saying that his friend just hit his head a little and is talking nonsense. He also adds that they were also looking for medicine, but they couldn't find anything, and apparently someone had already been here before them and cleaned everything out. Meanwhile, Edward contacts Shanna using his powers and asks her if she found any medicine on the 1st floor of the hospital, and the girl replies that they are not here. At the same time, 2 strangers wave goodbye to the main character, saying that they already need to go, and that's the end of their acquaintance. The main character stops them, smiling and saying that no one allowed them to go, putting forward a theory that it is precisely that they did not pocket all the medicine in the hospital. They turn around to face Edward, making excuses that they don't have any medicine. What did he even get from? That they were the ones who stole everything. The protagonist tries to calm them down, saying that he is not going to rob them and just wants to talk and find a compromise. He takes out a packet of instant noodles from his jacket pocket and offers to exchange medicine for strangers. 2 friends look at this semi-finished product, drooling and wondering what they can offer him in return. The guy with black hair finds a piece of intelligence inside himself and decides to find out how much more food the main character has at his disposal. Edward knows how to negotiate and first decides to understand how many drugs are being discussed, receiving in response that strangers have several painkillers for colds and stomach pills. While the main character is lost in thought, Strangers begin to argue about whether they should exchange the medicines they found for food. The guy with black hair offers to give Edward a can of painkillers and gauze since they need everything else themselves, and the main character suggests that they are most likely looking for medicine for their classmates. His friend with yellow hair immediately gives himself away by screaming and saying that real classmates don't do that, and they're not doing it for their sake. Strangers begin to argue among themselves, saying that they are all the same, and if they need something, let them look for medicine themselves because they should not risk their lives. Watching their conversations, Edward realizes that their so-called friends are bullying them and forcing them to look for medicine for them. The main character offers in exchange for medicine, not only to share his food, but also to take them to other survivors who will no longer bully them. You understand that such an opportunity comes only once in a lifetime. The guy still refused thanks to Edward for his kindness. The protagonist praises them for their courage, but still decides to ask what the reason for their refusal is because the offer is very profitable. One of the friends cannot stand it and breaks down, saying that if his friend is afraid and does not tell anything, then he himself will admit everything. With screams and obvious aggression on his face, he explains that their acquaintances took advantage of the confusion and captured several girls. He also adds that they are being blackmailed with hostages to collect supplies for them, and if they return empty-handed, they will kill one of the girls. The guy with yellow hair says that even if they have never met these girls, he doesn't want anyone to die because of them. The main character understands in general terms what is happening in this situation, and that his new acquaintances are most likely being blackmailed. The strangers explain that not only they were sent to collect supplies, but those who told them to do so are protected by a person with super abilities. It is for this reason that they cannot just leave because otherwise innocent people will suffer. They once again say that they are ready to exchange only part of the medicines for food, because if they give everything without a trace, they will most likely die. The protagonist tries to weigh all the information received, realizing that even some of the drugs will already be very useful to him, and also realizing that he needs to get as much information as possible about a person with superpowers. After thinking a little, he takes out his dagger and asks two friends what will happen if he decides to rob them, and doing this in order to check whether they can be trusted. The guy with black hair turns out to be very smart and says that if Edward wanted to rob them, he would have done it a long time ago and would not have listened to them. The main character replies that maybe he just wanted to listen to them before robbing them. In response, the stranger with yellow hair threatens to cut his wrists, and the zombie blood with which they are covered from head to toe will turn him into an infected person that Edward will not be able to cope with. The protagonist agrees that the guys are clearly not cowardly and sheathes his dagger. He also reassures them, saying that robbery is not his style, and he agrees to a deal without bloodshed. Finally, Edward gives advice to strangers that if they want their plan to work, don't tell them about it in advance. The guy with black hair starts laughing at his friend's stupidity, and he, in turn, does not understand what is happening. The main character understands that if he plans to stay here for a long time, then he needs medicine, and exchanging a small amount of it is a good idea at the moment. A guy with black hair interrupts Edward's thoughts by tapping him on the shoulder and asking permission to ask one question. He points to the real Shanna behind them and asks who this girl is and if she came with the main character. He also explains that he didn't want to distract him from his thoughts, but she looks very angry and suspicious. Edward turns in their direction with a smile on his face, saying that this is his friend, and he forgot to introduce her to them. At the same second, Shanna, drawing her katana, rushes towards the two strangers, intending to chop them into small pieces. The main character manages to stop the girl, realizing that she mistook them for zombies because of their bloody clothes. Although Edward managed to stop Shanna, the girl still managed to make a powerful attack that almost cut the strangers in half. Such a powerful swing of the sword, although it did not hit the desired target, was able to cut the bookcase standing behind them in half. The main character calms the girl down, explaining that she didn't want to harm them and just thought that they were both zombies. He decides to take Shanna away, ordering the strangers to change clothes and wash up, and then come to the second floor so they can discuss the deal. The guy with black hair blushes and says that he also wet his pants, causing his friend to be surprised and say that he didn't mean it. He explains that he meant something completely different, and if his friend had time to see this, to which he agrees. They look at the katana mark and the chopped bookcase. suggesting that our heroes are much stronger than those who are holding their classmates hostage. Meanwhile, Edward, in the company of Shanna, returns back to the ward where Nikki is lying, at the same time scolding her and saying that strangers should not find out that she is not human. He orders her the next time she meets people to act only with his permission, and the girl, lowering her eyes to the floor, agrees with him. By this point, Nike comes to her senses after the operation and asks where they are, and they explain to her that they successfully reached the hospital and everything is fine with her. Eduarda also explains that her wound on her arm is fine, but for now it is better not to touch it and give it time to fully recover. Having regained consciousness, Nikki asks for forgiveness from the main character, claiming that apparently she ruined all his plans. The protagonist grins, claiming the opposite and that, due to the current circumstances, his plans have probably even improved. He says that he met two guys, and she herself will understand everything when they meet to discuss one important matter. Edward also adds that if everything goes smoothly, medications will no longer be a problem for them, and besides, he learned a lot of useful information and hopes to get even more. In his head, Edward assumes that he has given enough time for these strangers to discuss things among themselves and decide what to do next. Meanwhile, the very guys whom Edward met are arguing among themselves who will be the first to talk to him, since both are afraid of him. Each of them insists on his own, and agrees in the opinion that if they want to kill one of them, the second will have time to run away. The strangers are unexpectedly interrupted by Shanna, who stands at the entrance to the ward with a calm face. The guys immediately get scared and out of fear begin to hug each other and cry, saying that this is the same girl. They immediately begin to ask her what exactly she needs, and if she attacks them, they will scream. Shanna points her finger at the door and asks them to come inside and stop screaming and attracting unnecessary zombies here. The guys continue to cry and hug each other, saying that who in their right mind would poke their noses in there when she looks at them like that. Their conversation is interrupted by Edward's voice coming from the depths of the chamber, who asks them to come inside and promises that Shanna will not touch them. Strangers come inside saying that they have come and see Edward sitting in front of them, surrounded by two beautiful girls. The first thing they do when they look at Nikki is that she looks weak and appears to be seriously injured, and therefore it is for her that our protagonist is looking for a cure. Turning their gaze to Bella, both friends stumble upon her terrifying gaze and realize that if they make even one wrong action, they will immediately find themselves dead. The guy with yellow hair again reminds his friend that if something happens, they can turn into zombies, but he stops him saying that apparently they won't even have time to react. The main character takes out a box of supplies, reminding them that he promised not to rob them and to keep his word about their deal. Also, finally, warning that if they decide to attack first, then the situation will take a completely different turn, sadder for them. Strangers immediately begin to wave their hands and say that they never even thought of doing something like that. The guy with yellow hair begins to salivate again, and he offers to discuss the deal a little later, saying that he will really play in the box if he doesn't eat at least something. The main character explains that just like them, he risked himself to collect the supplies they had, and he does not intend to just share them, after which he still gives the guys a small bag of snacks, saying that in return they can tell him something. Edward wonders how those they talked about earlier were able to capture all the girls and begin to blackmail the rest. The guy with black hair explains that at the head of the entire gang is a guy who recruits the same bastards like himself throughout the campus, and the two of them will not be able to oppose anything to them. Also, the guy with black hair wants to add something, but he still doesn't dare, and his friend pushes him not to hide anything. The stranger reveals the whole truth. They say that it all started when a guy with superpowers appeared. From this point on, Edward becomes much more interested and begins to find out the details and whether they saw him in person. Friends answer that they saw him only once, but apparently he is no longer a person. They cannot describe him in any other way. They remember the incident when they saw him come to the rescue to deal with the traitors. A handful of survivors had stolen a bunch of weapons, and it seemed impossible to deal with them easily. But when that guy returned, he killed them all instantly. And this is not an exaggeration. Everything really happened in the blink of an eye. Strangers delve into their memories, trying to find at least some more details about the person with superpowers that interests Edward, until one of them remembers his name. The guy with yellow hair says his name Marcus, and at that moment Nikki flinches in horror. Edward notices her reaction, realizing that apparently the girl knows who she is talking about, but with all her appearance she tries not to show fear. The main character decides to proceed with their deal by offering to take only 3 packages of medicines and leave the rest with the stranger. 2 friends with sparkling eyes and drool running down their beards agree, without even trying to think about other options. Until they shake hands, Edward can't help but think that Nikki has become very depressed after hearing the name Marcus from strangers. The girl notices that they are looking at her very intently and asks the main character not to worry, because she will draw a map and indicate the places where the largest concentrations of the infected are located. Edward sits on the bed next to the girl, asking what her future plans are, receiving exactly the same question. He gestures towards Bella, and Shanna says that he just wants to survive with these two, no matter where this world goes. Nikki looks out the window, saying that she will try to reunite with her family, and when she gets out of university, she wants to see what is happening outside in the rest of the world. She asks the main character if he was interested in where the government is now and whether rescuers will come to their rescue. Edward replies that, in his opinion, you shouldn't count on it, because they either would have been here a long time ago, or it won't be long before they take the risk of getting all involved, and you need to rely only on your own strength. After which the protagonist reports that it is too late and the girls need to rest and recover, and in a couple of days she will be as good as new. He also addresses the strangers who are greedily eating the exchange supplies and asks them not to disturb the sick woman and to go somewhere else. After some time, night comes and ambiguous phrases and sounds begin to be heard from behind the door of the room in which Edward and the girls are located. A stranger with yellow hair whom they recently met eavesdrops on their conversations while standing in the corridor while bleeding from his nose. His friend immediately pulls him away, saying that he didn't eavesdrop and didn't dare to poke his nose into someone else's business. Meanwhile, Edward begins to feed the crystals he mined during the day to the girls, which makes them groan and blush. Analyzing the latest experience of the girls' evolution, the main character understands that it is becoming more and more difficult for Shanna to become stronger in the near future. He is waiting for results from Bella. Looking at his girlfriend, he assumes that the wait is not long left, and he is very interested in what she can become. In any case, now they need to survive, and this remains the most important and priority task. The next day, entering the room where Nikki was supposed to be, he notices that she has left, leaving a note at the end. On a piece of paper there is a map of the entire town with notes on the whereabouts of the zombies and a signature with gratitude and hope that they can still meet. Having collected all his things, Edward was about to leave the hospital building, but he was stopped by 2 strangers whom he had met earlier, asking to stay for a few more days. Edward reassures 2 friends, saying that they will kill all the zombies in the area and they can safely leave here, after which he bids them a final farewell, saying that he hopes to see each other again someday. Accompanied by the girls, having gained strength, they begin to clear a path for themselves, destroying all the zombies in their path. Looking at all this, 2 strangers remain in complete shock, wondering how easily this trio deals with their enemies. As the guy with black hair watches them go, he's surprised. I don't even think there was such a strong guy on their campus. At the same second, a female voice calls out to them, agreeing with their impression and saying that she also has a pair of aces up her sleeve. They turn around and see Nikki standing next to them, who has not gone anywhere, but simply hid inside the building. One of the guys immediately decides to ask her a question for what purpose she decided to stay, and the girl answers that she wanted to go with them. One of her friends decides to warn her, saying that she must understand that if she goes with them, she will dig her own grave. At the same moment, Nikki uses their superpowers and in a split second manages to cut off a piece of hair from one of the guys. This plunges strangers into complete shock that someone besides Marcus has superpowers. The girl smiles, explaining that now that she feels better, she can take care of herself and asks to take her to those who are blackmailing them. Meanwhile, the main character, accompanied by girls, finds himself near a huge student theater building. They examine it from the side, not understanding why Nikki marked it on the map as a particularly dangerous place, because in appearance it is an unremarkable building. In his head, Edward understands that there have always been a lot of people there. If nothing changed on the day the apocalypse began, there must be a huge number of mutants there. Being in a secluded place, he explains to the girls that they need to get inside absolutely unnoticed and avoid any fights. After such a courageous and impressive phrase, the main character sneezes completely, revealing his location and ruining his plans. Such a loud sound immediately attracts all the zombie theater buildings nearby, who begin to move towards our heroes. The main character understands that they have nowhere to go, says that everything is under control, and decides, together with the girls, to fight back against the infected. Having dealt with the main group of zombies, he leaves 5 puppets whom he plans to send on reconnaissance. He perfectly remembers the experience of previous battles and decides to take 2 experimental subjects and send them on reconnaissance rather than go ahead. At the same time, he notices how Bella, with her bare hands, picks out crystals from the backs of the heads of the zombies they recently dealt with. He takes a handkerchief out of his jacket pocket, asking his girlfriend to never use her hands for these purposes again, because she has a blade. The main character begins to wipe the remaining blood from the woman's tender hands and hopes that after the next evolution, she will finally be able to become more conscious. Meanwhile, his thoughts are interrupted by a suddenly severed spiritual connection with one of the zombie scouts whom he sent inside the theater. He immediately switches his consciousness to the second zombie and sees the torn body of the first puppet in front of him. Inspecting the theater premises, he sees only a few almost mutated zombies, and realizing that this is not their doing, suggests that there may be people in the theater building. Meanwhile, on the balcony behind him, a strange silhouette is visible, which is clearly about to ambush the unsuspecting puppet. A moment later, this mysterious silhouette falls down on the zombie scout, but Edward manages to react and step aside. He quickly analyzed the situation and realized that someone very fast and strong with ambush abilities had just attacked him, and most likely it was an advanced zombie. An advanced zombie in a princess costume immediately decides not to hesitate and attack the controlled puppet, and in an instant ends up behind her. Edward realizes that this zombie is just a doll, and there is no way he can keep up with his own reaction. Without thinking twice, the main character sends the remaining 3 puppets forward to clear the way for them, and orders the girls to follow him. The protagonist understands that he needs to hurry, because missing out on an advanced zombie and not taking the crystal from his body will be a big omission. Meanwhile, while continuing to control the zombie scout, he manages to lure an advanced individual in a princess costume onto the theater stage. You understand that there is nowhere to run, and having already prepared for battle, he suddenly notices the fear on the face of the zombie, who clearly saw something terrifying behind him. At the same second, behind the puppet's control is a huge hand of another infected person and glowing green eyes, which clearly belong to another advanced zombie. The giant palm compresses very quickly, making Edward understand that the second zombie is incredibly strong, and he can't just get out. At the same second, a giant advanced zombie appears from behind the scenes holding in one hand the very puppet that Edward controls. Judging by his terrifying gaze and colossal dimensions, the protagonist understands that he is much stronger than the first individual standing on the stage. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 controlled infected manage to clear the way for our main heroes. Edward decides not to waste time and quickly collect all the available crystals, even from the bodies of weak and non-mutated zombies. He understands that for Bella's evolution, he needs the crystals of those 2 advanced mutants, and it doesn't matter how dangerous it will be. Having finished collecting the loot, he orders the girls to follow him, and the 2 of them just stand behind him and do not move. Edward notices that the girls are standing absolutely still and decides to check what is wrong with them. Shan's face shows incorruptible weakness and uncertainty, and the girl declares that she is afraid to go there. The main character understands that she is absolutely right, and they will most likely cope with 2 advanced zombies. Even if he manages to defeat it, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Edward pats them both on the head, promising that he will be able to protect them at all costs and will not let them be offended. After some time, our heroes reach premium seats with a beautiful view of the stage. The 3 of them sit in a chair and watch as 2 advanced zombies stand on the stage, and in the hand of one of them there is a puppet of Edward. Looking at the silence between the advanced zombies, Edward realizes that they are both afraid of each other, and most likely, until the moment of their appearance, they did not enter each other's territory. It was the appearance of our heroes, and in particular the zombie puppets, that upset this fragile balance. Analyzing the situation, the protagonist realizes that the zombie woman in the princess costume seems weaker and is not too happy about the situation. With a smirk on his face, Edward knows it's time to begin their small and unexpectedly formed performance. Having taken control of the still-living zombie scout, he, with the help of a stick in his hands, manages to knock out the eye of the zombie giant. Such an unexpected maneuver allows him to free himself from the grip and begin to run away from the opponent who is trying to overtake him. At the last moment, Edward's puppet manages to close himself and hide behind the second advanced zombie, using him as a human shield. An advanced zombie giant with all his might delivers a crushing blow to the body of another advanced zombie, causing an incredible explosion to be heard and waves of energy to spread out in all directions. After such a crushing blow, the female still continues to stand and bleed. The zombie giant realizes that he has greatly angered his opponent, and fear begins to appear on his face in anticipation of the subsequent counterattack. Left without most of its teeth, veins begin to protrude on the face of the female advanced zombie, and indestructible rage can be read in its eyes. Watching everything that happens from the side, Edward, in the company of girls, understands that the culmination of this battle will now take place. The female begins to run around the giant at incredible speed, creating a whirlwind of dust and energy around him. Having guessed the right moment, the advanced zombie manages to deliver a powerful blow to the body of another zombie. The main character notices that after such a blow, the big man is now practically immobilized, and it's time to start acting himself. Realizing that the advanced zombies have sufficiently exhausted each other, he decides on a trick using his puppet. Using the staff that has been in his hands all this time, he grabs a female advanced individual, not giving her the opportunity to move. At this moment, the battered zombie giant is about to hit the opponent standing in front of him with his palm with all his might. He manages to slam the second, advanced zombie into the ground with all his might, leaving his lifeless body lying among a pile of stones. After such a powerful blow from the zombie, the giant raises both hands into the air and begins to shout in celebration of his crushing victory. At the same second, his rejoicing is interrupted by a female specimen, which turns out to be still alive and manages to spit out a tree branch holding in its teeth. The spit turns out to be so powerful and strong that the twig manages to pierce at high speed into the second eye of the zombie giant, completely depriving him of the ability to see. After which, the advanced zombie notices Edward applauding in the stands, with his girls not next to him. The main character finishes applauding this performance and thanks all the participants, saying that they helped him a lot. He sums up the results of this event. They say that the zombie giant is completely blinded and cannot move, and the second one is seriously injured and can barely stand on her feet. Looking at the two advanced zombies, Edward assumes that they ate a whole bunch of other infected people, and most likely their crystals must be excellent. At the same second, Shanna appears behind the female, about to deliver her crushing blow with a katana. An advanced zombie manages to react and block the blow with his palms, spending too much energy on this. This turn of events is surprising, and our main character did not expect that, being so wounded, she would have the strength to resist Shanna. At the same moment, Bella comes to the girl's aid, and in one motion cuts off the head of the infected zombie. Edward, watching from the stands, orders them not to know and to finish off the zombie giant as quickly as possible. The girls begin to deliver a huge number of lightning strikes to the body of the already wounded zombie, causing him extreme pain. Screaming in pain and being a completely blind zombie, the giant begins to destroy and beat everything around with his fists without understanding what is happening. The main character understands that even being blind and with wounded legs, he is still terribly strong, and it will be quite difficult for the girls to come closer. In addition, it is so large that Bella and Shauna's blades can barely scratch it without causing serious damage. Having thought about everything that is happening, the main character orders a decisive blow to the neck of the giant zombie as soon as possible. Shanna asks Bella for help, using her as a springboard to get to the desired position in an instant. Soaring into the air and diving down like a hawk, with the help of her katana, the girl in one motion cuts the neck of a huge advanced zombie. The main character does not hide his joy from the fact that they managed to defeat two advanced zombies and asks to take their crystals as soon as possible. Edward holds two bright blue iridescent crystals in his hands and hopes that they will definitely be able to evolve with them. Our heroes leave two lifeless bodies lying on the stage, saying that the show is over, they need to find a safe place and rest. A moment after our heroes leave, the ceiling of the concert hall collapses due to damage to the foundation and falls onto the stage. By the evening of the same day, they manage to find shelter on the upper floors of the theater building in one of the rooms. The main character manages to barricade the door with the help of improvised furniture, and he hopes that this will be enough to survive one night, after which he looks at Bella sitting next to him and decides that it's time to begin her evolution. A concerned Shanna, sitting nearby, asks what the main character is doing so strangely. Edward ties Bella up and says it's a precaution in case he loses control of her, after which he decides to feed the girl the first crystal, after which she begins to blush and moan. A moment later, Edward's body also begins to experience pain, and he feels waves of energy emanating from his girlfriend. His face is near Bella's legs, and he is trying with all his might not to lose control over her. Although Edward took precautions, this was not enough to contain Bella's full power, and she manages to escape. The protagonist understands that everything is even worse than last time, and if she is not calmed down, they will all die here. Turning his attention to Shauna, he realizes that Bella's rage and aggression also affects her. Having decided that he is not going to give up just like that, Edward jumps up and merges with Bella in a passionate kiss. From such a surprise, the girl stops crumbling everything around and simply hugs her owner. Shanna watches everything that happens from the side, clutching her face with both hands and deciding that this situation is very erotic. After a long kiss, Bella calms down and loses consciousness right on the protagonist's shoulder. After his girlfriend's evolution, Edward decides that his strength must have increased as well and decides to test it. He picks up a tablet lying nearby and with incredible ease simply squeezes it with his hand, realizing that he has become much stronger. Paying attention to the chair standing nearby, he wonders how much his spiritual power has evolved. His surprise knows no bounds, since from now on he can influence physical objects and not just the minds of zombies and people. Lowering the chair to the ground, he realizes that this takes too much energy and it's better to focus on Shanna's evolution. Having swallowed the crystal, the girl lowers her head down and is absolutely motionless and does not emit the slightest sign of life. Edward begins to panic because after a moment he realizes that he does not feel control over the girl and most likely her mind has gone crazy. He grabs the girl by the shoulders, deciding to check what's wrong with her. He discovers that she just ate enough and fell asleep. The main character calmly exhales, understands that everything is in order and most likely she needs more time to evolve than Bella, and decides to go to bed. The next morning, Edward will have Bella looking at him and calling him brother. Our protagonist jumps up, not believing his ears and surprised by the fact that his girlfriend can finally talk. When he asked her to repeat what she had just said, she threw herself into her arms and once again called him her brother. The main character strokes her head, rejoicing that this is not a dream, and she was able to remember something. Although this is only a grain, Edward does not despair and hopes that later she will be able to remember much more. Standing nearby, Shanna makes fun of her, saying that apparently Edward likes being called brother. The girl smiles sweetly and says that if he really wants it, she will have to call him exactly the same. The main character is surprised, saying that sometimes Shanna behaves like an ordinary person and not a zombie. Wondering what stage Shanna is at now, he suggests that she is on the verge of becoming an advanced zombie. Asking her the same question as Bella, did she remember anything else about her past life? The girl replies that she remembered almost everything. Fearing trouble, Edward asks if she remembered that she wanted to commit suicide just to avoid becoming infected. The girl agrees but has no idea why she wanted it so much because it's very strange. A moment later, she interrupts her dialogue, saying that she recently went outside to get some air. The main character immediately objects, saying that going out alone is too dangerous. Shanna calms him down, saying that she was just hanging around, and besides, he had Bella as security all this time. She also compliments her answer by saying that she destroyed several dozen ordinary zombies as a warm-up. The protagonist smiles, realizing that even after becoming infected, the girl has not given up her old habits, and she actually enjoys fighting. The girl also remembers something and begins to rummage through her clothes, causing the main character to have a misunderstanding of what she is doing. Shanna takes the crystals she collected during her walk from her pockets and gives them to Edward. Then she leans over and whispers in his ear that he needs to think less about all sorts of obscenities. The main character interrupts the girl and decides to ask what the crystals mean to her and Bella. After thinking for a moment, Shanna replies that it is just a source of food and nothing more. Edward analyzes that from the very beginning, the virus did not harm their bodies in any way, but only changed them and mainly affected the brain. Everything that happens can be considered a mutation of the brain, and this mutation does not necessarily cause harm, but at some point the crystals cease to have a noticeable effect. His thoughts are interrupted by Shanna, who says that although the crystals are very tasty, now she wants him. He also did not stand aside, licking the main character's collarbone, saying that he wanted to do with him the same thing as he had done with them before. Edward is surprised to realize that in the blink of an eye, he finds himself tied up and asks to immediately free himself. Both girls smile sweetly and say that he can scream as much as he wants because no one will save him anyway. Our heroes manage to have fun throughout the day, and in the end, the main character says that he has squeezed out every last drop. The next morning, the infected try to climb into their room along the walls of the theater building. The enraged Shauna immediately deals with all the troublemakers in a few minutes. She rubs her sleepy eyes with her hand, saying that they have been preventing her from sleeping since the morning. Meanwhile, behind her, Edward once again tells her not to dare to go somewhere without him. Looking at his girlfriend, the main character understands that Shanna's thirst for murder is sometimes even a little scary. After some time getting ready, our heroes decide to look at the map and decide when they will go next. Deciding to move to the neighboring main building, the hero clears the way for himself by the fact that after evolution, he can control 20 infected at once. Also, once again, thanks to Nikki for drawing up the map, without which they would have had a very hard time. Clearing a path for themselves to the neighboring building, our heroes get very tired and decide to find shelter and rest as soon as possible. Looking at the map, Edward notices that there is a library nearby, and most likely the number of zombies there will be small. Having reached the library, our heroes begin to move forward, realizing that there may be someone here besides them. Edward orders the girls to be on their guard because at first glance, the library room looks quite clean and tidy, and there may be people here. Having examined the main first floor, the hero realizes that it is clean and needs to check the second. Moving up the stairs to the second floor, a mysterious silhouette looks at him from around the corner, about to ambush him. A moment later, he is attacked from behind by a survivor holding a metal pipe in his hand. The main character turns out to be much stronger than an ordinary person and manages to dodge and counterattack. Not having time to finish off the attacker, he begins to scream and beg for mercy, and Edward only slightly wounds him. The protagonist begins to promise that he will let him go only after he tells who he is and what he is doing here. At this moment, the doors on the second floor in one of the rooms open, and some more survivors come out. They immediately notice the brewing fight and, with obvious hostility, ask Edward who he is. The main character releases the attacker, asking him to calm his friends and order them to make unnecessary movements. The stranger begins to laugh, saying that it was stupid to let him go because they can defeat him with more numbers. After which he decides to frame Edward by saying that Felix sent him and needs to be killed. The main character is very desperate, realizing that sometimes he forgets that an apocalypse happened around him and people turned into ordinary animals. With a powerful blow of his hand, he sends the same attacker into a nearby bookcase, causing it to shatter into small pieces. He threatens everyone present with his dagger, asking who will dare attack him next. One of the survivors, in a fit of anger, decides to attack Edward with a metal pipe at hand. The main character easily deals with him, explaining that they came here to find shelter and get some rest. Their fight is interrupted by a fat man in a security guard's uniform who appears on the second floor and asks what is happening here. One of the survivors decides to pick up the slander directed towards Edward, saying that Felix sent him. A fat man in a security guard suit bares his teeth and asks why he hasn't seen him before if he works for Felix. Examining the main character, he wonders why such a wonderful fighter works for such a freak as Felix, and understands that something is wrong here. He's trying to deceive the main character and wonder why boss Felix sent him again for a new portion of supplies. Edward understands that the situation in the town is very tense and everyone is trying to deceive each other, so he needs to get more information. A man in a security guard's uniform is trying to guess what a guy like Edward, accompanied by two beautiful girls, has forgotten here. The man says that Marcus should have talked to their boss Felix and he shouldn't attack them. The main character catches his ear on the name of one of the mentioned men and people and tries to remember where he heard it. The name Marcus pops up in his head, and he realizes that this is the same person with superpowers that one of the guys with the medicine mentioned. Looking at the fat man, he realizes that all these guys are too weak if they are constantly robbed of supplies. Edward decides that there is no point in pretending anymore and explains that he doesn't know who Marcus is and they were just looking for a place to stay. Having realized that the main character is in no way connected with Marcus and Felix, the survivors are no longer constrained by fear. A man in a security guard's uniform begins to immediately demand that Edward give him all the supplies and girls, otherwise he will be in trouble. The protagonist smiles maliciously, asking what will happen if he refuses. After these words, the man is overcome with rage, and he orders to kill the main character and take everything from him. Also, a man in a guard uniform tells Edward to blame himself for his failure because they just need supplies and women, after which he begins to laugh, pointing his finger in the direction of the main character and saying that he was very scared. At this time, Shanna tries to calm Bella down, asking her not to worry because Edward can handle it alone. The main character decides to clarify whether an attack on him alone by such a crowd is a fair and honest act. A fat man in a security suit explains that there was nothing stopping Edward from inviting his guys with him. Under the rumble of thunder, Edward grins, says that no one pulled his tongue and asks to say hello to his guys. One of the survivors tells a man in a security guard's uniform that there are a huge number of zombies on the street making terrifying sounds. He immediately orders his subordinate to shut up and not talk nonsense because it is simply impossible. The man claims that the main character just wants to intimidate them because the library has only one entrance. If there were zombies on the street, they would eat him first. At the same second, he hears a strange sound and turns around, looking out the window through which he sees angry mutants. Panic begins among all the survivors in the library building because the infected begin to climb inside through the window. One of them suggests that everyone go up to the third floor as soon as possible, since they can break the stairs and be safe. Edward praises them for their resourcefulness, noting that such tricks will not save them from the technique, which he practiced for 2.5 days. Using zombie puppets, he begins to control them like a basketball player and a sword, performing incredible dribbling and preparing to shoot. The zombie basketball player throws the second zombie, who is pretending to be a sword, onto the third floor, and he begins to deal with the survivors. Meanwhile, the captain, wearing a security guard's uniform, tries to escape through the window, saying that he is not going to end his life this way. Edward uses his spiritual power, thanks to which he can currently move objects and manages to stop the man by throwing him to the floor. Standing in front of him at full height, he ironically asks if the man wants to beat him again, because literally 5 minutes ago, he exuded courage and confidence. The guard calls the main character a madman because at this moment there are a huge number of infected people inside the building and they will all soon die. Edward spreads his arms to the sides, demonstrating confidence with all his appearance and saying that all these zombies won't lay a finger on him and he will live. He gives the order to start eating the man alive, also finally stating that greed comes with a price. After all the survivors are dead, Edward's eyes briefly turn red, and he notices that people's deaths are affecting his mind. At this time, Shauna is sincerely happy, telling Bella that they did not have to fight with people, and Edward was able to completely figure it out on his own. Before he can finish his sentence, the main character grabs the girl and puts her on his lap, asking her why all this time she didn't do anything. Edward begins to spank her buttocks, saying that she is a bad girl and he will have to punish her for such offenses. At one point, the girl's moans stop, and with a slight blush on her face, she asks why the main character stopped. She turns around and sees him holding his girlfriend in his arms, saying that touching big breasts is much more interesting. Shauna looks at him with pitiful eyes, asking why he needs this, because it won't do any good. Edward, while touching Bella, explains at the same time that large breasts increase a woman's fighting ability. Shanna immediately attacks the main character, saying that she also wants to improve her skills and asks him to do the same with her. The main character states that there is no time for this yet, and that he needs to carefully examine the library building, in particular the third floor. Inspecting the room in which the survivors lived, he finds a huge number of books lying on the floor that were not treated properly. At one point, he hears a sharp and unexpected sound of a falling book and decides to check everything again, because someone could have survived. He looks around the corner and sees 3 tied-up young girls in torn and tattered clothes who have obviously been abused more than once. A girl with green hair starts screaming and asks to save them because they heard the screams of zombies who will soon be here and eat them. The second girl with glasses also adds that they do not want to die and pitifully asks to free them in return. They will do whatever Edward wants. The main character sees a huge number of bruises and abrasions on the girls' bodies, realizing that they were used to satisfy lust and were kept here like animals. Edward frees them from their shackles and asks them not to be afraid because he is not one of those people who held them captive. Looking at the poor girls, he realizes that even after his release, they are still afraid of him because the world has changed dramatically and few people can be trusted now. Looking around the room, he notices bags of food, which apparently was the very payment that the man in the security uniform was talking about. Analyzing the amount of food that they had at their disposal, the main character understands that it is because of them that everyone in the area is starving. Enter the supplies most likely in exchange for shelter. Edward takes some of the supplies for himself and invites the girls to divide the rest among themselves because he doesn't need so much. The girls immediately pounce on the food, and the main character looks at them, realizing that in this new world, they are just a commodity that other men use as they want. After that, he decides to look around a little more and notices that Bella and Shauna have disappeared somewhere. After walking a little along the corridor, he notices how the girls are looking at a small rat that is eating the body of the infected. Edward asks them to stop acting like little children and not to play with the rat because it is disgusting and they can get infected with something from it. The girls immediately decide to object to him, saying that rats are very cute and in no way disgusting. At the same second, the main character notices how a small rat begins to mutate, making loud squeaks and trying to scratch until it bleeds. A few moments later, the rat dies, and the main character concludes that the bodies of small animals cannot withstand the virus and therefore begin to rot. The main character tries to calm the girls down by asking them to find the positive in all things, because small animals cannot become carriers of the zombie virus. Edward says that it is already late, they need to stay here overnight. And at this time, a mysterious silhouette is watching them from the roof of a neighboring building. We see a guy in a frightening mask who is watching everything that is happening from the side and trying to understand what happened in the library. Having managed to climb to the second floor of the library, he realizes that all the people are dead and assumes that this is all the work of Felix. He decides to examine the building in more detail, saying that finally something fun is happening in the town and he wants to take part in it. Inspecting the room one after another, he comes across those very liberated girls who are quietly and peacefully sleeping in bed. The guy in the mask grabs one of the girls, covering her mouth with his hand, and says that if she is quiet, he won't do anything to her. He asks a question, wondering what happened here and why all the people were dead, and asks him to write the answer with his finger on his palm. The girl writes the answer that there was one guy and two girls. It was because of them that all the survivors were dead and they were free. The guy in the mask turns out to be quite surprised that only 3 people were able to arrange this and says that he will keep his word by letting the girl go. The girl begins to run away, but before she has even taken a few steps, he immediately grabs a knife from his pocket and cuts her carotid artery. At the same moment, Edward appears behind him, who, threatening him with a dagger, orders him to stand and not move. The guy in the mask says that before starting a dialogue, it is better to introduce yourself to each other and then ask questions. Looking ahead, he notices Bella and Shauna standing next to him, saying that he did not expect to see the main beauty of the town in a team with our main character. He turns his head slightly towards our main character and begins to offer him some kind of deal, but does not have time to finish his thought. Edward interrupts him with shouting and aggression, declaring that he did not allow him to move. The main character understands perfectly well that as soon as he saw the mysterious stranger, he immediately realized that he was as dangerous as a poisonous snake and that he needed to be extremely careful. Edward asks him, assuming that in front of him is the same person with the abilities that the whole town is talking about, named Marcus. Marcus replies that he was just passing by and has already answered too many questions, and now it's his turn to ask them. The main character says that if he is interested in all these people, then they deserve their death. Marcus raises his hands, pretending to be friendly, and says that he doesn't want to become enemies with Edward and just came here to pick up supplies. The main character agrees with him, saying that he can go, but finally the guy in the mask invites him to join his camp. He says that this is a reliable and safe shelter where they will collect resources from all over the town and survive in this way. Edward understands perfectly well that all this is just a trap, and those who are lured into the camp are turned into slaves and forced to work day and night. The main character refuses, saying that Marcus is simply tricking all the survivors into giving him food and other resources. The guy in the mask frowns and says that he wanted to resolve everything in a good way, but in case of refusal, he cannot let him go just like that. Edward, with complete confidence and slight fear of his opponent, still repeats his words, saying that in no case is he going to join his team. After these words, Marcus takes off and in a few seconds manages to surround our main character and knock the weapon out of his hands. He turns out to be behind him, holding a dagger in his hand, and says that our protagonist has no right to refuse. At the last moment, thanks to several evolutions, Edward has enough reaction speed to dodge the attack and try to hit back. Marcus, having received a slight scratch, is trying to understand how the main character knew that he would attack from behind. He says that Edward is very strong and is currently most likely the fastest of all the people he has met. Marcus also adds that the main character is a good fighter and he could use such people in the camp, and it's still not too late to join him. Edward again refuses, to which the guy in the mask gets even angrier and orders him not to be arrogant, otherwise he will have to pay dearly. After these words, Marcus rushes towards Bella, asking her not to be offended because in the past they were friends. The guy in the mask delivers a lightning strike, after which indescribable shock and surprise appears on his face. Bella, with just 2 fingers, manages to stop the dagger that Marcus tried to hit her with. At the same second, Shauna pulls out her katana, preparing to attack Marcus, and Edward tries to stop her. The main character rushes after the guy in the mask and asks to leave him because he wants to deal with him personally. Edward lunges at the guy with his dagger, but he manages to dodge, demonstrating fantastic acrobatic skills and reaction speed. The main character runs up to his girlfriend, asking if she's okay and if she didn't like it when she grabbed the knife with her fingers. The main character examines the girl from all sides, and she asks him not to worry because she's fine. Shauna, who is watching all this, says that she is very jealous because little sister Bella looks happy. With a very cute and childish face, she throws the katana to the ground, saying that she also wants to learn how to fight with her bare hands. Edward asks the girls to stay away and then looks at Marcus and asks him how he dared attack his girlfriend. Marcus, in turn, with angry eyes and screams, declares that he will finish them all off right here and now. He begins to move around the main character at incredible speed, and Edward realizes that these afterimages are the result of his superpower, which increases the speed of movement. Marcus says that the main character is very smart because he was able to discover the secret of his ability, but this will not help him catch him. The main character understands that his opponent is right, but everything is not so bad because he will not be able to move at such speed indefinitely. Edward manages to use his strength to grab Marcus's hand just before the attack and slow down his movement. The main character inflicts a powerful blow on his opponent with a dagger, but is slightly wounded himself. Marcus, bleeding, tries to apologize, saying that the main character has won and he does not want to continue. He also holds his hand behind his back and prepares to attack again on the sly, trying to talk his teeth into Edward. At one point, having thrown the dagger, the main character still manages to dodge it as Marcus's strength begins to slowly run out. Taking advantage of a second of confusion, Marcus jumps out of a nearby window, trying to escape and hide. Edward orders him to come back and fight like a real man, and not try to run away because he won't just let him go. Once on the ground, Marcus finds himself surrounded by a crowd of zombies, which is controlled by our main character. Several infected manage to grab Marcus by the hand, and he takes desperate measures, declaring that he is not going to die here and cuts off his own hand. After which, using his super ability, he runs away, finally saying that sooner or later he will definitely take revenge on Edward. The main character looks at Marcus's hand lying in the pouring rain and regrets that he let him go alive. She approached him from behind, trying to console him and asking if everything was okay with him because he was slightly injured. The girl still insists and asks to let him examine his wounds and sees how blood is still oozing from his cut on his back. Bella presses her entire chest against our protagonist, saying that this should make him feel better and more pleasant. Edward agrees with her, saying that it slightly dulls the pain and a slight blush appears on their faces. The main character is surprised. They say that now is not the time to enjoy and asks his girlfriend where she learned this. The girl is shy, covering her face with her hand, and they say that Shauna didn't want her to tell this. The main character looks at Shauna, who pretends that she is not involved in this, and says that she should not teach Bella all sorts of obscenities. He says that his girlfriend has just regained consciousness, and she should set a good example for her. At the same second, the girl licks the bloody finger of the protagonist, with which he pointed in her direction, and says that she is very guilty and asks to forgive her. She also adds that his blood is very tasty, and because of it she behaves very strangely, and her face turns red. Shane is embarrassed and says that fresh blood straight from the wound should taste even better and sweeter. Edward gets dressed, telling her not to even think about it, while the girls discuss the taste of his blood. Shauna invites Bella to taste her. They say that she still has a little left on her lips. At this moment, she asks her friend not to mock her because she also smells Edward, and her body begins to experience pleasure. They are immediately interrupted by the protagonist, asking them to stop and ordering Shauna not to corrupt his girlfriend. At the same second, on the third floor, he hears a strange rustling noise coming from a room on the third floor of the library and decides to check what is happening there. Going upstairs, he sees the same girl killed by Marcus and tries to explain to her two friends that they misunderstood everything, and it's not. He killed her. Edward says that their friend was killed by a man named Marcus, who has superpowers and is trying to find out what the girls know about him. One of them reports that his lair is located in the student swimming pool building, and through the window indicates exactly where it is. Out of emotion, the main character immediately sends a crowd of infected towards the pool with the order to kill anyone who gets in the way. Deciding not to hesitate on this issue, he orders Bella and Shauna to follow him and leave as soon as possible. The girl who showed him the way stops him, saying that Edward is the only good person they met here and asks him to take them with him. Her friend adds that sooner or later the food here will run out and they will both die of hunger. Girls begin to demonstrate their charms, offering in return their bodies and the fact that they are ready to do whatever they are told. The main character understands that if this continues, then his companions, in whom rage is already slowly boiling, will destroy these girls. Edward declares that he is a gentleman and will not dare take advantage of their plight. He also adds that he has some business to do, so he cannot take them with him, but if he meets anyone good along the way, he will send them here. After saying goodbye to the girls, Edward sets off towards the pool building with the promise to destroy Marcus that night. Meanwhile, the pool building looks quite safe as it is surrounded by a large number of bodies of water. Inside the building, there are a large number of surviving students, as well as supplies, and everyone is busy with their own business. We see a guy whom our main character had already met earlier when he was looking for a cure for Nikki, who communicate with other survivors. An unfamiliar guy describes to him the situation that is unfolding inside the walls of the campus, and also that they are safe. Our old friend is going to leave for the last time with people talking about how Marcus was able to get seeds, and soon they will begin to grow fresh vegetables. After some time, he returns and we see a second guy with yellow hair, who we also met earlier, who is interested in whether he learned anything useful. Also standing next to them is Nikki, who decided to go with them to deal with Marcus, and apparently they are waiting for the right moment. One of the guys suggests that they should have extorted information from Marcus's henchmen longer, and then it would have been easier for them to deal with him. The girl replies that no, they deserve it, and besides, she needed to promote the guys up in the local hierarchy. The guy with black hair makes fun of his friend, saying that he just chickened out when Nikki decided to finish everyone off. He tries to justify himself by saying that he simply admires her abilities and she is very cool. Nikki says they've had enough fun and need to get down to business and decide what to do next. She adds that fighting Marcus is very dangerous, so she suggests the guys leave her alone before it's too late. The guys resolutely refuse, saying that they will never leave her alone because Marcus is collecting supplies, forcing other survivors to obey him, and they also want to deal with him. Nike says that if they are so determined, she won't ask any more and offers to finally finish the job they started. The friends exude incredible determination, saying that Marcus clearly does not expect that they are preparing an insidious plan against him. Nikki can't believe she made it this far last time. She was the prey. It's time to change places. At this moment, Marcus still manages to get to his base, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Suddenly, a random survivor emerges from the toilet stall, notices his boss, and tries to understand what happened to him. At that same second, without thinking twice, Marcus grabs his dagger and chops off the head of the guy who was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Marcus understands that no one should see him in this state and begins to treat his wound as quickly as possible. He realizes that he has tried too hard to become what he is and cannot let it all go to waste. Having bandaged the wound on his hand, he begins to think about what to say to the people in the camp and also considers a plan for revenge on our protagonist. He wants to take several people with him and use them as cannon fodder, thereby killing two birds with one stone. At the same second, his thoughts are interrupted by Edward, standing near the window, who says that he thought that in order to find the king of the campus, he would need to make more efforts. Marcus immediately tries to escape through the open door, but Edward, using his spiritual power, manages to close it. The masked guy crashes into it and falls to the ground, and the main character grins, realizing that he is getting better and better at controlling inanimate objects. Marcus doesn't know that the main character has superpowers, so he doesn't even know how he managed it and enters into another fight with him. At this time, Nicky, accompanied by two of his friends, says that he hears some voices coming from the top floor. The girl immediately hurries up the stairs to check where the sounds are coming from, because ordinary people are not there that late. The girl runs up to the very restroom in which the battle is taking place and hears the sounds of a fight, not imagining who can hold out for so long under such pressure. Nicky looks through the slightly open door through the crack and sees our protagonist fighting with Marcus. An exhausted guy in a mask is trying to understand why he can't hit our main character. Edward says that there is nowhere else to run because the only way to escape is to try to flush down the toilet. Such ridicule is clearly not to Marcus's liking, and out of emotion, he again tries to attack the main character. Using my spiritual energy, Edward says that his opponent is not learning anything, and once again slows down his movements with his own. Marcus misses again. I don't understand why he can't even slightly scratch his opponent. Edward is already extremely tired of playing with this crippled puppy and hits him with the blunt side of his blade. He continues to slap him with his dagger, and Marcus shouts that he is the king of the campus and is not allowed to be treated like that. Completely beaten, he tries to retreat to the closed door and, being in a very disadvantageous position, continues to try to threaten the main character. At the same second, the door to the restroom opens and he sees Nicky standing in front of him. The girl strikes with lightning speed, depriving Marcus of one eye. The guy begins to furiously scream in pain, promising that he will finish off everyone who dares to threaten his title and power. In a fit of rage, he says that the king will fight them to the death, and if he is destined to die, he will take them with him. He tries to attack Nicky, but the girl manages to use her incredible reaction ability and also dodges the attack. At the same moment, Edward decides to end his suffering and pierces him with his dagger, inflicting a mortal wound. Marcus's lifeless body falls to the ground with a crash, signaling the end of this battle. At the same moment, Edward allows his girls to climb inside, which surprises Nicky because the whole trio ends up here. At the same second, two guys manage to catch up with the girl and are also surprised that the main character is here. Edward at this moment realizes that Nicky did not actually escape from the hospital and was only pretending, but in fact teamed up with those two guys. Nicky asks for forgiveness for lying in their last meeting and also wonders why the main character fought with Marcus. Edward says that they had a little disagreement and he came here to solve everything. The girl says that she came here with her friends in the hope of convicting and destroying Marcus in order to begin commanding his base. The main character, with a slight touch of humor, jokes that he took the flag of leadership from a fragile girl. Nicky says that in any case, she is glad about this outcome of events because it would have been much more difficult for her to cope with it alone. Edward is well aware that other survivors with superpowers will continue to interfere with him and his friends. Nicky decides to ask Edward what he is going to do next and invites him to take some supplies, which he refuses. After thinking a little, the girl realizes that it is deep night outside the window and, feeling embarrassed, invites the main character to stay here for the night. Edward, who clearly did not expect such a proposal, does not understand what caused such a violent reaction from his friend. The guys also agree with this proposal, suggesting that Edward is very tired and needs a good rest. Nicky begins to make excuses, saying that she didn't mean what they thought, and her face turns bright red. The girl confirms the words of her friends, saying that it is already very dark and the main character is very tired after the fight with Marcus. and it would be better to regain your strength and have a good rest by staying here overnight. Edward agrees and says that today they will rest here, and tomorrow they will move on. Since the pool building is not equipped with sleeping rooms, Nikki accompanies our heroes to the locker room, saying that this will be enough for one night. Before going to bed, Edward stops the girl and says that he has one small request. He says that there are 2 girls in the library who are left completely alone and asks to bring them here and take care of them when everything calms down. The girl is clearly a little sad that this is the only thing he asked for, but still agrees to help him. Edward manages to notice that Nikki looks disappointed, but the girl is about to leave, saying that everything is fine with her, although apparently she was counting on some kind of intimacy with the main character. The girl leaves, closing the door behind her, and Bella and Shauna begin to have fun and try to find treasures in this locker room. The main character says that they behave like children, not understanding what kind of treasures they expect to find. At that same second, the girl begins to rummage through the lockers, and the main character realizes that he is in the women's locker room and there are swimsuits everywhere. Shanna wants to try on something and asks the main character to turn away and not peek at them. Although Edward doesn't really like this idea, he still agrees and turns away, closing his eyes and saying that he will make some concessions. At this time, Shauna invites Bella to undress each other, while a very romantic atmosphere hangs between them. Edward, standing with his eyes closed, hears incomprehensible sounds and conversations of girls and orders them to fool around less. The girls allow him to open his eyes and stand in front of them in the swimsuits they found, exuding incredible attractiveness. Shanna approaches Edward and says that the girl really wanted him to stay with her. Edward replies that he understood this perfectly well, but Bella and Shauna are much more important to him, which is why he refused. He adds that it is difficult to describe in words, but his choice is based on his convictions, and he does not regret anything. Shauna suggests that they are special and different from Nika, to which the main character gives his consent. Bella decides to clarify what exactly the word special means, and Edward, grinning, says that in a few minutes she will understand everything. After a while, Nikki, who wanted to ask something else, stands at the door to the locker room and hears the sweet moans and slaps made by 2 girls. The girl is both angry and embarrassed because she also wanted Edward to do the same to her. The next morning, having collected all their things, our heroes leave the pool building and move on. Nikki, standing on the roof of the building, follows them with her gaze and wishes them a successful journey, calling the main character a libertine. After some time moving further and further along the paths of the campus, our main character easily deals with ordinary zombies. Shauna offers her candidacy as an assistant, but Edward orders her not to kill anyone because he will not be able to replenish the supply of his puppets. Making our way further and further, our heroes stumble upon a large multi-story building. Focusing on the perception of his girls, Edward understands that they do not smell blood, and therefore there are no mutated zombies inside. He decides to use his puppets as scouts and sends them inside the courtyard. In the form of a huge number of different images with the help of his zombie connection, he understands that he would definitely not have been able to cope with this before, but now his level allows it. At one point, the main character notices a bunch of infected fighting each other in the courtyard. He decides to send his puppets into the fray to attract the attention of a mutated zombie that may be nearby. While he is giving commands to his subordinates, someone is watching him from the top floor. Sensing something was wrong, he turns around, but doesn't see anyone behind him and decides that it was just his imagination. He decides that he has experienced sensory overload due to the fact that he controls a huge number of zombies at once. The fight he arranged did not bring much fruit, but he was still able to collect a certain amount of crystals. Looking around, he notices that Ishana has disappeared somewhere again and begins to get angry. At that same second, he feels the spiritual connection with one of the puppets abruptly break off. He immediately decides to go and check what's going on, realizing that most likely he was killed while he was distracted by his girls. Once there, he sees a dead zombie with an untouched crystal and realizes that no one searched him. Edward assumes that the situation is arranged in such a way that he was lured here, and the corpse is just bait. At that very second, without having time to react, someone grabs him from behind and begins to try to strangle him. The attacker throws him off a nearby wall and closes the door so he can't escape. The main character dies, and his opponent is most likely an advanced high-ranking zombie and sees in front of him a girl with white hair and a gorgeous figure. At that very second, memories of his student life and how one of his friends talked about one student flashed through his head. The zombie he had just met earlier was one of the most beautiful girls in the university named Vanessa. She gained her popularity among students after her stunning dance at one of the holidays. At that very second, through their spiritual connection, Bella and Shauna understand that Edward is in danger and rush to his aid. Vanessa, being much stronger, physically presses the main character against the wall and does not give him the opportunity to get out. The protagonist, not wanting to give up his life in this way, manages to use his spiritual power and throw the girl into the nearest wall. Believing in his own strength, he says that he is not someone who will just sit and wait until he is eaten alive. Vanessa's strength is on a whole other level, and she easily frees herself from the bonds of Edward's power. The main character cannot believe his eyes and the speed with which she removed the shackles, trying to guess how much she has evolved. He turns around, trying to find his dagger and asking the girl not to offend those who are weaker than her. Edward tries to grab and retrieve his dagger, but Vanessa's reaction time allows her to keep up with his movements. Successful in combining his spiritual power and slowing down the girl's movement, he still manages to pick up the dagger and scratch her with a lightning strike. Realizing that she simply cannot cope, Vanessa still decides to step back a little and think about further actions. At the same second, Bella and Shauna burst into the room, rushing to help our protagonist. Edward reports that everything is fine with him, and it was the mutated zombie who ambushed him. Looking at Vanessa, he could not even imagine that one of the university students would be so strong and hospitable. The girls immediately rush to attack the mutated zombie, declaring that no one dares to just sue their master. Vanessa, realizing that she cannot cope with 3 opponents, decides to retreat and jumps into a nearby window. Shanna offers to give chase and not let her go, but Edward orders her to calm down. He says that he tried to control her during the battle but could not, and therefore she is very strong and they could pay dearly if they chase her. He also adds that they have not lost anything and will simply let her go because she already knows what they are capable of and will not risk attacking in the future. At this moment, Shauna sniffs the main character and says that she smells blood that does not belong to him. Edward orders her to stop doing nonsense and suggests that they think about their further plan of action. They decide together that they have already seen enough within the walls of the campus, and it is time for them to get out of this university. Looking into the distance, the main character says that they are sufficiently equipped for further travel and offers to find a place where they can spend the night. At the same time, he notices the upset look of Shauna, who is holding her katana, and says that something is wrong with her. The girl says that her sword began to crack during the battle with 2 advanced ones, and after she broke the door, the cracks continued. Edward realizes that Shauna will be much weaker without her weapon and suggests that she look for a new one. She offers to go to her old house, where we can find weapons for our main character. Edward agrees because Shauna's family specialized in making weapons, and his current dagger is a little short and could use an upgrade. You understand that the time is approaching night. Our heroes go to look for shelter, and a mysterious silhouette continues to secretly follow them. After some time, our heroes stumble upon a multi-story building, and Edward decides to check it out by going up to one of the rooms on the upper floors. Shauna, standing behind him, is immediately surprised by the beauty of the apartments that she sees, and the faces of our heroes are covered with a slight blush. Our heroes see in front of them a motley room decorated with a huge amount of pink decorations, which, apparently, used to be one of the rooms of the Love Hotel. The main character suggests looking for another room, but the girl, without listening to him, immediately jumps onto one of the beds, saying that it is very soft and comfortable. Edward understands that he will no longer be able to convince them, but still agrees to stay here for the night. Before starting to rest, the main character goes to reconnoiter the situation and orders Shauna not to teach Bella any obscenities while he is away. The girl agrees with him, but as soon as he leaves, she makes an ominous grimace and says that when he returns, it will be too late. Confused, she decided to ask her what was meant by the word obscenity. Shanna immediately throws her on the bed, saying that if Bella wants, she will gladly teach her everything she knows. Bella says that Edward won't like this and it's better for them to stop, and Shauna, trying to put pressure on Pity, says that she was very upset about the sword and it would help her take her mind off it. Having succumbed to her provocations, she nevertheless agreed and lay down on the bed, and Shanna asked her not to move because she would take care of everything herself. We examine the building in which they decided to spend the night. Edward realizes that all this time he was being watched by the same student from his memories. He also notices that his girls could not feel it, which means that when zombies are close in strength to each other, they cannot identify their own kind. Moving further through the hotel, the main character comes across a room filled to the brim with various supplies and decides to take them with him. While raking the boxes, he suddenly hears some movement behind him, as if someone is about to attack him. Edward understands perfectly well that all this time she was waiting for the right moment, and these strangers turn out to be Vanessa. The girl does not try to attack the main character and looks at him with pitiful eyes, saying that she knows him. He's surprised that she has evolved to the level that she can speak and explains that she was quite famous and does not understand how she could know him. Edward, using a spiritual connection, immediately orders the girls to immediately come to his aid in parallel with the video of them doing all sorts of obscenities. Since their room is not very far away, the girls literally find themselves nearby in a few seconds and break into the room. Vanessa tries to defend herself with a wooden stick she found, which she intended to use as a weapon. Also, her physical skills as an advanced zombie allow her to easily stick her hand into a concrete wall and use it as a support to dodge an attack. Edward decides to stand his ground and use his spiritual powers to distract Vanessa to give his girls room to maneuver. This is enough to gain a few seconds and allow Shauna to knock out Vanessa. The girl offers to immediately finish off the zombies and cut out her advanced crystal, but Edward asks her not to rush. The main character takes her in his arms and says that he wants to search her because she knows him from somewhere and wants to make sure that she is not lying. He begins to rummage through the few pockets on the girl's body and finds something interesting in them. He takes out a bloody pink wallet, which apparently hasn't been opened since Vanessa turned into a zombie. In one of the compartments of the wallet, he finds a student photograph of a girl in the background of which our main character can be seen. Edward understands that all this time she was attacking him not because she wanted to kill him, but because she wanted to ask him about her past life. The main character decides to try to establish a spiritual connection with her, because it would be very nice to have such a powerful puppet at his disposal. Shauna begins to grin, asking the main character to tell the truth that he actually liked her body, and Edward asks her not to talk nonsense. While Vanessa is unconscious, the main character tries to take control of her, realizing that it will not be easy because she is an advanced zombie. Although it turns out to be difficult, he still manages to cope, and all only thanks to the fact that she was in an unconscious position. After taking control of the girl, our main character passed out and slept for a long period of time, and after waking up, he did not understand where he was now. Looking around, he realizes that they are still in that same love motel, and he is trying to look for his girls. Looking towards the jacuzzi, he sees Bella and Shauna bathing in parallel, cleaning Vanessa. When Edward asks what they are doing, Shane replies that they wanted to change Vanessa's clothes. But then they realized that there was too much blood and other dirt on her. Looking at how clumsily the girls treat Vanessa's body, the main character begins to get a little nervous and blush. Vanessa begins to moan with slight pleasure, and Bella and Shauna cannot understand what this is connected with, assuming that her wounds still hurt. At one point, Shauna pulls out an empty plastic bottle from nowhere and begins to collect drops of water flowing from Vanessa's body. When Edward asks what she is doing, the girl hands him a bottle, offering him a taste of fresh nectar. The main character immediately snatches the bottle, asking who she takes him for, and says that he will drink it later, after which the girls leave, leaving Edward alone with Vanessa and asking him to dress her in clean and tidy clothes. Looking at the girl's body, he realizes that she is slowly beginning to regain consciousness and thinks that she will consider him a pervert. Little by little, opening her eyes, Vanessa, covering her naked body with a piece of fabric, once again tries to remember who Edward is. After some time, the main character still manages to dress the girl, and she appears to us in a beautiful and elegant dress. Vanessa says she feels slightly uncomfortable and has a strange sensation in her lower body that causes her to walk a little lame. Looking around, Edward notices a sharp razor lying and realizes that Shauna, due to her depravity, shaved the girl in all places. In order to calm Vanessa down, he asks her not to pay attention to this and wait a little time, after which she will get used to it. He also notices that although Vanessa is embarrassed and looks a little unhappy, she behaves quite obediently. Coming out into the street, they are met by a dressed Bella and Shauna, making fun of the fact that Edward was doing something obscene, and they had been waiting for him for a very long time. The main character asks Shauna to show the way to her house, but the girl starts to make fun of her and says that she remembers the route very roughly. Edward replies that she is giving him a real headache and he needs to find a map of the area. His reasoning is abruptly interrupted by Vanessa, who says that she is quite familiar with the area and can take them to the right address. Our protagonist is very happy about this coincidence of circumstances and says that we can't hesitate and need to hit the road as soon as possible. Our heroes begin to carefully move towards the desired address, avoiding hordes of zombies and trying not to give away their presence. Edward asks the girls not to make noise because if they go ahead and the zombies hear them, they will waste a lot of time. At one point, our heroes notice smoke coming from a multi-story building nearby. Edward suggests that it may be an accidental fire when suddenly a very powerful explosion occurs. The explosion provokes all the zombies located within a radius of several kilometers, and our heroes decide how to clear the area as quickly as possible so as not to run into more trouble. The girls very quickly deal with the infected, also because Vanessa joined them. The main character still begins to wonder whether this explosion occurred by accident or whether it could have been caused by survivors. A few seconds later, his thoughts are interrupted by the sound of gunshots. This makes him think that this is definitely the idea of some people, and most likely they are collecting zombies in one place for a reason. Although this is very risky, he, in the company of girls, still decides to go to that place and understand what is happening there. You understand that height will give them a certain advantage. They decide to climb the multi-story building closest to the explosion site and inspect everything from above. Looking at the street and square in front of the explosion site, he sees a huge horde of zombies fighting each other. Looking at this situation, he understands that this entire horde is like a jar of poisonous insects, and if you find yourself in its epicenter, you will definitely be killed. Edward decides to send Vanessa on reconnaissance since she is the fastest of them and the best at hiding. Looking at the girl, he notices that she is gradually beginning to lose control due to the sight of the fight between the infected. Her rage flared up. Edward decides to concentrate more of his spiritual energy in the girl's body, trying to calm her down and force her to do what he says. Vanessa easily makes her way through the crowd of infected using her superhuman skills and speed. Watching all this, Edward realizes that it is not surprising that she was able to ambush him because she is much more powerful than Bella and Shauna. At this moment, our heroes observe a hole in the wall created by a large explosion into which the infected are trying to get through. We see how a certain girl is trying to act as bait, luring zombies with her. A girl named Mistletoe runs to her friend with a rifle whose name is Lewis and asks him for help and cover. We see the two of them collecting barrels of flammable fuel and hoping to blow up all these mutants today. Mistletoe asks Louis not to forget about the plan because they are just luring zombies here, and the main goal is supplies from all over the street. At this time, Vanessa, who is outside the building, reports that all entrances are blocked and she cannot see what is inside. Deciding to use Vanessa as a guide, he uses her help to take control of an ordinary zombie to use him as a scout. At this time, Louis discusses a plan of action with his friend and asks her not to worry because they have enough escape routes. All this is overheard by a zombie scout under Edward's control, and he understands that their main goal is to collect enough supplies and leave the city. Also, due to third-party interference and the screams of the zombie, the main character is unable to hear the name of the person who is helping them and is now somewhere nearby. The protagonist orders the girl to return back, and regardless of the success of the survivor's operation, his main task is to profit from the crystals, after which he hits Shauna on the head, asking her not to think about the fact that they will kill the survivors. Upon Vanessa's return, Edward asks the girls to concentrate and cover him while he tries to get into that building. Controlling the zombie puppet, he decides to walk around the building in a circle and try to find entry points by approaching the back door. Approaching the corner of the building, a piece of metal pipe suddenly flies into it, which was thrown with incredible force and speed. We see a guy named Russell standing nearby holding in his hand exactly the same piece of metal pipe that apparently attacked the puppet. Looking at him, Edward suggests that he does not look so strong that he is able to throw such weights with ease, and most likely he has a superpower. The main character decides to retreat, and at this time someone in a green jacket calls out to Russell and asks him what he is doing. This stranger turns out to be our old friend Anna, who apparently also helps the survivors in organizing the explosions. The girl says that all the zombies are now gathered around the business center, and there is no need for him to patrol lonely wandering infected. Russell says it seemed to him like the zombie had intelligence and moved almost like a person. Anna recalls her story of encountering Edward's puppets and says that it is impossible for zombies to have intelligence. The girl turns around and says that she will go help Louis, ordering the guy to act according to the further plan. Rasul thinks that Anna is a very hot-tempered girl and hopes that because of her their whole plan will not go down the drain. At this time, Mistletoe finishes preparing the barrels of fuel for the implementation of their plan. Louis, smoking a cigarette, says that so far everything is going well and let the girl act according to plan. Before leaving, Mistletoe stops and wants to say something to her friend, but he says that now is not the right time for this. He looks at her with piercing eyes and says that they will talk about this in private when they finish gathering supplies. The girl leaves, asking her friend to be careful, and Edward overhears their conversation all this time. The main character understands the intent of their plan to gather all the zombies in one place and blow them up at once and remove all supplies from the area as quickly as possible. At the same moment, thanks to his skills and reaction speed, he manages to dodge another iron pipe that flies at him. At that very second, he is attacked by Anna, who says that she hates zombies that can hide. Starting the fight, both of them, unable to control their own movements, fall from the top floor of a multi-story building. The main character, controlling the puppet, understands that he needs to try to save Anna so that she does not get hurt when she falls, and trying to grab her by the clothes, takes off her shorts. All this happens by pure chance, and the girl lands on the puppet's body, thereby softening her fall. Looking around, Edward realizes that if Anna starts screaming and making a lot of noise, it will attract even more infected. Using a puppet, he grabs the girl in the hope that she will not scream or be noisy. She begins to contort her face in an incomprehensible way and promises to kill all the zombies that try to harm her. Trying to force the girl to remain silent, Edward, controlling the zombie puppet, begins to spank the girl on the buttocks. Anna, embarrassed and blushing, asks Zombie how he dared to do this to her. Edward continues to spank her, and Anna makes strange moans and her whole face turns red. The main character is already beginning to dislike the fact that the girl does not understand what he wants from her and decides to start spanking her even more. It all comes to the point that Anna begins to cry, remembering that she has already been punished twice by some infected people. The girl, on her knees, asks for mercy and also to stop beating her because she will do whatever she is ordered to do. Anna continues to scream like a small child, and Edward, out of despair, tries to create an ominous scream by controlling the zombie in order to somehow calm her down. He grabs the girl by the whip and tries to yell right in her face, trying to cause fear and loss of consciousness. This cunning plan bears fruit, and the girl actually goes into shock and passes out for a while. Taking advantage of this advantage, Edward decides to take her to the team as soon as possible, which will figure out what to do with her next. At this time, Louis shoots at the infected with a rifle and decides to put the plan into action. He shoots at prepared barrels of fuel, causing an explosion of incredible power. The explosion turns out to be so strong and powerful that all the buildings, along with the foundation, begin to shake. The blast wave turns out to be just as powerful, but does not affect our heroes, as well as Anna, who is unconscious. Our main character understands that their plan to collect all the zombies and blow them up was most likely put into action. Looking around, he notices Louis's body lying on the ground, most likely thrown away by the explosion. He notes that he was most likely thrown from the second floor by the explosion. He was very lucky to be alive. The main character realizes that they are on the same team and decides to try to save them both. But before that, he decides to put shorts on the girl's body in order to avoid ridiculous situations in front of her sister Shauna. You notice that at this moment, Louis begins to regain consciousness. With a sharp and powerful kick, he knocks him out again. Taking them both in his arms, he realizes that he needs to hurry because the building will soon collapse. At this time, Mistletoe, watching everything that is happening from the roof of a neighboring house, cries, thinking that her friend has died. At this time, Russell, patrolling the neighboring streets, comes across traces of blood left by a man. He assumes that these traces were left by one of his friends, and most likely someone dragged them along. "I'm trying to escape from the falling building. Edward realizes that the puppet is slowly starting to lose its strength, and consequently, the survivors have received some injuries. He sees Louis and Anna's body bruised and covered in many glass shards from falling windows. Looking back, he sees a trail of blood behind him, which he left on his way, and hopes that no one is following him. After some time, Louis wakes up, trying to understand where he is and what happened to him. He notices Edward in front of him, who asks him not to move because he was seriously wounded, and he barely had time to give him first aid. He also adds that he saved Anna since they are almost relatives, and also took him along with her. Louis cannot believe his ears that he was saved by someone who knows Anna, and this is a lucky coincidence. The man tries to get to his feet, leaning on the back of the sofa, trying to find out the name of his savior. Our protagonist is also called, pointing to his two companions and saying that these are his girls. Looking at our heroes, Louis realizes that he is not the only one who has made friends in this apocalypse. The man also regrets that he had no idea that there were other survivors nearby, and their actions could well have killed them. He's quite surprised that this guy was able to not only survive the explosion with his girls, but also save them and Anna. Looking at Edward, Louis decides to ask whether our main character has superpowers. After these words, Shauna and I tense up slightly, but the main character manages to calm them down. You understand that most likely the man does not pose a danger. He agrees with him, saying that he really has superpowers. Louis is very happy with this answer and invites our protagonist to join their team. He says that some of them also have super abilities and they will thank him very generously for their salvation. Understanding their further plan of action, Edward finds nothing better than to agree. But he still understands that the girls under his control are still infected, and he needs to cure them. After waiting a short pause, the main character still refuses, thanking Luis for his kindness and explaining that he cannot accept this offer now. The man clearly does not like this answer, and he tries to find out what the reason for the refusal is, but receives only silence in response. Edward says that it is better for him to rest now, and they will discuss with him tomorrow what I will do next. Touching the doorknob, his spiritual connection tells him that somewhere nearby there is a possessor of the ability. At this time, not far from their home, Russell continued to follow the trail of blood left by Edward. Vanessa, who is watching everything from the street, receives an order from the main character not to attack and just continue observing. At the same moment, Luis notices his friend from the window of his house and asks what he is doing here. The man explains to Edward that this is another member of their team and most likely came here to save them. Going up to the room, Louis introduces Edward to his friend, saying that he helped him survive and bandage his wounds. After listening to all the information, Russell still slightly does not trust the main character. Russell also looks very intently at Bella and Shauna, realizing that although they are very attractive, they frighten him very much. Russell decides to be friendlier and extends his hand to Edward, saying that it's nice to meet him. Suddenly, the guy asks the question that he is looking for one mutated zombie, and whether Edward came across him. The main character assumes that we are most likely talking about Vanessa and decides not to give her away, saying that he exterminated all the mutants on his way. Looking at the main character, Russell understands that he is not an ordinary person and most likely has remarkable strength and other skills. You understand that Edward was able to save his friends. He also decides to ask if he has some kind of super ability, to which he received an approving answer. Russell still continues to be wary and not trust the main character, realizing that he and his girls are not who they seem and need to be careful with them. Their conversation is interrupted by Louis, who asks if his friend has seen Mistletoe and if she is okay. Russell asks for forgiveness, saying that he didn't think about it and was too puzzled by the search. Yielding to the persuasion of his friend, he promises to go right now and find her, after which they will begin to collect supplies. Our main character asks everyone to leave the room because he needs to change Anna's bandages and treat her wounds. Shauna asks not to kick them out, saying that he will most likely need their help, but Edward remains unmoved. Having kicked everyone out the door, the main character tells Anna that she is very lucky because she is Shauna's sister, and that's the only reason he helps her. Turning her onto her stomach and removing her clothes, he begins to treat the wounds on her buttocks. Edward asks the girl to be quieter because he is trying his best to do everything gently and carefully. Anna, burying her nose in the pillow, thinks about the fact that a zombie violated her at the bottom, and now some guy sees her half naked. The girl says that she is in a lot of pain and asks her to leave her elasticity alone, and Edward asks her not to scream. The main character notices that the girl begins to cry and decides to ask what exactly the problem is. Anna replies that she is very embarrassed to be naked in front of him, and Edward suggests that they close their eyes so that they will not be so ashamed. The main character puts a black, opaque bandage over the girl's eyes and explains that she won't see anything this way. Edward takes off the girl's clothes, saying that he is checking to see if there are any bleeding wounds on her body. Anna feels a wet touch on her body, and Edward explains that he is simply cleaning her wounds with a damp cloth. In her head, the girl panics very much, but still comes to terms with the fact that this is just first aid. The main character begins to put bandages on her body, and the girl decides that he is trying to tie her up, after which she opens her mouth wide and feels something long and hard being thrust into it, and Edward explains that it is a thermometer. After some more time, the main character still removes the bandage from the girl, saying that everything is over and she can be calm, after which he actually shows her the thermometer and asks why she slobbered on it so much. Tears begin to well up in Anna's eyes, and she blames her imagination as she thought she was being violated. Edward is quite surprised that the girl thought that instead of a thermometer, he put his little thing in her mouth. The girl begins to blush, and the main character calls her a real pervert who really is Shauna's sister because they are very similar. Anna starts throwing things at him, telling him to go away and leave her alone. She behaves like a little girl, covering her face with a blanket, and they say that now no one will marry her. Leaving the room, the main character is glad that all this is over, and he will no longer have to listen to her hysterics. He is met by Louis, who says that he needs to convey important information and offers to go with them for supplies. Edward agrees and is glad that Louis is much more honest and straightforward than Russell. The man also reports that they are going to leave as soon as their comrades arrive here, because they have already caused them a lot of inconvenience. Shanna corrects Louis and says that her sister will stay here for a while until she returns to normal.